Multiple.
I choose FMM, you choose enemy. Okay, I can.
Which is
Wait, I think he come out, but does he look like that before? Okay, never mind, let's just try it.
the headache, bro. This one looks so familiar.
FMM! FMM confirm, but why you know?
Oh my god.
Who is that?
No, this Right.
The other team.
I don't know them. I don't know spell his name, man.
FMM. I honestly cannot tell that it's FMM.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Bro, FMM.
FMM? He's missing his chocolate chip.
3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Random name. Okay, random name.
Who is this guy? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I was going to guess. No, it's not him, man. It's not this guy.
Bro, just write, right?
Okay, write it.
Bro, you copy it.
Whoa. The nose. Well, the eye a bit singy. Maybe he's really lousy.
You think? Which info only got the goal in. Oh, got this one. We guessing right? It's the third time already.
True.
You want go again? Third time's the charm, right?
Okay lah, third time the charm lah.
It's Lozzy.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! The face?
Oh my god.
No, actually the face, the emotion is like what Lozzy will do, bro.
3, 2, 1. It's Lozzy.
Oh, bro.
Bro!
You got the role correct, not bad.
What? Lozzy.
Wow. Bro, I see now his face.
I
was gonna write that!
I cannot see.
I'm so sorry, Lozzy.
Oh.
Wow, sick. 3, 2, 1. Lozzy.
Lozzy.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Currently, I'm joining here with HomeBois Singapore. Here we have Anip, hailing all the way from MPL MY. And then we got Vanguard making a comeback this season as well. So, Anip,
Yeah.
how do you like Singapore?
So far so good.
So far, so good. Is it your first time here in Singapore?
Yeah, first time.
First time. So, have you tried the MRT here yet, or you always bus car here? Bus here.
Yeah.
You tried the bus already?
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
So good.
It's very good, right? Yeah. That's something that we're proud of.
So cool.
I think question to you first. Let's compare Singapore to Malaysia as of now in terms of what you've observed. Like you nampak Singapore dan Malaysia kan? Apa ni beza?
Beza
Yeah.
Beza dari segi I think different makanan or gameplay.
Anything. Can be
Anything.
food or it can be gameplay as well.
For food, it's too hard to find at Singapore.
Oh, really?
Yeah. For me, because I love food.
Okay, what kind of food you like?
Like nasi goreng,
Nasi goreng.
Yeah.
Okay. Fried rice.
and then nasi lemak at JB so good. Must try.
Okay. So, yes, this is something I agree as a Malaysian. Malaysian food is so much better than Singapore. Okay, that's what I agree. Okay, another countryman here. Okay, so back to Vanguard. You played for one season already in Singapore. What's the difference between Singapore and Indonesia?
The difference,
Yeah.
maybe the difference is skill individu,
Mm-hmm.
macro team, commit team.
Commitment.
Yeah, I think different.
So it's the macro, the mechanical, and the skill. In terms of skill-wise, Indonesia is better.
Yeah, Indonesia is better.
The macro-wise, you definitely agree it's Indonesia better. Then the commitment, definitely, because we are not full-time players. Do you feel this team is more prepared, or last season team better?
I think better
this season now?
Yeah, this season.
This season is
Yeah,
better.
better.
Okay. Okay.
Because we have coach, good, and
Saifu.
player, rookie, good.
Oh, what do you think about the Singaporean rookies this season? You have Buji, you have Sub.
Yeah.
Sub is
I can see the
Potential. Potential.
yeah, potential
the potential.
in the rookie player.
Who is the most potential player in HomeBois right now? Especially Singapore side.
New,
Huh?
new player.
Which
in-
player is more prominent potential?
Maybe the jungler.
The jungler, Sub. Okay. I was talking to one of your managers. Sub is a open recruitment. He joined. He has no competition background. He
Mm.
has no competed in community at all. So Anip, you are team captain, right?
Yeah.
How is Sub?
So far, he improve day by day improve
Mm.
the gameplay. Just I think he must under pressure. Just
Oh.
play under pressure like that.
So he has a lot of potential. He's
Yeah.
improving every time you play,
yeah,
and he needs to learn. He's trying to learn how to face pressure.
yeah,
I
play under pressure.
Mm.
So if he can do like that, so
Mm.
easy to win
Easy to win this season. Okay, then let me give you a scenario. Right, this season, HomeBois Singapore, what is the position that you are aiming for?
Me,
Yes.
for me for sure champion
Mm. Good. Vinokyo?
Yeah, same.
Same champion.
Maximal grand final lah.
Grand final. So
yeah,
top two. Who do you think is the second hardest team? I know the hardest team is Team Flash.
Yeah.
Who is the second hardest team?
Second ya,
Mm.
maybe Bleed
Bleed. Why?
because he got import
The import.
PH ya.
Mm. The import. Have you played with the MPL import PH?
No,
Not yet. But do you think they're good?
maybe.
Okay. So Anip, I know it's your first season here.
Yeah.
How are you bonding with your fellow HomeBois team? You guys very good chemistry? Is it okay? Or do you think there's something that you still need to fix?
I think the chemistry is good because we just do like simple. If one go eat, go together like that. Just simple, and then get chemistry like that
Okay, okay. Then question to Anip. How are you excited to fight in Singapore?
Yeah, I play so excited because I want to bantai them.
Nice, that's something good. That's good. That's good. I like it. Then
guys. Go. Nice. Third, Salim. Third. Nice.
MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth partner, Scape. Partner in esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind. Hello, friends, and welcome to MPL SG Season 7. Now, after 4 weeks, we are finally here for our last day of the regular season. Now, hopes as well as energy is ever as high right here in the regular season itself. But we will be saying goodbye to 2 teams today, and they will not see the light of playoffs. But with that being said, let's take a look at the overall standings. As you see here on your screens, this is the overall standings, with Team Flash, our defending champions, with 16 points to their name. RGSG following right close behind with 13 points, Bleed Esports with 11, Asteris right now with 10 points, and Vanguard Esports with 9, HomeBois SG with 6, Evil with 5, and closing off with Exco Esports with 2. So yes, it is still very intense. As of now, we still have 1 more day to go, and we don't know who won't be making it off to playoffs. So with that being said, let's take a look at today's matchup. So yes, today's matchup, opening up the show, we see HomeBois SG duking it out with Asteris at 10 a.m. Followed by match 2, where we see RSGSG going up against Bleed Esports at 12:30 p.m. fighting for the 2nd seed spot. And we see match 3, Vanguard Esports going up against defending champions Team Flash happening at 3 p.m. Closing off the show, we see Evil going up against Exco happening at 5:30 p.m. today. So now this is a very exciting lineup today, and at the end of today, which is week 4, day 1, we will find out which are the 6 teams that will be heading off to playoff to fulfill that dream. So with that being said, we're going to kickstart our very first match of the day. So we'll be seeing HomeBois going up against Asteris. Now this is a very exciting matchup still, because even though Asteris is sitting comfortably right there in the upper brackets, but of course, you know, it is very important because what they're facing up today is HomeBois SG, which is hungry for points and of course the hope to head on over to the playoffs. So this match itself will decide who and which teams will be heading over to the playoffs per se. Without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces of HomeBois SG. Now right here we have HomeBois SG getting ready to head on over to the land of dawn. As the regular seasons pass, we have seen them grow from strength to strength. Now going up against HomeBois SG, presenting to you the dark horse right here of the regular season, our brand new qualifying team, Asteris. Now, even though we have Asteris sitting comfortably right now in the upper brackets itself, but of course they are here to prove that they are a force to be reckoned with. Now, this is a very interesting matchup because we see two former teammates, Halski as well as Yunski, now on both opposite sides of the team. So what does the casters think about it? Let's hear it from you, boys.
Good morning, everyone. I am Kwasong, and together with me we have Mo and the legendary, the one and only, Abstract. Woo! Welcome back, man. Welcome back. What legendary? The one and only, you know, the guy who's been with us from the start, right? So tell me, Abstract, how does it feel to be back on the desk?
Well, it has definitely been long. It's kind of weird that I'm only coming in on the final week where a lot of these teams, they've pretty much already played all their games, and to some teams, it doesn't really matter how these outcomes are going to be like. So it's definitely going to be a lot more difficult because you guys have all the statistics and you guys have an understanding and experience how these players and teams play, but I don't, to a certain extent.
No, okay, let me tell you, the first storyline of this game, right? HomeBois versus Asteris. If HomeBois wins 2-0, Evil is out. So Evil will 100% be relegated because HomeBois is currently at number 6 position, Evil is at number 7 position. So if HomeBois wins, Evil fans, be wary.
Well, that's a really good point, but let's take a look at HomeBois' lineup for today. Mo, bring it straight.
Alright, so on the EXP lane, we have Vernocure Zishuan coming in as the jungler, Buji as the mid laner, Yoon on the roam, and Anip on the gold laner as well. So for HomeBois, right, we see the key to the victory being Vernocure on the EXP lane, especially if he gets in the hands of the macro Paquito and in the hands of Anip as well. Buji, Zishuan, and Yoon, they try their best to hold on to the early game, mid game play as a unit, just try to hold on to their spaces of control as much as possible, while Anip gets the farm on the Moskov, Vernocure gets as much macro as possible, and that has been the playstyle going in. But they've been showing us different styles going in so far. Like we saw Anip on different heroes, like Nathan as well. He did extremely well on those. Roger still 0% win rate for Anip though.
Well, that's fine. I mean, look, he definitely covers that with his Moskov plays. But moving on, let's take a look on the other side of the map. Asteris, what are your thoughts?
Well, for now, let's take a look at who exactly is playing. We've got Bear, JH, Kiwi, FMM, and Chu. Understandably, I saw some of these interviews that these teams have, and it does seem like FMM is definitely going to be the brains of the team, and understandably so, right? FMM, massive amount of experience, even though Asteris is a team that came from the qualifiers. I'm pretty sure that a lot of people thought that it is quite surprising to see a team like them to be doing so darn well.
Yeah, Kiwi, the man, the Reaper himself, can't be caught, you know. Most of the time on the mid lane, you put him on the Vexana, you put him on anything, he usually has the highest KDA. I think he's the highest KDA on the mage right now.
But Kiwi is so easy to cut though.
Yeah, I know, right? Kiwi's... Yeah,
and
but
it looks
just
a little
a
bit
tad
green
bit
on the
hairy.
inside.
But the bird Kiwi, they only exist in New Zealand.
Well, moving on, let's actually take a look at some of the statistics coming on from HomeBois
my favorite.
SG.
All
Wow,
right.
guys, look at that. Look, we mentioned a little bit about Aneep, right? We see him on the Moskov with 751 goal per minute.
Yeah, no, and that's not the highest goal per minute in this league here. We have the likes of Seiji, who's averaging around 900. I mean, that's extremely crazy, right? But still, Seiji, they lose out in terms of team synergy, and it depends on how you fall together as a team making these decisions in the mid game and the later stages of the game as well. So around average game stats for HomeBois, they usually take it longer than 12 to 13 minutes. So they will be fighting for the Radiant Lord, they will be fighting for the Enhanced Lord no matter what. So it falls down to Zishu and Vernal Cure as the three cores, whether they get these objectives.
That's a really, really good analysis, Mo. Appreciate that. And on the flip side, we have Asteris' stats showing on screen right now. You look at Kiwi's participation, kill participation, as well as his KDA. Abstract, any thoughts on this?
Well, one thing's for sure is that you guys said it right about Kiwi. This guy is indomitable, right? 80% kill participation with 11.62 KDA. Just pretty much suggests that Kiwi pretty much has been everywhere almost all the time, which I think that we gotta have to probably attribute some of these information that we have about Kiwi, probably thanks to FMM's expertise in the mid lane before. Even though FMM is no longer in the mid lane, it does seem like he does have a very strong protege that took over him, and I think that, you know, he's been putting himself out there. I think that a lot of teams might really want to look out for him.
Yeah, look, I mean, look, we can see the perfect synergy, I think, coming from both FMM as well as Kiwi, right? You mentioned a little bit of a protege thing going on within Asteris, and we can definitely see that, right? We see the average assists as well coming in from FMM being 78.61%. So we can see them moving around as a pair, as a duo, right? And I think in the MLBB, definitely having that duo of a mid laner as well as your roam, being able to cover all areas of the map, that's Asteris' keys to victory, man.
I really thought that they did. I really thought that they are just doing too well for a qualifiers team. Although I gotta have to say, I really want to see them fly high when it comes down to the playoffs.
Yeah, they're currently I think top 4 right now, right?
Definitely top 4. But enough from us. I want to see what the rest of the teams think about each other. So Asteris, head-to-head video.
Actually, like, I know FMF for quite a long time already. Because, like, since secondary 1, I actually knew him because he was from my secondary school. And when he was, like, secondary 3, I think he went into MPL already. So, yeah, back then I looked up to him a lot because he was in MPL and he was still very young. So, yeah, I looked up to him. And then, when he transited to mid lane, I was also quite shocked. But when I was fighting against him, I didn't really face much of an issue because I think he's very new to the role.
I think I'm gonna try to beat them because he's ex-former teammate. Same like when Vir with Nokia from my team, when we meet RSG, got Derry as their roamer and ex-HomeBois. So I think they're gonna try to beat that ex-former teammate to make you puas hati something like certify for yourself can beat your former teammate.
Comparing to the current HomeBois lineup, the last season one is definitely way better because they had more experience in every way as compared to this lineup, and they had the ball in their court to be honest. But I also forgot how they threw their playoff and regular season. They did them well, but I forgot how they threw their playoff. I only know it's in the morning, so maybe like they're not in the mood or anything. Cause I think a lot of veteran players all confirm play ML until like when the sun rises, so they confirm don't have like the mood to play when they just wake up.
I believe that lineup had a very big potential, but they just cracked under pressure. I believe that they had the potential to even win MPL SG last season, but they cracked under pressure and the momentum just wasn't there for them. So yeah, I definitely agree with their players that their last season roster was on paper very scary, but it's just they crumbled.
Wow. Cracked under pressure. Well, this is not what we need to see from HomeBois today. HomeBois cannot absolutely crack under pressure. And what do you guys think about the mood, though, from the HomeBois team? We saw them out a little bit earlier just now.
No comments for me. I mean, what do you expect?
HomeBois are out for blood today because if they can win Asteris, it has been a storyline of adaptability for them. Because in the first few weeks of the season, you saw that your drafts, they weren't really catered towards the Singapore region. It's more like, yeah, they're still playing in NY. This coach really feels like, oh yeah, NY. But then they have been coming in strong. Yeah, they have been coming in stronger. They were the first team to pick Moscow.
Wow, and you're talking about coming in stronger. It seems like the audience agrees with you because there's a 67% prediction rate from the audience who thinks that HomeBois SG is going to win this matchup with Asteris.
I am very surprised.
Likewise.
I mean, personally, yes, probably there is a little bit of an understanding for me that I just want to see Asteris do well. Maybe that's why I'm looking at Asteris coming in to win this game, even though there's so much at stake for HomeBois.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and that's a little bit of a surprise for me, but I think on the other side for our predictions, we do see 2-0s throughout the desk. And this is actually, I think, one of the first times that I've seen it on screen where the audience predictions are completely different from the caster predictions.
Maybe we shouldn't put 2-1.
Nah, it's more of, you know, I want Asteris to win because Evil has a fighting chance, you know. Yeah, you want to see the bottom few change, and yeah.
I mean, look here. Okay, HomeBois SG, when they first came and first played, they're looking completely different from where they are right now, right? They look as if they've been improving week on week. So I'm not actually super surprised to see that the audience thinks that HomeBois is going to win this series, this match. But it's also very interesting to think about it, right? How are they going to adapt their plays to the plays that Asteris bring to the table? Because Asteris is known for playing these macro plays. They play the lanes very well. They roam as a team very, very well, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how HomeBois is able to dissect what Asteris is trying to do.
Yeah, and both teams, HomeBois being one of the teams that changed one of their key core players. Sop was replaced by Zishuan coming in the transfer window. Global One top Fanny in the pool, so it's kind of scary.
Yep.
He does have the versatility, but speaking of the same versatility, in terms of jungle, you won't have it. But on Asteris, you do have the likes of Bear, you do have the likes of FMM, and Chu as well. We haven't seen the extent of what he can do. We know he plays a pretty mean Roger. We know he plays a pretty mean Harith.
Now, the thing when we are talking about Zishuan, right, is the fact that when we were looking at the head-to-head, or rather the heroes that they have played before, Zishuan actually had games onto Fredrin, right? And we kind of see Zishuan more as an assassin god. But when it comes down to a team like HomeBois SG, especially with Vanguard on the EXP lane, I can't help but think that Zishuan might not be able to play the wonders of Assassin if Vanguard is constantly going to be playing high priority heroes that mainly go for damage or capabilities such as Yu Zhong, for example.
Yeah, it's extremely hard for HomeBois SG to play around this lineup. They have a lot of players that require farm. If you're gonna play Assassin, you gotta prioritize farm. And we do see the Moskov already taken out by Team Asteris. I mean, that has been the norm going in. If you're fighting against HomeBois SG, you gotta take out the Moskov no matter what. And for HomeBois SG, I mean, they do take out Angela. The chip extremely strong on FMM, but the Loi and the Vexana is still a threat from Kiwi at this point.
Yeah, for sure. So it's going to be interesting to see whether HomeBois opts to ban out the Vexana immediately, but they choose not to. The Barats is chosen as a priority instead. They want to remove that tanky jungler from the hands of JH. But we do see Fredrin still up there.
Yeah, Fredrin, I mean, it's JH's signature hero, right? He has to be playing that 90% of the time in MPL SG at this point. But for Asteris, they do have the option to take out Vernocure or Zishuren's picks over here. Zishuren, over this course of him joining, he has only been playing the tank jungler, so the Barad's being taken out. They might choose to take out the Boxia as well, but for Team Asteris, they have a lot to think about because Bougie on the mid lane, he plays a mean Faramis as well. And they do take out the Loi. Yeah,
Loi being banned and Chip being banned means the mobility is chosen as not a priority, not a high priority for this match. It's going to be interesting to see whether HomeBois wants to pick up that Vexana, potentially, to remove it away from the hands of Kiwi. But no, we do see the Faramis pick. This is pretty standard, I think. Bougie on the Faramis has looked extremely deadly, being able to move around the map and help assist in invading the jungle as and when HomeBois wants to, right?
Yeah.
So I think Faramis is a solid first pick. On the other side, we're going to see whether we're going to pick a Vexana, potentially, or even...
There's a lot in the pool. I mean, Faramis is
Valentina?
Actually, counter to Vexana. Valentina would be an extremely good pick. But, I mean, for Team Asteris themselves, they like to play around these form of, like, isolated team fights, right?
Yeah.
They want to play these isolated team fights as much as possible. Vexana gives them the option. But, of course, they do pick up the Natan for Chu first. Then Fredrin for JH still in the pool. HomeBois SG, they do have a lot to answer for. Minotaur and Boxia will be the pick for Zishuren. Yes, they did not ban that out.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's interesting, right? In terms of tankly junglers, we have, of course, the Kortrio, we have the Barats, we have the Boxia, we see the Fredrin as well. 2 of the 3 being picked, standard. I would have been actually very surprised if Zishuren decides to play an assassin into the Fredrin. But
to be honest, Vernocure is okay at playing the Boxia on the EXP lane depending on matchup, so Zishuren can still rotate to a jungler. We were talking about this and it is still a possibility that they might throw it out because it's, at this point, it's for HomeBois SG, it's really nothing much to lose here.
Yeah, look, I really do want to see Zishuren on that assassin. We want to see some fast gameplay, but on the other side, we see Asteris rounding up the first phase of the pick phrase for using the Valentina.
Valentina, extremely strong pick, especially with the Faramis available. Faramis, you take away the Netherrealm, you increase the sustainability of the Fredrin so much, and with that, Nathan can go in like unabridged, don't need to care about anything, entropy for free.
I think at this point in time for Asteris, right, they're going to have to look out for more damage dealers, right? Or rather, banning out damage dealers from the side of HomeBois SG. There's not a lot of damage dealers from their side. At this point in time, it is very teamfight-oriented team coming in from the Minotaur and Faramis. They are definitely going to be super good at that. So when it comes down to Asteris, you know, we still have no idea if Boxer is going to be playing on the EXP or is going to be the jungle. So the safest ban out there, understandably, is going to be Claude, who's able to split push very nicely so that the rest of the 4 could just march in together, or perhaps just have a Claude come in late game and just wipe out everyone in a single team fight.
Yeah, and with the Claude usually comes the carry. So, I mean, there's still an option for Asteris to ban out the carry as well. If they do ban it out, I feel that HomeBois SG, they're pretty much locked into a secondary gold laner like Bruno or something else, which Nathan is going to have an extremely good time 1v1 against, because I feel that I think HomeBois SG, they don't want to go back to Anif's Roger, right? It's 0% win rate at this point. Come on, man. Stop thinking that.
Let's do a chance.
Look, yeah, and I was going to say, there is still a very solid chance that, you know, Anif has to go back on that Roger, even though we don't see him performing on it too well. But we do see an Ixia ban on Asteris' side. Team fight, right? It's team fight is the name of the game that HomeBois is trying to get at, and Ixia would have definitely been a really, really good pick, I think, into this team competition.
For Asteris, there's no question right here, right? You open up the R-Lot for FMM. I feel that Asteris most likely picks R-Lot for FMM right now. They do take out the Matilda, of course, very premier versus Fredrin. You increase his mobility, you increase his sustainability. He's going to be crazy going around in this mid game. So you don't want that Matilda on this lineup at all. Team Asteris, they have the Arlot available for the taking. They have the Ruby available for the taking.
I'm actually interested to see why HomeBois SG banned out of the Diggy, but enough about that. We see an Edith getting picked up for FMM. We don't see the Arlot actually.
Wow.
I definitely expected to see the Arlot as well. FMM has been absolutely godly on that Arlot, but Edith for the damage, I guess.
It might not actually be a Edith roam. It could very likely going to be a Edith EXP. There could still definitely be a very high probability that Asteris will want to go head-to-head against HomeBois in a teamfight fashion, because yes, Asteris is definitely going to be pretty darn strong in the later stages, but what's one way that they can be stronger in the early game? Asteris is probably going to be one of a good idea, especially since both Edith as well as Fredrin are pretty tanky frontliners. Valentina can steal away the Minoan's Fury as well, so that would pretty much lead them into a very strong team fight against HomeBois that is also trying to go for team fight. So a pretty equal trade-off, I would say.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't ban out the carry right there. So he's going to get picked up by HomeBois SG. Very strong in dealing damage. Shredding tanks as well. Can deal with the Nether Realm very well. Benedetta will be the pick of choice from Vernicure. We know that he can play a mean Benedetta in the macro game, in decision making. He has shown it on Paquito as well, and it translates. So right now, the Paquito is available. If they want to play the same game, put Edith on the Roam and put the Paquito on the EXP. Bear, I mean, on the macro Paquito, he was the one that started it all for MPL SG. So
if HomeBois actually have the idea that Edith is definitely going to go to FMM, the Benedetta pick is pretty much a false pick. They're just denying it away from Bear.
Yeah, they're pretty much denying it away, but instead, Team Asteris, they're going for this full team fight lineup.
Yeah, look, I really like how the Yuzhong kind of rounds up the team composition, right? So we have a really strong teamfight comp with Asteris, and then we had a really good teamfight composition coming out from HomeBois. Benedetta being the last pick, though, did, you know, give a little bit of a chip off the block, off the roadmap, off the plans, but it still works, right? Because the thing is, Vernicure under Benedetta has looked absolutely amazing. We've seen him split, push the map. We've seen him, you know, push in the side lanes so that it opens up other opportunities for HomeBois SG.
Yeah, Asteris, they're going to be the key momentum. They want to fight as much as possible. HomeBois SG, avoid as much fights as possible.
Well, we are getting into game 1 of MPL SG Week 4. HomeBois SG versus Asteris, guys. All right, what is the game plan for HomeBois SG side, Mo? Take us away.
HomeBois SG, they cannot take these early team fights if they don't have a man advantage. They will most likely want to play individual as much as possible, get the farm on carry, get the farm on Benedetta, segment the map, segregate these team fights as much as possible. Meanwhile, Asteris, they want to be scrappy. They got the Valentina, they got the Edith on the roam.
Isn't HomeBois and Asteris lineup actually pretty equal when it comes down to split push potential? I think that HomeBois actually have, Asteris actually have got a pretty good answer to the Benedetta pick coming from HomeBois.
Yeah, no, definitely, right? I think the Yuzhong is going to be able to split push the map as well. But the key difference that I think Asteris has, the key advantage is that, you know, he can always Black Dragon form down to the team fight as and when the team fights get initiated.
Okay, that's pretty close coming from FMM. I gotta have to say that HomeBois did put a lot of resources just onto FMM just for him to go back home. I don't think that that's gonna be that big of a deal, but that enabled Zishan to actually go to the opponent's jungle to steal a little bit of a minion.
Extremely important for this early game pressure coming through, especially on JH. If he does not get that level 4 ahead of time, the Prevail's Wrath, extremely important taking Turtle, but I don't think that will affect him too much. I mean, JH, he does have the jungle rotations down. He will get the level 4 in time. I think more of this is what we're going to see is the mid laners coming to the top lane to get the level 4, especially for Valentina, especially for Faramis. We do see it around this 2-minute mark, which is going to happen really soon.
Yeah, we do already see, you know, Asteris trying to group up the top, trying to get some EXP advantages for Bear. Bear, I think, had to do an early recall because he got pushed out very early on in the game. But right now, we do see a top lane dance, an EXP dance starting to happen as Turtle spawns in.
A very good idea coming from the side of Zishan, actually opening things up right on the Kiwi. So at least now they have information as to where Kiwi is. Heading away from the long bush, they are now going to be trying to put a little bit more resources onto the turtle, which is of course going to dwindle down lower than 50% HP. Asteris as well as HomeBois SG is just playing around with the turtle, not really allowing the turtle to rest. But Vernal Cure, level 4, while Bear is still at level 3, that is definitely going to be a little bit of difficulty. Now Bear is going to be taking his HP right back with the Shaw residue, but unfortunately the main game goes to Zishan as he takes the turtle.
Yeah, with the Nathan not available to deal the damage, both still 1v1 on the bottom lane. Kiwi in a slight bit of trouble, but he's a Valentina after all, getting out. And the thing is, Bougie hitting level 4 at that point had the Nether Realm as a safety mechanism. Kiwi, even though he had the Nether Realm, JH was not in position. You did not want to fight that at all. Very good call from Asteris not to go for that turtle.
Yeah, look, I mean, if they had taken the turtle fight, it would have been ending up really, really bad. I think the EXP advantage is still on HomeBois SG, but speaking of which, they also have a gold advantage as well of about 600 gold right now.
Yeah, and looking at the emblems, double concussive blast, not too much of a difference, but the triple quantum charge from the side of Team Asteris. Very mobile. As I said, they want to go for these team fights, and they are going to force the issue sooner or later, especially when it comes down to Nathan having the farm, having these first 2 items in. Once he gets the Feather of Heaven, once he gets this Stardom Scythe, they will most likely force as much team fights as possible.
Yeah, look, the Quantum Charge build, that is a very, very Asteris, right? Asteris loves to move around the map, but
Blakers himself out of the way as Zishan spots him right within his jungle.
Yeah, and HomeBois SG, they have to segment these fights as much as possible, right? Cycle these cooldowns. Make sure that their flicker is always used. Make sure that ultimates are always forced, not for initiation. And in this 1v1, I mean, we see Bear sustainability, Vernal Cure. He does have a lot of damage. So it's really a skill matchup here. Whoever makes the mistake here will die. And in these team fights going in, Bear, he wants to be in the front of things. Meanwhile, Vernal Cure, he will try to get the split push off.
Very aggressive play coming from Asteris as such. HomeBois were responding kind, as HomeBois just going to be popping themselves up with the console, just going to be pushing them in. All 4 of them is still alive with a lot of false life onto themselves. Bring JH and Bear down while they're just going to be focusing all the artillery strikes right down on the FMM.
HomeBois coming in with an extremely key timing right there. Making sure FMM does not have that flicker. He could not pull off the escape. Kiwi was forced to use the Nether Realm early.
well, look at the way HomeBois is moving around the map, man. They are not taking a break. Turtle being taken by Zishan right now as you see a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kiwi looks like he might be in a lot of trouble, just not have the flicker. But still, in terms of farm, HomeBois, they are racking it up. Despite the fact that they have this really not teamfight centric lineup, going into a Minotaur at this early stages of the game, you don't want to do that, right?
Yeah, you do not want. He just needs to Minnow and Fury, you know, chain his CC. It's Bouncy Castle 101. But we do see, we do see just standard movements, I think, around the map. Nothing too out of the way, but we do see a gank happening in the bot lane.
Yeah, does seem like Bear definitely finding himself in a tad bit of trouble, but it's okay because he's still right underneath the turret's nose. Kiwi joins into the fun, but HomeBois SG with all 4 down in the bottom, they don't really have much information on Asteris yet.
This is deja vu, right? 4 people going for Bear, and Bear somehow getting out alive, but he doesn't get a maniac this time, so that's fine. Still, 1 tower for HomeBois SG. Team Asteris, they are relying on the timings here. Chu, once he gets his Stardom Scythe, he would want to pick off Paramis as much as possible. The key to Asteris, if they can pick off Bougie right now, that's the way to win. They have to force the Nether Realm as fast as possible. Kiwi does not want to use that first. And we do see hints of a team fight on the mid lane.
One thing before we jump on the team fight, since Asteris doesn't seem like they are actually very interested in the fight, is the fact that I actually want to comment on to Asteris for making that very awkward lane swap. If you think about it, right, if we are looking at a Natan in the bottom lane, that would probably be a post-Chu. But instead, they do have Bear down the bottom. Seems like as though they actually understood HomeBois SG's rotation.
Yeah, I was gonna say actually the macro play that HomeBois SG has been making is immaculate, right? So they've literally moved, if you notice, from the top side of the map. They started at the top, then they started moving towards the mid. That's where they found Asteris and they took the team fight. They got 2 kills. Immediately went to Turtle.
Oh, immediately just going to be jumping right in, but it does seem like we do have the consultant immediately going to be popped up, while we do also have Baron just going to be circling around. It's going to be a stolen ultimate coming from the side of Kiwi. They're just going to be trying to fight back, but there we go, the slam with the Appraiser's Wrath coming from JH. It will definitely going to be able to decimate a good amount of members from the side of HomeBois SG with 3 taken down, while Kiwi just plunges himself right within and brings Bougie down with a total of 4 kills for themselves, and of course topping it off with a turtle.
And the prophecy has come true for Team Asteris. They were just waiting, forcing out that Nether Realm from Bougie. Whoever uses Nether Realm first here loses the team fight, and Bougie was forced to pop it. So with Chu available, just raining down damage, that's just not a team fight that HomeBois SG wants to win.
Yeah, look, I think HomeBois SG going into that fight felt a little bit comfortable, a little bit too comfortable, you may say. They were like, look, we're 4 kills up, we've got a good 1.3k in our pockets. But look at the gold swing. The swing is now 400 gold to Asteris' side. It's just one team fight, man.
Yeah, target isolation will be the name of the game for the next few minutes. I mean, Bougie, key priority, Kiwi, key priority.
So now the question is, what exactly can HomeBois do, or what should they be prioritizing right now, since there's still like 65 seconds until the Lost Ones?
I mean, if they are going to take a team fight, right? If they want to take a team fight, they need to be aware of Kiwi's position. Yoon has to scout it out, but Zishren, he has to be engaging and disengaging to these fights as much as possible. Don't take a favorable team fight. Don't force the Minotaur until Zishren is in position. As the Boxia, your job is to engage, disengage, only if it's favorable, then take the team fight.
Yeah, look, I think Minotaur, we've spoken a little bit about Minotaur in the past, right? Minotaur is not an engager, right? He's a counter engager. He's waiting for your team to get into your face. Right, and he wants to activate his bouncy castle syndrome. but
in the meantime, Cure. A really good eye for an eye to get himself out. But in the meantime, it does seem like we do have Zishren that is really interested in finding something out here as he plunges himself deep within and middle of 3. That is just going to be forcing HomeBois SG to continue taking the fight. What the Nether Round just going to be popped. Cure doesn't really have his ultimate to play around with, but Zishren did still manage to get a kill down on the JH. But here comes the big black dragon coming in, just going to be taking himself down onto Anip, which is definitely going to be the core priority coming from the side of Asteris, almost taking him down. But Kiwi comes right in, plunges right between the tower, and just brings the 2 of them down all by himself. And now Asteris have got so much of the map control.
Yep. That's not a team fight that you want to force. Kiwi not dead. Don't go for it. HomeBois, you got to use Zishren to scout out Kiwi. You got to use Vernocure to get Kiwi, burst him down as much as possible. Nether Realm not popped. Don't go for the team fight.
All right, so we have a really close match happening, right? Yes, the goat is widening, but I have to give props to Vernocure, right? He saw the team fight was lost, and he was like, I'm going out of there. Yeah, exactly. I am going mid. I'm gonna push. I'm gonna try to get objectives on the other side of the map. As we do see, Lord being started up right now by Asteris, and Zishren needs to find Kiwi.
I think it's relatively fair to say that Veer is definitely one of the playmakers from the side of HomeBois SG. You're gonna have to really look out for Vernocure in most of these situations when it comes down to team fights. What exactly is Vernocure doing? Is he trying to split push, or is he trying to go for backlines?
And Kiwi not having this flicker for this Lord here might be huge. If Vernocure, they do scout out Kiwi's position, Vernocure comes in with the Lecto final blow.
Now the Lord is currently down to 9k, but doesn't seem like any one of them is just going to be caring about the Lord. At least for now, the Nether Realm is going to be popped from the side of HomeBois SG, and Asteris make a quick little retreat because they have already lost JH. That means that the priority for the Lord from the side of Asteris is going to go all the way down, as they don't have anything to confirm the kill onto the Lord unless they do something about it and take more of that map control.
Yeah, Kiwi not having that flicker right there. That means That's so easy for the Petrify to hit. Vernocure with an extremely nice Petrify into 4 people. But the Lord fight will be extending. The objective is still on the map. JH will be coming up really soon. And now Kiwi, he does have the flicker.
The main damage dealer is from the side of HomeBois. Is going to be a nip, so we're going to have to take a look at him. What is he doing? He's going to be standing his ground and going to be picking up a fight. He is being able to get a kill down onto FMM. Bear is going to be taken down as well with a 2-for-1 trade, while the Lord is going to be surrendered over to HomeBois.
This game is so close. The gold is just seesawing back and forth. The kills are seesawing back and forth. This game, we may have a series on the hands.
Yeah, we are on the edge of our seats right now because if you look at the goal lead, it's pretty much neck and neck, right? 9-9, 35k, 36k does not matter for these teams right now. It's all about cycling these battle spells. And if you can cycle these battle spells, you can take out Kiwi, you can take out Bougie. That's going to be important.
All right, lads, I have a question for you. As we're going into the late game now, right? Which team has a larger advantage moving into the late game?
Scaling-wise, both teams, they do have the marksmen to do it, but here we go.
Oh, now I'm just looking for a fight between the mid laners, Bougie and Kiwi, but the both of them is not going face-to-face or head-to-head, so I guess both teams is like, you know what, my main guy is Kiwi, he's not here, let's not fight.
Yes, they're very good call for HomeBois SG. They're finding the pace, they're finding momentum, engaging, disengaging, forcing out the spells, forcing out the battle emblems as much as possible, cycling these cooldowns, and taking the fight when it's to their advantage. They have the higher mobility. That's what HomeBois SG has to do. They have the Boxer, they have the Benedetta as well, so they want to play this game.
A lot of poking going on, but it does seem like a lot of things going to be committed, such as the Appraisal's Wrath as well. As the Black Dragon form failed to kill just over the background and gets a kill down on the JH. Chu brings you down, and not even him. It's going to be Zishuan as well. Tons and tons of members from the side of Asteris is just going to be falling short. But Kiwi, he's still alive though, and he's definitely going to be one of the main priorities. We're going to have to look out for the side of Asteris. In fact, Kiwi versus Vernocure, he's going to be pushing Vernocure away, terrifies him, double kills for himself, and perhaps it might not be the end because remember, I said that this is a game between the mid laners. So Bougie and Kiwi, both of them being the ones alive, is very testament to what kind of story we're seeing from these two teams.
The man, the Reaper himself, you play with death and then he shuts you down. Kiwi putting on a statement on the Valentina. Chu did an extremely good job at dealing damage as well. I need good target prioritization onto Chu, but Kiwi, he does have more blanket damage when the entropy runs out. So Kiwi is a higher threat, especially in this mid game where they are still not yet maxed out on items on these gold laners. We do see Carry already picking up the RGM. The Rose Gold Meteor has been picked up. Chu does not have the 6 items, so slight advantage for Arneep at this point.
I mean, I'm still reeling away from the fight just now, man. Vernocure was also just doing so much work. I mean, let's talk about target prioritization, right? He just used his Electro Final Blow, dealt a whole bunch of damage to the team, and then he was waiting for Chu in the bush. The moment Chu entered the bush, it was over. He did not see the light of day. Right, so honestly, I think that both sides are playing extremely well. We do see a Lord Dance being started up.
Oh,
Vernocure, that
exploded.
Sorry, you were saying about Vernocure and Chu?
Blunder right there. HomeBois SG, they are in no position to take this fight. Half the farm. You see that 40k? That 10k is on Vernocure right now.
Oh, FMM with the flicker as well as Upshatter. Just going to be connecting on the 3. Zishan is going to be all the way on the back, and that's going to be prioritized by Kiwi. We going to have to take a look at how Asteris want to clean things out here. As now Bougie finds himself taken down too. Asteris focuses onto the Lord, and that is definitely going to be one for them.
Yeah, that net worth you saw, 45k, is not a good tell because Vernocure is down. That's 10,000 gold down the drain. You're fighting 35,000 against 45,000. That's 4 more items, 5 more items against you. And with Bear just running ahead, you don't have the damage on the back line. You don't want to take the team fight.
Not to mention, they don't have a way to disengage cleanly, right? We have the Minotaur there to stop people from coming in, but how can you stop a Black Dragon charging straight into your team? The answer is you can't.
You can't.
I think everybody's scared of the Black Dragon at this point.
Except for Franco.
Yeah.
And probably Kanja. But we don't have any of them here, so you're gonna have to settle with a bull, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, they did force out the Netherrealm. They had to use that to disengage, but could not find the key disengagement at that point. They were already 2-4 committed on the Lord. Once Vernacure died, that was the go button for them to escape as fast as possible. But now Vernacure, he does have the RGM as well. But in the bottom lane, he's out alone.
I gotta have to say though, Vernacure is an annoying mosquito. But even after all of that he have done, he's still gonna go down, unfortunately, from the stacks of the Charm Residue and, of course, the final hit from Kiwi.
I thought you were gonna say, when all things are done, he's still a mosquito, so you get smacked off the map and gets deleted instantly. But
Let me rephrase that then. Annoying mosquito, but in the end of the day, he's still a mosquito and he's gonna be slapped in the end of the day.
Yeah, but they did get a trade. FMM did go down, and the Lord was eventually dealt with. So Vernacure's pressure was pretty much capitalized by HomeBois SG. They took out the Lord, they cleared the lane pressure, FMM for a trade. That's what HomeBois SG can do right now. They have to turtle up. Now, it's going to be extremely hard for Asteris and HomeBois SG. They have now 2 key targets to think about. Kiwi, Chu. That's going to be two sources of main damage that's going to be coming in.
I think that Anip doesn't have shoes, right?
already? He sold off his shoes?
I don't think he even bought shoes. He's walking so slowly.
Yeah, he does not have shoes.
I don't think he has shoes.
Yeah, no shoes.
I mean, who needs shoes when you have just max items?
I mean, does he have max items?
Yeah,
Okay, probably. Yeah, at this point in time, probably.
He does have max items.
Yeah.
It's 18 minutes into the game. Bougie picking up that glowing
that's actually important.
wand. That's huge.
That's big.
Yeah, so that means HomeBois SG, they have the equal threat as well from the magic damage dealer.
So we'll see exactly how that wand is actually going to do anything. Bougie is going to be standing himself in the front lines, but in the meantime, we do have a random Venom kill going down. But Bougie, he's trying to run away, but he's immediately going to be popping in the Nether Realm. That is the most important thing right now, because we do need to see who's going to be the first one to pop. And thus, it is going to be HomeBois SG after all. Asteris pop their own. Just for safety measures, bring down 2 from the side of HomeBois, and Asteris once again have got the priority to the Lord.
Radiant Lord, 18 minutes into the game. Vernacular going down there. Again, Asteris has found the key to the formula, right?
I mean, look, man, I stand by my words I said 2 weeks ago. Asians can't be praised, right? And the moment you praise him, the man is just inting at this point.
Yeah, Caster's curse right there.
Caster's curse, literally. I was saying how well he's been playing. You know, he was able to find the picks as and when he needs to, but he just, I guess, proves me wrong. But look, Vinny he needs to wake up, right? He needs to wake up. He needs to do what he was doing earlier in the game. He was able to find Chu. He was able to find the key targets, but he's unable to finish the kills.
Now, the thing is probably because Asteris do have a lineup that is able to counter, or rather is able to respond to a Benedetta, that high amount of mobility. That's why there's so many quantum charge from the side of Asteris. As such, they're able to answer to Vernacure. One of their main problems, which is split push, is going to be gone, because Asteris himself is going to be super darn good in team fights. And Asteris drafted in a way whereby they want to contest for such team fights. But on to the main topic at hand, Asteris' Lord is just going to be pushing in and being able to take down the middle lane and the bottom lane inhibitor turret, which is absolutely fine and dandy. So now, HomeBois SG, what they gotta do?
HomeBois SG, they have to find the momentum to take the first step. They have to be the initiator. They have to stop getting initiated on by Team Asteris. Because at this point, both of you have maxed out your items. You gotta take the first kill no matter what. HomeBois SG, they have to pick off lineup with the Benedetta, with the Boxia, with the Faramis as well. They want to pick them off as much as possible.
But you see, the thing is that with HomeBois SG's lineup, right, there's no catch. Yeah, right? There's no way for you to catch, except for Faramis if he goes in and yanks members of Asteris
it's
over.
It's a very comical catch, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they really want to get the Minotaur to catch, then they're just committing everything just for a single
That's
person. So yeah, Faramis is probably the only one with a Shadow Stampede, but that is not even guaranteed.
And
Exactly.
Chu, he does have the Purify as well, so it's going to be extremely hard.
Wait, what? How did I know? As now Zishan is already down to less than 50% HP, but he's definitely trying to fight back with the Minoan Spirit. This is going to be targeting on the 3-person left, making them fly all the way up. With a Purify that is going to be casted by Chu, but unfortunately, not going to help too much. As it's going to be taken down, HomeBois SG with only 2 casualty. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Make that 2-for-3, as now FMM is just going to be in the middle of 3. HomeBois is starting to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel.
Yep.
What just happened?
Very good counter engage from the side of HomeBois SG. Bougie is starting to rack up the damage. Asteris, they cannot do the same job of ignoring Bougie anymore. They have been ignoring Bougie on the backline, leaving him as the last form of damage dealer available. But Bougie now, he can deal a lot of damage as a promise. He already picked up the magic items. They can't ignore him.
This really is just a game of the mid laners. The mages are that important, whereby they are the pace setters of this team, or rather of this game. The moment anyone just ignores Bougie, Bougie will be able to create that kind of opportunity for HomeBois SG to create wonders. But Asteris can do the same as well with Kiwi. Take note, 8-0-11. That's amazing.
Yeah, look, Kiwi has one of the highest KDAs coming in into MPL SG, especially on the mid lane, right? So there's no surprise to see the boy having 8-0-11 on his Valentina right now, showcasing that he doesn't only play the Vexana really well, but he plays a pretty darn good Valentina.
Sorry, no.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just looking at the long stance, right? They do have Virno Cure, which is the Benedetta. Usually when you're trying to go for a little bit of lockdowns, you don't want to commit too much. Virno Cure as the Benedetta want to split push the opposite lane, but it doesn't seem like that is what they're trying to do. They really, really want to play for team fights. As such, they are going for team fights. We are going to be looking at Netherrealm, which is just going to be popped from the side of HomeBois SG's first with the praise of coming from the side of JH. We've got a lot of grey HP to work with, but none of the members on the hit of the praise of Wrath was dead at all. As such, HomeBois SG actually found themselves with that win of the fight, bringing FMM and Bear.
Yeah, but the lane pressure is still on them. If you look at Chu's positioning, he is trying to go for this bottom lane at this point. They will not be able to contest for the Lord, especially JH and Kiwi still being alive.
This bottom lane wouldn't have been a problem if Yunokyo actually went for the split push at the bottom lane just far enough past the river. That is why macro is so important, whereby HomeBois SG is pretty much, to a certain extent, guaranteed this Lord. But wait, Chu, okay, that's kind of illegal, bringing Bougie down like that, but hey, all's fair play.
I see you, Chu. I see you. He is deleting Bougie. He's deleting Vineyacure. I mean, just now in the fight, Vineyacure managed to find Chu, but he got deleted before he could even kill him, right? He was able to actually push Chu out of position, which is good for the side of HomeBois SG.
Oh, this is not good.
Yeah.
Yep, not good at all. He won't have the immortality available. Chu will have the Purify coming up really soon. Positioning for Vinocure, I mean, lane priority is not there. Team Asteris, they look like they're on the cusp of getting this Lord. Bear will have items. FMM already pick up the starting side as well. Look at this.
You can't ignore FMM anymore as well. This guy is gonna hit like a truck with tons of true damage. So where exactly is FMM and what exactly is he doing? He's got a full Wrath stack all the way in the backline trying to deal with Virno Cure, but an eye for an eye just gonna be connecting on the two, bringing him down. FMM is just gonna go straight for the flicker, trying to bring Virno Cure down, and indeed, he manages to. The rest of the members for the side of Asteris just gonna be focusing down on the Bougie with only one fatality from the side of Asteris. As such, the whole team is just gonna be marching straight down from the middle lane with the bottom lane completely pushed out. Macro game on point for the side of Asteris. Brings Bougie down and ends the game.
Yep, I mean, that's all she wrote. You did not want to fight that. Just a weak macro game from the side of HomeBois SG, not dealing out with the lane pressure, even though they had the Benedetta, the perfect tool to deal with that kind of lane pressure, not putting her in a position, making Vernacure become the main playmaker, relying too much on the Benedetta, on his Petrify as the main form of catch. That was HomeBois' folly right there. Asteris, they have the master plan, right? They are going for this kind of push where they already got these inhibitor turrets away from HomeBois SG. was so much pressure on them. It's extremely hard for HomeBois SG to deal with.
Yeah, look, it's definitely really hard for HomeBois SG to come back from that, especially when Asteris just managed to wipe out the entire team, right? There's just so much pressure on the shoulders of Vanguard, right? Vanguard had to, well, let's count. He had to split push, right? He had to coordinate the team fights. He had to pick out Chu. He had...
There was so much to do. Then afterwards, there's Kiwi in the back line. There's FMM to worry about when it goes into the later stages of the game, right? They were doing the same thing. Vanguard was being the main initiator for HomeBois SG. And Team Asteris, they figured out the formula. It's like, yeah, Vanguard's going to be in the bush somewhere. He's going to be waiting for that Petrify. And it's going to be extremely hard. Asteris responded to that extremely well. Adaptability all there.
Indeed.
Speaking of Asteris, guys, who do you think deserves MVP?
Chu.
Do we really need to ask that question?
It's either Chu or Kiwi. I mean,
no. Chu, huh? Kiwi.
It's Kiwi for me, man.
I gotta say Chu though. In the later stages on the game, man, it's Kiwi with the Wind Talker.
Wait, what? No, don't worry about that. But honestly, this really is just a game of the mid laners, right? If Asteris wins, it's Kiwi. If HomeBois wins, it's Bougie. It's without a doubt, that is how the composition is drafted, and that's how their win conditions wants to go for. Speaking of drafting, Benedetta was forced. Remember how we talked about that? And that is really not going in a way for HomeBois at all. They wanted a 1 for all for one in that team fight, or rather in that composition. Didn't really quite work out for him because the fact that Benedetta's main uniqueness is being able to split push like no tomorrow. No one can catch him, no one can counter him, no one can respond to him. But yet they wanted the Benedetta to do the opening team fights, which unfortunately is bring down the uniqueness and identity of Benedetta.
Yeah, I feel that HomeBois SG were a bit too greedy. They wanted it all. They wanted the team fights. They wanted the macro. They picked the heroes for the macro, and they still proceeded to the team fights anyway. What they had to do, it was different. Their win conditions was completely different, right? They had to play around Anip. They had to wait for as much objectives as possible. They didn't prioritize the objectives and ignore Kiwi's item build. I saw him buying it at the last second.
He wants to bring down the turret.
All these items came out at the last second, so he did not have the Wind Talker. He did not have the Cross's Side. Demon Hunter Sword. It was after they wiped out the entire team. Kiwi was like, yeah, sure. Let's troll around. Let's be...
Hey, look, it's not up to us if whether, the viewers want to try this build. We're not saying not to try this build.
Sure.
We're also not telling you to try this build, but...
Look, it's throwing me off, man. It's throwing me off my game. I'm not used to seeing Valentino and those items, even if it was a troll build at the end of it. But let's take a look at the item builds, guys. Anything stands out to y'all?
I mean, we were talking about
Valentina's
Anip. We were talking about Anip not having the boots, right? It was more of a macro-based play. You want to be in a position where you're not in this team fight in and out as a carry. You are going to go for the objectives as much as possible. And with Bougie building the Necklace of Durance first, you want to keep away with Minotaur, with Zishin. You want to take as less team fights as possible. Get objectives done for Vanguard, get objectives done for Anip. But they did not do that. They were going for team fights again and again and again because in their heads, they were winning. They were winning the team fights. They think they were winning the team fights. But in the crux of the matter is, Asteris, they were looking at the master plan. They were going for the towers. They were going for the objectives. The Lord is more important than the turtle. And they did get almost all of them.
Now, one thing that personally myself as a Benedetta player, right? If I'm playing as the initiator and I have a Petrify on myself, one of the main things that I would probably do is not go full damage. And that is what Vanguard is trying to go for, which I understand where he's trying to do and what he's trying to go for, because their team is beefy. I mean, look at that. We have Bucks, we have Minotaur, we even have the Nether Realm. What makes you not want to go for damage? So on hindsight, it's actually good on paper, and in theory, you want to go for damage because you have so much false life that works for you to really snipe out the back lines such as Chu. But in real practice, you really need a lot more of that tankiness, that durability to really allow yourself to stay alive longer. You know what they say, you know, a dead DPS is no DPS.
That is true, that is true. Concussive Blast on Benedetta, maybe?
Nah, we're not taking that too far. But HomeBois SG, I feel that they did have the lineups to counteract what Asteris wanted to do. In terms of macro gameplay advantages, they were doing them properly in the first few stages of the game, cycling away the flickers, cycling away the nether realms as much as possible, forcing it out of Kiwi, and they had to continue the momentum, right? It was hard for them.
All right, I want to take a minute to look at Chu's damage dealt. That's almost 300k damage. You know, you mentioned a little bit about how a dead DPS is no DPS, but Chu was not dead. He died once, I think.
Oh, what? Once or
Three times. Three times.
Three times.
He died 3 times, and he's so much damage for his team.
Look, I'm just disappointed that Kiwi is not up there.
I mean, Kiwi, he had to play around the Netherrealm, right? He was the holder of the false life for Asteris, and he had to be safe so that he can pop it last, make sure Chu gets the key damage in.
Makes sense, which is why whenever after he used his own Netherrealm, it's like he's unshackled. And that's why you see him making those kind of crazy plays, just diving in the turrets, let me take this kill.
Yes. Yeah, look, Kiwi is the glue right now, right? That's the way I look at it. For Asteris, Kiwi is the glue for his team. He's holding them together, and then the moment that he doesn't need to do that anymore, he's unshackled, as you mentioned. He's able to move around the map. He's able to finish up those team fights. He's able to clean up house, right? So actually, now that I think about it, right, Kiwi is kind of like the team's kaka, right? The team's helper, right? He's there to help them out. He's there to, oh, okay, yeah, you need lunch. I'll prepare the ingredients for you. You guys can take the ingredients and cook. Right, and cook up a really nice team fight, and then after that, when you guys have finished cooking, I'll do the cleanup duty for you.
Yeah, in terms of lineup execution, looking at Team Asteris' lineup, extremely easy to execute. Mid game, late game, very easy to execute. They know their wing strategy. Get the farm on Nathan. Kiwi, just be the kakak, you know, make sure your team does not feel unappreciated. They get their food, they get the Netherrealm, right? And then after that, the damage is out onto Team HomeBois.
Just so happened that your kakak was also clean up the house.
Just manage to do everything, right?
Yeah, just do everything. That's kind of what Vanguard was trying to go for, actually.
Trying to, but was unable to do so. But enough from us. Let's take a look at a little bit of the game highlights from the previous game.
All right, so if we take a look at the highlights here, we do see that in the early stages of the game, we have Team HomeBois already winning out Team Asteris at this point. Because, I mean, look at that. A Petrify on the 3 people. Vanguard was doing extremely well. Yoon with that follow-up Minoan Fury. And in all of this, right, Chu did not have the Purify. He was forced to use out the Purify here. And these were fights where Team HomeBois are still winning. This looks like HomeBois is still winning because they had to counter-initiate onto Minoan Fury as well, and Bougie at this point, he was a massive threat. But looking at the lane pressure, the lanes are constantly oppressed. Benedetta not there to take away the lane pressure, and forcing this team fight here is going to be extremely pivotal. HomeBois, they did win this team fight though. They did take out Chu, but afterwards, once Vanguard take out Chu, Asteris realized, yeah, lane pressure's on them. Let's just commit to this team fight. They either lose their base or, yeah, they lose this team fight.
Yeah, look, that's really, really well placed, right? I mean, we saw, I think right now, Vanguard had too much on his plate, right? He was trying to do way too many things, but, you know, we can only analyze the game so much. Let's throw it over to the real analyst. Jace, take it away, my man.
All right, ladies and gents, this is another segment of knowledge. So for this particular matchup, it's both of them using the same kind of strategy against each other. It's all about Vanguard versus Bear. That's the first matchup that you're gonna have to take a look at because your main objective is to catch Anip, of course, for the side of Bear, and then of course for the side of Vanguard, you're gonna have to capture Chu. So that's basically how the cookie is going to crumble, but I think Asteris kind of made a mistake earlier in the game, whereas Bear is at level 3 and Vanguard is level 4. So along the way, you definitely know that Vanguard is actually winning the lane. And this kind of costed them the first early turtle. But don't worry about Asteris lineup. They're more or less of late game kind of lineup, especially with Nathan inside their roster. So we're gonna let this play just a little bit. Notice how Vanguard is basically just cutting away, making sure they're pushing Bear, and Bear is still struggling to get to level 4. And even after clearing all of it and even taking the EXP crab, Bear is still stuck at level 3. It's just a minor tick away. And I love how Asteris is doing this, right? They're deciding, okay, you know what? I'm not ready for this turtle fight. I'm just gonna hang around here, see what kind of opportunities I'm gonna get. If not, I'm just gonna give up the turtle. So that's a very good macro decision coming up from the side of Asteris. But now the problem is that Asteris technically lost the early game already. There is a 2k goal lead right now. What kind of boggles my mind is Asteris still able to win all these early game team fights. It's all because of FMM's Engage the Flicker ultimate. And I think you know this bush right now. Zishan was caught in this particular bush twice already. And if you notice how this whole fight ensues, it's basically the same thing. You got Bear that's gonna engage, and then you got also Vanguard catching onto FMM. This time around, Vanguard catching onto the wrong person, unfortunately. So that's why, Vanguard should be catching onto Chu instead. Buji popping a Netherrealm, that's okay because he saw the Black Dragon form coming around. So there's a lot of rivalries that's happening throughout the whole match. The casters are talking about the battle between the mid laners. There's also the positioning of the gold laners. There's also who from the side of EXP laners can catch. However, the biggest difference between these two gold laners is Chu is on the Nathan, Anip is on the carry. Carry is a single target burst, but Chu is an AoE. Look at this beautiful line that HomeBois decided to line up just to eat all the damage coming out from Chu. So that's basically how most of these team fights engage. If Vanguard wasn't able to catch onto Chu, Chu has a good positioning, he's going to shred through everybody. So there's a lot of things that HomeBois need to catch on the play. And of course, Kiwi is just unkillable right now. He's probably highest one of the KDA. Now, this is also the fight where HomeBois kind of won this team fight, all because of Vanguard. Vanguard, this is one of the many times that Vanguard was able to catch like 3 to 4 members going to catch Asteris. So Vanguard is actually pulling his weight. The rest of the team fight, however, for the side of Vanguard, by the way, there's this small little engagement just now if you manage to scrub backwards. Yun wasn't able to use the ultimate because he got caught by the Fireman's ultimate. So there's a lot of anti-synergy coming out from HomeBois, but there's a lot of communication coming out from Asteris. So really well done by the side of Asteris. If you notice further down the fights, there's also the fact that Asteris managed to play around Chu's cooldown. It shows that the communication is truly there, and you really got to give credits over to Asteris. With that said, Vanguard, this one, there's the particular team fight they kind of lost. Chu kind of picked it off. I mean, once Vanguard is gone, Chu is free to do whatever they want. So with that said, ladies and gents, gotta throw you back to casters for game number 2.
Thank you, Jace, for that great analysis. As he rightfully pointed out, I think Vanguard was carrying his weight, right? So my question to both of you, what does HomeBois SG need to do to remain even in MPL SG?
I mean, if it falls down to drafting, I feel that they already have the drafts down. They know what they need to counter out these teams, but macro game decision making, it's just not there at this point. In terms of experience, in terms of 1v1 skills, they have to assess their win conditions more clearly to understand the game a bit better. Because every game you go in is different, win conditions is different, because all these heroes, they are constantly changing. In this meta, it's constantly changing. Knowing how to win is extremely important for them.
Yeah, it is really, really important for them, and the question is whether or not they have the hunger to win, right? Speaking of hunger, I'm a little bit hungry right now. I'm hungry for some Macca's, for some McDonald's.
Saying that doesn't help, because now you're making 3 of us hungry, and everyone out there hungry too.
That's
Thanks,
true.
Croissant.
No worries,
And your name is a bloody Croissant!
Well, no worries, because I mean, look, the road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's, right? So catch all of the MPL Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch of the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. That's not all. Thousands of in-game diamonds, that's not all.
That's not all.
Thousands of in-game diamonds are up for grabs for you and your squad, so go on and smash your hunger.
That's
T's
not
and C's
all.
to apply. But that's
T's
not all.
apply.
T's and C's apply. There we go. That's not all.
Yeah, that's not all. That's not all. That's not all. It's still the first game. It's still the first game.
That is going to be our keyword for today. That's
not all.
Every single team fight, I'm squeezing that in.
That's not all. It's still the first game. I mean, HomeBois, they have been known to be a team faced with many setbacks. This entire season has felt like, everybody was against them at first. Like, they were so down in bottom 2 in the first 2 weeks. Then afterwards, they climbed their way up, and now they're at the number 6 position. So to keep that number 6 position is extremely important for them, because right behind them is going to be Team Evil, who is going to be against XCO later today.
Well, the thing is that HomeBois SG, I keep mentioning that they look as if they've been improving week on week, and even earlier in the game just now, they did not look like they were losing that badly. Honestly, the team fights were still looking pretty good. Their map movement still looked pretty good. There were a few questionable decisions, but generally things looked pretty darn good. Right, so the question is, how is HomeBois SG going to adapt to this? We already see the Natan ban coming out as the second ban from the side of HomeBois, as well as the Harith. And on the side of Asteris, once again, we actually see the Faramis being the first ban.
Yep, Faramis, on Bougie, it was extremely well handled as well. In terms of mid-game to late-game decision-making, I feel that Bougie was constantly the pillar for HomeBois SG, not dying at that point, extremely important. Now, Team Asteris, they did remove the core lineup of Team HomeBois from the previous game. So Minotaur, Faramis, not available. Moskov, on the Moskov, he has been insane. So you gotta remove that. If you're versus HomeBois, you give them the Moskov. It's like, it's like trying to test your luck.
It's interesting how Asteris is actually the one that is actually target banning all of the previous heroes from just now, right? We saw the Faramis being picked, we saw the Minotaur getting picked. Of course, Moskov being banned just now. That's a huge shout out to, I think, Anip respect ban to Anip. But I wonder what's with the shift in strategy change.
I mean, Asteris is just saying, we're going to ban out your previous lineup. It looks like it was working for you. They felt like they were under threat. And now with that, they do have the Loyi available. If you think about what's in the pool, there's still a lot of good picks available. Matilda is in the pool. Angela is in the pool. So it is going to be extremely scary. Kaja, 100% win rate in the pool as well. Frederick, one of these monster tanks. So they can't go for the Frederick. Oh no, why Roger though? Why Roger, HomeBois?
The Roger gets picked up by Anip. Potentially, it could still be seen on Zishren.
Yeah, it could be a jungle Roger.
Let's not discount the fact that we could still see jungle Roger. Barat's being picked could also be flexed into the EXP lane. I mean, we've seen it before. It could be seen again. No?
Wishful thinking.
No, to be honest, Barat's on the EXP lane. It's extremely strong because he will have a skill that is not the retribution, right? He will have the flicker. So it is a very good form of initiation, especially if you go for something like a Fredrin or a carry, like carry. So so Barat's with that flicker, it provides a different scale, but that's just theory crafting at this point. And they do pick up the carry. They do pick up the Fredrin. So on the EXP lane, Barat is extremely good because he has the flicker available. So but they already pick up the Yitong, so that's a telegraph. Right there. I gave it to HomeBois SG. I gave them the winning formula. Put Barat, give him the flicker. No, they pick up the Yuzong. All right.
I mean, Yuzong roam, maybe?
Look, I was so ready to go completely 180 and say, you know what? You are right. Barat's in EXP sounds great right now. But you know what sounds maybe slightly better is Barat's roam.
Yeah, sure.
All right, guys, we've got some chefs on the table right now as we try to cook up some unique recipes, but we do see Novaria and a Paquito ban coming out from both sides. HomeBois with the last ban. What can we see? What can we expect them to ban out, Mo?
I mean, with the Paquito being gone, right? They feel that Team Asteris, they're going for this macro gameplay here. The Benedetta, I mean, they did pick it up for themselves, but Bear, we know he plays a mean Benedetta as well. He was one of the first few maniacs of the MPL SG season. So Benedetta on him is kind of a threat, especially with the carry and the Loyi. They can play an extremely strong macro game. but the X-Borg will be the pick of choice. X-Borg extremely strong as well, but doesn't really synergize with Team Asteris. Given what JH wants to play, which is Fredrin already available, Bear can go for this macro game here if he wishes to do so.
Yeah, the Benedetta is going to be open. I mean, we did see just now HomeBois picking the Benedetta first for Vinnicure, and he looked really, really good on it, right? So I think both teams are putting a bit of a priority on the Bene, but you know, I think if Asteris doesn't ban Benedetta out, we do actually expect to see Benedetta again picked up for Vinnicure on the side of HomeBois SG. That being said, Benedetta into Asteris' lineup works really, really, really well.
It works really well. And afterwards, I mean, they do take out the Vexana, not giving it to the side of HomeBois SG. Yuzhong with a Vexana, extremely strong because Yuzhong being one of the main counters to Vexana, diving in on the back line, just focusing on the Vexana. And they do pick up the Edith on the side of HomeBois SG.
Asteris' pick for Bear is one of the most difficult predictions that we can make out of these 5. He's the one that played the most amount of heroes within the EXP lane. So there really is a countless of heroes that he could play. And I don't think that you will go too far or too wrong with either or. Like Benedetta, Lapu Lapu, Terizla, they are all still very viable. Perhaps not for Khalid, but if you really want someone to really deal with Roger, considering the fact that Roger is guaranteed in the gold lane, with the amount of mobility coming in from Roger,
I was gonna say this. I was exactly gonna say this. The Kaja for the Roger, the Damus for the dive lineup for Edith and Yuzhong. And that's gonna be straight up counter for HomeBois SG. Asteris, they are on the front foot right now. They do pick up the Kadita, yes, but they have the superior mobility with the diversion from Team Asteris. It's gonna be an extremely scary lineup. It is not the first game. I don't feel the drafts are equal here.
I do want to see how they want to play the Damus though, because HomeBois actually have a lot of lockdowns. And that is Damus' weakness.
Doesn't matter. It's Bear on Damus.
Yeah, look, we've seen Bear on Damus before. This is not the first time he's playing this in MPL SG Season 7. You know, we see, I mean, his previous Damus play was immaculate. Right? He was able to weave in and out of the team fights and engage at specific correct moments. Right? He was able to come in from the side, and we saw some really, really sick ganks. I want to see whether Bear can pull it off again.
Yeah, Kaja, 100% win rate at this point. Extremely scary. Giving it to the likes of FMM, especially when you have a Roger, no go, man.
Well, we're going to see what the teams are going to be able to execute their lineups as we go straight into Game 2 of MPL Season 7, Week 4, last week of the season. It's going to be interesting to see what, and you know, let's remind the audience once again, right, that this, for HomeBois SG, it could potentially be the last game.
Potentially, I mean, if you talk to me for drafts right here, right, I favor Team Asteris just so much to the fact that they have Kiwi, Diversion alone, Kaja, if they are always on the front foot, if they get just a step out of line, just 100 gold advantage for Team Asteris, they will permanently be in your face with this Kaja. And it's extremely hard for HomeBois SG to play. They have to play these lanes perfectly. Vernicure, he has to get the level advantage on the Bear no matter what. And in terms of mechanical gameplay, it becomes harder to execute.
Look, I'm a statistic guy. And when it comes down to gold laners, I love to look at statistics. But before that, Vernicure is definitely almost going down. But the amount of shot residue build up is crazy, allowing Zishan to actually come in to sweep in for the kill. But back to the statistics. Really fast 180 degree change, huh?
Yo, back to the statistics.
Back to the statistics. Roger, this is the 7th time that Anip plays the Roger. None won.
Yeah, I know. That's why when he first picked it, I was like, why?
That's not all.
That's not all.
That's not all. Look, I think,
this might be his first 12.5%, right? 12.5% if he wins. So against a carry, we know that carry just has to do a good job of zoning against the Roger. You don't want to be in a 1v1 lineup, 1v1 matchup head-to-head as much as possible. We do have a slight bit of a skirmish on the bottom lane at this point. They want to get the level 4s on to their mid laners. But for Kiwi, it's not that important. Having this diversion will not be key for this turtle fight here. And we do see both teams posturing around this turtle at this point. Bear, he does have the ultimate available. Zishan will have the Daytona's welcome as well.
Well, Veer just reached level 4, so that's pretty fine and dandy. Yoon just gonna be jumping right in with the Earth Shatter. Did manage to connect down on the FMM, but unfortunately, that is the Black Dragon form that managed to poke him out of there. While the Petrify just gonna be connecting on the Kiwi, Vernocure have learned from the previous game that you gotta have to focus onto the mid laner. And Vernocure all alone, he did manage to just split the fight into two, granting him 2 kills, but unfortunately still gonna fall prey to Bear and JH.
That was a massive appraisals wrap coming out from JH. It was really well timed as well. Vaynekur overstepping his limits a little bit, but he managed to take down Kiwi as well. So I think the team fights are pretty even. We do see the gold being very, very, very close. It's teetering back and forth with a 200 gold lead finally settling in on a 500 gold lead settling in on Asteris' side.
I have to disagree with you there, Kwasong. I feel that Team Asteris, they got a lot of momentum from that first team fight because they initiated onto a level 3 Kaja with no Divine Judgment, and they wasted so much damage onto FMM, which could have gone onto the likes of Bear, onto the likes of JH, which is more of a key target in these early stages of the game, right? So Vernocure going down right there, he just lost a lot of lane advantage with that first blood. So it's going to be an extremely hard lane for Yuzhong to come back from now.
Yeah, no, well said, well said. That was definitely something which I did not actually see, but we do see. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage coming up from Deloy. Khadija not being able to do much. Manages to heal up a little bit from her skill set. But bro, the question that I have for y'all right now, right, is we see skirmishes happening left, right, and center. Do we want to see this coming out from the side of HomeBois? Or
Bear! Could have, should have. Probably would have, but in the meantime, FMM flickers right in with the Divine Judgment and Anib forcing Anib with that flicker as well.
Not enough burst damage as of yet, but Vernocure proving us all wrong. I was just saying, like, he just lost the advantage that he got, and now he got it back for himself.
What was the question again?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say whether or not we want to see these skirmishes keep happening for Vernocure, actually. But the answer is we do.
We do, yeah. He definitely want to go for these team fights. And understandably, he would definitely want to dominate in the lane as well. Now, the thing about Yuzhong versus Thamus is that they are actually relatively equal, but the difficult part is that Vernocure has got a passive build-up that actually help him to survive a lot longer. So Bear really gotta have to watch out for all of these such advances. But in the meantime, Black Dragon form completely committed, and now just gonna be floating over the head of JH. JH completely isolated. That's probably not a very good position. Zishan takes the turtle away, but JH surprisingly still alive with a lot of Grey Alpha to work for himself. Bear slightly and almost cuts away. Actually, yes, he did manage to get away, and just for safety, extra safety measure, FMM also uses Divine Judgment onto him.
Very bad call from Zishan, forcing the Daytona's welcome extremely early, right? He did not have that for Fredrin when needed. Did get the turtle though, but
not worth it at all.
Not worth it. You lose 2 heroes. You lose
and 2 turrets.
And 2 turrets. Yes. It's going to be so much macro advantage going towards Team Asteris at this point. Now, the front part of the river has been cleared out for Team Asteris. That's a lot of zone that they can rotate in and out from.
Sorry, did we say 2 turrets? I meant 3.
Oh,
turrets
okay.
For a single turtle. Like, who would have thought that forcing out a turtle and stealing a turtle and be like, yay, I want a retribution fight, results you into losing all 3 outer turrets. No one would have thought that within 6 minutes.
And keep in mind, right, that this is Asteris that has just blown the map wide open. We've seen what they can do with an even game, but Asteris now has almost full map control. 6 minutes into the game.
I don't know if whether this is a coincidence for the middle lane and the bottom lane, or is this just pure macro coming from Asteris? Like, is this really what they mean by FMM behind the brain of the game?
Yeah, that's what we've been seeing Asteris so far. They are one of the top dogs. As a qualifier team, They have a lot of experience game decision making. And look at this, FMM picking onto Zishuan.
Very promising as they immediately bring Zishuan down. The fight's completely isolated into two, and down in the bottom lane, or rather down in the bottom half of the fight, there's Chu as well as Kiwi just focusing on the Vino Cure as a dragon with a Char residue and Char builds up and everything. You're supposed to be able to be durable, but that combination between for some reason, the Loi as well as the carry, that is just so difficult for Vernocure to even do anything. And in the meantime, forces a flick on the knee, even better.
But that's not all. Asteris is taking the turtle as well. They're like, look, you can take a turtle. That's fine. We're going to take the next one. And also have a 4.8, 5k gold lead as well. No problem, guys. Take the turtle. It's chump change for us at this point.
Talk about momentum.
Extremely hard for HomeBois SG to come back from. FMM in a slight bit of trouble, but he is a Kaja. He'll take that damage, no problem, and just still get out of the way scot-free. No problems at all. And in the farm that Asteris has, it's very telling, right? If Kaja, he can proceed on like this, there's a Loi on this map. That diversion is gonna come at you. Every single bush is extremely scary for HomeBois SG right now.
They can't even stay in the jungle safely, right? They're like, they literally have to live in fear in their own home. Can you imagine going home and then like turning the corner and just like peeking and be like, hey, is it safe?
Is Kiwi there?
Yeah, that's the point.
Kiwi there? Very apt kind of thing going on. They're really, really aware and very conscious about every single brush that they brush by. And that's not all. The Lord is also coming out in under a minute. HomeBois completely have got no priority over the turtle, no priority in any of these lanes, except for the bottom lane. I actually really like what HomeBois is doing right now. They understood that there is quite a bit of resources being put on the top lane. As such, they will respond in kind by going to the bottom. But they're not really... They're playing really safe. They push out so far, but they're not trying to take even a single touch of the turrets.
Yeah, no, that's really well said, right? If we actually take a look at Aneep right now, he's 0-0-1. Typically, at this point in the game, man has died a couple times, right? So he's playing very, very, very safe. No, there's no shade. No shade. No shade at all.
Okay.
Right? So, Aneep is playing it safely. Aneep is playing it well at this point. But, I mean, usually it's Roger. We want to see some kills, right?
Yeah. Snowball hero, right?
The problem is his 0-0-1, right?
Yeah.
I'd rather see a Roger with kills and some deaths, because that's how a Roger is meant to be played. And that's the story of Aneep's Roger going into these few series so far. He's always like 0-0-7, 0-0-8, 0-0
Too
something.
passive.
Yeah, very passive as a Roger.
So I'm going to keep my eye on Aneep and see exactly what's going on there. We do have a flicker just going to be expended from FMM as such, and HomeBois SG just going to respond in kind and bring him down almost immediately. A 2-for-2 trade, but where is Aneep? Aneep, where are you? Right in the middle of the team fight, he's going head-to-head against JH. Not exactly the guy that you want to go for, but now the taunt is just going to be connected onto him. Aneep takes a quick little dash. Even though it's not really a dash, he's actually walking real slow.
Yep, Aneep having that endless battle will be taking these team fights. And finally, we do see Aneep joining the team fights.
Oh, he got 2 kills.
Yeah, Caster's Curse, we called it. Like, we were bashing onto Aneep for being,
he hurt us.
Like, you know, you're too passive. You're too passive. And now he's getting aggressive. And that's what I like to see. You gotta take these, you gotta find these trades as a Roger no matter what. Even if your team is going down, you gotta bring someone down with you. And now with the Lord
there.
Oh, Bear's caught. Even popping the vengeance, but it looks like he's only lost like half HP. That's not a lot at all. As such, now we do have another one coming in. Another initiation coming from HomeBois SG. And now the primal wrath coming from you. And he's just going to be pouring in the damage. But who's going to be the real one pouring in the damage? Aneep, where are you? He's still behind. He still have a lot of HP to work with. And of course, the bear is going to be shut down as well.
Yeah, but we see Aneep on the scoreboard right now, right? He's 3 kills. Yes, it's a little bit late, but give him credit where credit is due. He is actually on the score. He's on the scoreboard right now. He's building up his items. He is scaling up. Remember, Roger is someone who wants to snowball. He peaks typically in the mid lane. He's built a Malefic Roar for himself right now. So he is going to be a stakeholder in the next team fight.
Yeah, but it's still an extremely hard lineup for HomeBois SG, because the fact that they did not get this early game advantage, the Kadita is an extremely awkward pick coming in for them because it's all this burst damage, right? But for what? You're not picking off anyone on the likes of Bougie. Zishuan going in the Daytona's welcome, then you get the rough waves. But Bougie,
FMM not again. They're just gonna be rushing in, hoping that he will be able to do something on the Bougie, but that is an ultimate, that is a divine judgment that's used that didn't really do quite much. In the meantime, Bougie's HP is all the way down to a sliver. He managed to get himself away. The Black Dragon Form is going to be committed as well. All the team fight is just going to be happening in the top lane, while Chu is just going to be backing all in on the bottom lane. HomeBois SG definitely did manage to score a very successful defense, but at a cost of the middle lane and the bottom lane in a turret, base turret, which, I mean, it's something.
Yeah, look, I was wondering what was happening in the team fight, then I realized that Chu wasn't a part of it.
doesn't matter because Asteris,
I think it's still worth it though.
At this point, for them it's the master plan, right? HomeBois SG, they do not, they do not have the superior wave clear in terms of heroes as well. It's extremely hard for them to clear the waves, especially if they're going to have super creeps coming in. It's very hard for them. And forcing out the rough waves, making sure that Chu can get these towers unabated, that's all part of the plan.
Yeah, but that's not all. Look at the carry. Chu is currently at 10k gold. Basically almost full build at this point. Your carry is a late game carry.
Yeah,
and she's just extremely strong, right? So seeing the gold being funneled directly into Chu at this point is extremely deadly for HomeBois SG.
That's not all. We also need to talk about the East Coast plan. Sorry, I can't get that out of my head now, but continue, please.
The fact that Asteris, they did get so many objectives, HomeBois SG, their lineup is not geared to deal with this late game pressure coming in from Team Asteris at this point.
Yeah, so anyways, looking at HomeBois SG, guys, what is the game plan right now? They've got 2 turrets down. They've got half of the top turret. Should they even be fighting for this lord at this point?
No, not at all. Main thing is because HomeBois SG's base, or rather their jungle, is completely wiped off. Zishan is completely starved. There is not, except for that little beetle there, right? That's the only thing that Zishan can really work with. He don't have his stacks, and they are just killing off the units. They're all killing the creeps. They're not really giving Zishan that stacks that is so much desires, because the stacks are just so important to contribute to his defenses as well as his crowd control resistance. So the fact that he is going to become small again soon. Okay, never mind. There's still that beetle there.
What's that hero? I've never seen that before.
I
so
have
tiny,
no idea.
so cute.
Yeah, is that a creep?
To be fair, he's probably the same size as the bloody beetle.
Yeah, but they did try to go for a concealed play. Luckily, HomeBois SG did not commit anything. It would have been a bloodbath right there. I mean, FMM on this Kaja has been immaculate into forcing skills out from HomeBois SG as much as possible. He has been this oppressive force that has been taking control of the jungle one step at a time. The moment they lose towers, that's it. HomeBois SG, they had to get the early game lead no matter what. And now, from then, it's Astra's game to lose, right? If they make a mistake, HomeBois SG, they have to capitalize on it, and it's hard.
Guys, take a look at the map, right? Bear is doing such great work, right? He's pushing in the bot lane. So currently, the 3 lanes being pushed in for the side of HomeBois SG. HomeBois SG, they can't even play tower defense because they don't have towers in.
The trifecta push coming in with the top lane inhibitor turret going to be destroyed. The Lord is going to be left with 50% HP, and the HomeBois SG is just going to be focusing on that. The Detona's welcome is going to be used up as well, but it doesn't seem like Zishan is going to be staying alive for any much longer as Bear focuses onto the core. That is going to be Asteris with 2-0 against HomeBois.
Clinical slit through the throat by Team Asteris, 2-0 onto HomeBois SG. Still, they are still in the top 6. Team Asteris will be in the top 4, cementing their spots, moving on the upper brackets as well into playoffs.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, Asteris looked so clean going into these 2 games. The first game was slightly questionable, but I think it's because HomeBois SG's played extremely well, right? So this second game, the HomeBois SG just got completely out-drafted. It was, I think, a draft problem as well. But macro plays, we keep talking about this. Asteris is so darn good at playing the map. They're not even playing the game. They're basically cartographers at this point.
Yeah, and it falls down to the same problem that I was seeing for the first few weeks of HomeBois. They were too focused on what the enemy was doing, and they did not focus on their own lineup. They have a Roger. You have to think about what counters a Roger, right? So if you think about what counters Roger, the Kaja is there. It's always the Kaja ban if you pick out a Roger, and they did not ban that out. And on the fact that they have a Barat, everything available, they did not think of the Thamos. Bear, Thamos, come on, man.
Yeah, but enough about Thamos. Let's look at the Fredrin. JH MVP of this match. He was definitely the playmaker going into game 2. He was holding the initiation. He was engaging. He was holding the team together. He was taking the turtles. He was taking the lords. JH, 100% kill participation.
100%.
Yeah.
Right, so that means and this is not a game with little kills, right? Man was moving around the map. He was, like I mentioned before, taking the fight to HomeBois.
This is pretty scary, right? Because JH completely understood that after his first item, which is the Radiant Armor, they are so ahead. That's completely fine to just immediately build up the Guardian's Helm. Usually you will be a little bit more flexible there after the Guardian's Helm. Perhaps you'll go for a little bit more survivability, coming in with the Brute Force. Coming in with the Dreadnought Armor and then following it up with the Antiquarius, just so that you will be able to build up a little bit more of that HP factor. But for him, he's just, you know what? Screw that all. Guardian's Helm, give me all the damage that I want.
Yeah, and he also built an immortality almost immediately after
Yeah.
Oracle, right? He's really rounded the item build pretty well.
Yeah, it was a very hard draft coming in from HomeBois SG. Like, JH, he did so well into controlling the map. Zixuan, I did not even see a Daytona's Welcome that could have been a potential for HomeBois SG.
Monumental.
Yeah, like just turning a team fight. And in terms of losing the advantage, right? Vernacure, we saw him going into the Black Dragon form. Even before coming out of Black Dragon, he was dead.
God!
He was dead. Like, he died as a dragon. you have to imagine that. Like, the dragon going in, and Chu was like, oh yeah, sure, there's a dragon for me to hit. Light wheel.
I understand if it's a pseudo dragon, but it's just a full-fledged dragon that is completely been staked in the heart.
Man got Thanos snap, that's all I can say, right?
Fair enough. But I really want to talk about that Roger, right? I mean, kind of off curve when it comes down to the gold, and it definitely took some time for him to build up the amount of gold that he have, build up that amount of kill and assist. It has come a little bit late in my opinion, but maybe I wouldn't say there's player problem, right? Maybe it's a little bit, but it really boils down to feng shui.
Yeah.
The Roger is just not working for HomeBois. It's all the feng shui that really not working for them.
I feel that if HomeBois, they want to play the Roger, he plays a mean Roger. He gets the kills, he gets the farm as well. It's very aggressive. But you have to play
Strong start.
You have to play a team that is more geared and more fixated on the Roger. They have to pivot around
Roger.
Yeah, they have to draft around him. And the thing is, they let the Kaja go. The key counter to the Roger. You still first pick the Roger.
It's so devastated. Can you guys hear
don't
from
know.
him?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Like,
sounds so devastating.
in terms of draft, like, yeah, you pick something that deals basic attacks, right? You ban out Tigreal, of course.
Yeah.
If you pick something that is going to be extremely mobile, a glass cannon, you ban out Kaja.
Or if it's projectile, you ban out Lolita.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but now we have the stats, of course. With Kiwi going back to true form, 100,000 to Kiwi.
That's what I want.
Guys, I need to point out the fact that HomeBois has 0 turret damage.
It's been the story of the game. Like, a lot of time we saw that there is a lot of 0 turret damage in this MPL SG season, right? It's just basically because the other teams, they're just playing it so well. Team Flash, the last time it was Team Flash, right? Yeah.
I would really attribute that to macro gameplay.
Yeah.
Right? When, especially since you're talking about Flash, right? Flash, Asteris, especially from what we saw from Asteris, right? 6 minutes, all 3 outer turrets destroyed. If it's not a crazy coincidence, it is just FMM and team just understanding macros so well, understanding the time as well as when is the right time to take a fight. If we win this fight, great, go for it. Turtle's not important. they have already had like that foresight as to what might happen and what that might translate into.
So you see, the thing is, right, and I think I mentioned this 2 weeks ago, that, you know, people, the reason why pro players are pro players is because they play for objectives. There's a reason why they're called objectives. They do not, like, team fights are important, but team fights lead to allowing you to get objectives, right?
Yes.
So I think the teams that are actually topping the leaderboards do recognize this, and they are like, okay, we need to play around objectives. Whereas I think for a team like HomeBois SG, whilst they're executionally good, they are just not able to play the map as well as some of the others.
But what really baffles me is that Asteris played 3 standing objectives based on the opponent's objective. Like, what the hell?
Mind games is the name of the game for Asteris. You know, they were really, really good. And you know, this is let's take a step backwards, right? Let's not focus just on this game, but look at the previous game as well, right? They were moving around the map as a team. They were able to take towers. They were able to manipulate the map. Like I mentioned before, they were cartographers, right? They are the ones that they were charting uncharted territories. They're like, okay, we need to take this objectives, and then we need to move from here to here, and then from here to here, you know. But Asteris is really playing the map very, very well.
They have a Loi. They have a Loi. They have a Loi.
Fair point.
Fair point, right? You give Kiwi the Loi. The diversions are gonna come every 20 seconds. May not be for a gank. Maybe just for Chu just go get the farm, get the objectives. I'll put the diversion there. But let's just find out what's going in their heads in the mic check.
Nice.
Pre. Both pre. Nice.
Solo kill lah, bro.
Nice one.
Nice try.
Hey, pre. Back shot first.
I got.
Carry one. Carry no one. No period also.
Buji. Chill. Nice one.
Pre farmies.
Wait. Can watch.
Can go back.
Go.
No pre farmies.
2 seconds.
Nice. Lot.
Watch the carry.
Hey, the banner on me,
No one. No pre.
Low,
I can slam.
Nice one.
I die. Banner behind.
There.
Nice. Go. Nice. Play.
Hey, top.
Triple kill.
Nice one.
Can we fight? Play for five.
1-3. You all one?
I can.
Hey, go.
I pull. Did. Nice one, guys. I blow the. Hey, 1-3.
I ran.
Can TP out.
I cannot. I stuck. Can kill the dragon.
Nice one. Me.
On the base.
That's the rare. Lock in ready, that's the rare.
Hitting me. Just hit the base. Nice one.
Clear comms throughout Asteris. If you notice, actually, all of them were kind of taking it really, really chill. They knew what objectives they need to take, right? So they were like, okay, yep, we're going for A, B, C, D. It's clinical precision at that point.
This is probably the very first mic check that I heard something and I have no idea what they're trying to say. 1-3. 1-3. In 2 clips, they said 1-3.
Yeah, they probably have call-outs within their teams that we are not familiar. Yeah, but they're professionals, right? Just leave it to that. It felt like all business in that comms, right?
I think we need our host to ask what's 1-3.
Well, let's take it over to the analysts to take a closer look at the gameplay that happened earlier in this game too.
What's up, ladies and gents? Once again, my name is Jason, and this is another segment of Knowledge. So, for this particular game, you have to see it not only just for game 2. You gotta have to see it from a macro perspective, a match perspective, if you ask me. In fact, this particular match roster drafted for the side of HomeBois is meant to combat one thing and one thing only, and that is unfortunately Kiwi. Kiwi this time around has one of the highest kill score that we've seen so far. But apart from that, we also have to think about how Asteris, for the second time in this particular game, has lost EXP once again. If you take a look earlier just now, this is actually already in the second turtle. In this particular fight, if you notice, it's just how the fact that the FMM was able to use the Kaja to a T as a pick concept. But we gotta have to address this particular one. JH made the decision to jump into this particular pit. Now, here's the reason why. So we're just gonna let it play. After a while, you're just gonna see a lot of engages coming, blah blah blah. You know, you can see the Daytona Welcome not being committed. Now, JH jumping into them. You notice where Kiwi is going. Kiwi is actually going to engage everybody. And if you notice where everybody is in the pit. There is no way for you to maneuver out this way. There's no way to maneuver out this way as they're all zero in, focus in JH. This gives Kiwi lots of room to engage, loads of damage to basically just pour all the way into HomeBois' side of the draft. If you notice later on, it's just boom. This is basically Kiwi's pit right there. All right, it's just super smelly and super painful, especially if you're on the side of HomeBois Singapore. And by the way, I like how the rotation coming up from True, just coming in, joining in the middle, mid lane, just in case, but Kiwi got it. No worries on that. And after they won that particular turtle, they rotated all the way to mid, and once you have cracked open the mid lane, you lost priority as a jungle, and as a Barat, you definitely need that jungle priority. Now we talk about this particular fight where Vanguard engages this one, FMM catching a Zishan right there, and also the rotation coming up from Vanguard. I mean, that's pretty standard, especially what Asteris comms wants to do. This is basically a pick comp, whereas if you notice how Vanguard comes in trying to cut this line, this is exactly what an EXP laner wants to do. Whereas you separate cleanly these two damage dealers from inside Asteris, but don't forget, as a Thamus, especially if you're a bear, this is basically what the bear trap wants to do. Where there's so much damage coming out from this Thamus, and he's basically just giving free vengeance. Anip couldn't hit him, there's no damage dealer. These two damage dealer deals with Vanguard has to run away. So basically, I like how Asteris responds. Like how they realize that their main damage dealers is definitely going to be under a lot of threat. Therefore, Thamus is coming in as the secondary engage, right? And now, for this particular fight, right, if you notice, Zishan was able to catch onto FMM, and I believe that is also Bear. They're just doing the same thing, but on the opposite way, to buy time for Kiwi, Chu, and JH to quickly burst down their lord, whereas HomeBois is just focusing onto those two members from the side of Asteris. They secure the lord for themselves. So this is really, really nice macro play. And once again, what's this? This is Kiwi's pit once again. This choke point is so free for Kiwi just to output damage, and there's no way for you to escape out of it, alright? So, it's, like I said, it's just the same as the turtle pit earlier. This pit is also equally smelly, so much damage being poured onto this once more. And another thing I also need to call out from this side is that Vanguard, if you noticed earlier just now, if I go back to this one, Vanguard has already used up his ultimate to engage, right? So, there's also the lack of comms coming up from the side from HomeBois Singapore, and Asteris executed the comms perfectly, especially in game number 1, how they play around True's ultimate. And when Vanguard decides to go back for a re-engage, the main damage dealer from the side of HomeBois Singapore is unable to follow up. And now, unfortunately, I have to call this out, right? Zishan as a Barat's jungle, you're really, once your mid lane is cracked open, you don't really have enough jungle priority. And look at how small Zishan is, right? As a Barat, you definitely need that that massive stack of Barat so that you're able to do an AoE damage. But now, if you notice where he's using his skills, he could have gone here, take the beetle, he could have gone there, take this creep, he could have got, actually he was around here at the bottom lane just now, but he didn't really go and take and make sure he gets the stacks. And unfortunately, that ultimately costed him this particular Lord fight, which we can probably skip through because it's not relevant, and also this particular endgame scenario, whereas Zishan being that small is unable to wave clear as well. So the defense went haywire for the side of HomeBois Singapore, and Asteris managed to get a win. And of course, congratulations to Asteris for being able to make it to the playoffs. And with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw it back to Cheryl Yao to basically find out more from Asteris. Over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much, Jace. Now, it wasn't just Kiwi's pit, it was Kiwi's fruit basket. It was his world, and they were just living in it. So that was amazing. Now I have Kiwi beside me. Kiwi, tell us, is Kiwi your real name, or you really love the fruit?
My name is actually quite close to the word Kiwi. That's why I go and change my IGN to Kiwi. Yeah.
Oh, so your real name is?
Kiwi, K-E-E-W-E-I.
Oh, Kiwi. So end up as Kiwi. That's really cute. Now, coming up against HomeBois SG, it was a very interesting team because after the addition of their brand new jungler, Zishan, we have seen a little bit of changes as to how they play. And of course, they have also taken games from RSG as well as Bleed, which shows that they are very unpredictable at times. So how did you guys approach this match today?
I think for the drafting, I can't really comment on it because it's on R19 and FMM. So I just focus on my own role as a mage. Yeah, that's it.
Right, so speaking of which, of course, Asteris has made very, very significant results so far in the regular season as a brand new qualifying team. But you particularly as well, this is the first time you're debuting.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts before coming onto the league itself?
I thought it would be like a fun opportunity to expand on my skills also, then explore about MPL SG. Yeah.
So turns out to be fun or not?
Not bad, quite fun.
Quite fun, huh?
Yeah.
Quite fun. When do you play off? Then more stress.
See how
Okay, so after today, you guys are gonna have a break before we head on over to the playoffs. What are certain things that you think Asteris will have to work on before heading over to playoffs?
I think maybe we need to work on our comms together as a trio mid, and then that's it I think.
That's it
Yeah.
So trio meet lah.
Yeah.
Everybody else doing very well.
I don't want to comment on that.
Okay, so another thing, which actually you just told me before we went live, was that I was asking you if your itemization at the end with all the physical items was like a troll pick. And it turns out to be intentional.
I was just trying to end the base. Just attack speed will end the base faster.
Oh, so you have that much money to buy so many physical items just to end the base faster.
It was only 3 physical items, not a lot.
Ah.
Cannot afford lah.
Okay, so this is something that, I think was very interesting. Initially, I thought it was a bug or even a troll pick, but turns out to be intentional. But thank you so much, Kiri, and congratulations on, I believe, was an 8-0-18 Valentina that we saw in Game 1, which was an MVP. Congratulations, and we wish Asteris the best of luck in playoffs.
Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, guys, that was the fantastic Kiwi, and all of the other teams were just playing in his little Kiwi basket. So speaking of which, we're gonna jump on to match 2. Now, match 2 is gonna be a very interesting match as well, as we will see the likes of RSGSG going up against Bleed Esports. Now, for these two teams, they are fighting for glory for the second seed right here at MPL SG as we head on over to the playoffs. So who will emerge victorious right here in match 2? Leave your votes in the comment section and we'll see you then.
렉시가違うんだよ.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed lightning! Shield!
You should have killed me. Well, guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
Multiple.
I choose FMM, you choose enemy. Okay, I can.
Who is he,
Wait, I think he come out, but does he look like that? Okay, never mind, let's just try it.
The head big, bro. This one looks so familiar.
FMM! FMM, confirm. But why you don't work?
Oh my god. Who is that?
No, this
Right.
The other team.
I don't know them. I don't know how to spell his name, man.
FMM.
I honestly cannot tell that it's FMM.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
bro. FMM.
FMM? He's missing his chocolate chip, eh?
3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Random name.
Okay, random name. Who is this guy? I don't know, honestly, I don't know. I don't know any Hongkest. No, it's not him, man. It's not this guy.
Bro, just right.
Okay, right it.
Bro, you copy it.
Whoa. The nose. What, the eye a bit singy. Maybe it's really lousy. You think? Which info only got the goal in. Oh, got this one. You guessing right? It's the third time already.
True.
You want to go again? Third time's the charm, right?
Okay lah, third time the charm lah.
It's lousy.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! The face. No, actually the face, the emotion is like what lousy will do, bro.
3, 2, 1. It's lousy.
Oh! Bro!
You got the roll correct.
What? Lousy.
Wow! Bro, I see now his face.
I
was gonna write that.
I cannot see.
I'm so sorry, Lozy.
Lousy.
Oh.
Wow, sick.
3, 2, 1. Lousy.
Lozy.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Currently, I'm joining here with HomeBois Singapore. Here we have Anip, heading all the way from MPL MY. And then we got Vanguard making a comeback this season as well. So, Anip,
Yeah.
how do you like Singapore?
So far so good.
So far, so good. Is it your first time here in Singapore?
Yeah, first time.
First time. So, have you tried the MRT here yet, or you always bus car here? Bus here.
Yeah.
You tried the bus already?
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
So good.
It's very good, right? Yeah. That's something that we're proud of.
So cool.
I think question to you first. Let's compare Singapore to Malaysia as of now in terms of what you've observed. Like you nampak Singapore dan Malaysia kan? Apa dia beza?
Beza
Yeah.
Beza dari segi I think different makanan or gameplay.
Anything. Can be food or it can be gameplay as well.
For food, it's too hard to find at Singapore.
Oh really?
Yeah. For me, because I love food.
Okay, what kind of food you like?
Like nasi goreng.
Nasi goreng.
Yeah.
Okay. Fried rice.
And then nasi lemak at JB so good. Must try.
Okay. So yes, this is something I agree as a Malaysian. Malaysian food is so much better than Singapore. Okay, that's what I agree. Okay, another countryman here. Okay, so back to Vanguard. You played for one season already in Singapore. What's the difference between Singapore and Indonesia?
The difference,
Yeah.
Maybe the difference is skill individu, macro team, commit team,
commitment.
Yeah, think different.
So it's the macro, the mechanical, and the skill. In terms of skill wise, Indonesia is better.
Yeah, Indonesia is better.
The macro wise, you definitely agree it's Indonesia better. Then the commitment definitely because we are not full-time players. Do you feel this team is more prepared or last season team better?
I think better
This season now.
Yeah, this season.
This season is better.
Yeah, better.
Okay. Okay.
Because we have coach, good
Saifu.
player, rookie, good.
Oh, what do you think about the Singaporean rookies this season? You have Buji, you have Sub.
Yeah.
Sub is
I can see the
Potential.
potential. Yeah, potential
the potential.
in the rookie player.
Who is the most potential player in HomeBois right now? Especially Singapore side.
New.
Huh?
New player.
Which
in-
player is more prominent potential?
Maybe the jungler.
The jungler, Sub. Okay. I was talking to one of your managers. Sub is a open recruitment. He joined. He has no competition background. He has no competed in community at all. So Anip, you are team captain, right?
Yeah.
How is Sub?
So far, he improve. Day by day, improve. The gameplay. Just I think he must under pressure. Just play under pressure like that.
So he has a lot of potential. He's
Yeah.
improving every time you play.
Yeah.
And he needs to learn. He's trying to learn how to face pressure.
Yeah. Play under pressure. So if he can do like that, so easy to win.
Easy to win this season. Okay, then let me give you a scenario, right? This season, HomeBois Singapore, what is the position that you are aiming for?
Me.
Yes.
For me, for sure, champion.
Good. Vinokyo?
Yeah, same.
Same, champion.
Maximal grand final.
Grand final. So top two. Who do you think is the second hardest team? I know the hardest team is Team Flash.
Yeah.
Who is the second hardest team?
Second,
Maybe
Bleed.
Bleed. Why?
Because he got import.
The import.
PH, yeah.
The import. Have you played with the MPL import PH?
No.
Not yet. But do you think they're good?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. So Anip, I know it's your first season here.
Yeah.
How are you bonding with your fellow HomeBois team? You guys very good chemistry? Is it okay? Or do you think there's something that you still need to fix?
I think the chemistry is good because we just do like simple. If one go eat, go together like that. Just simple, and then get chemistry like that.
Okay. Then question to Anip. How are you excited to fight in Singapore?
Yeah, I play so excited because I want to bantai them.
Nice, that's something good. That's good. I like it. Then this season, MPL Singapore is following similar to MPL Malaysia, where bottom two teams of the regular season will get kicked out.
Yeah.
What do you feel about it?
For me, it's good because the other team in regular season must try hard. Need to improve a lot. Need to improve a lot, and then the two team get off from MPL, just fight back.
Then what about Buji, ex-RSG Singapore player?
Buji for me is the one millionaire good in MPL SG.
He's the best mid laner in MPL
He's
Singapore.
the one, the best.
Wow.
The best player.
Okay. Vinokyo, what do you think about Buji?
Yeah, same.
Same.
Because he can control maybe.
He can
and
stop.
the skill and the position like good.
Okay, that's good to hear. What do you do in your free time, Ani?
Free time?
Yeah. When you're not playing ML, what do you play? Or do you do something? Sports?
Sport maybe right now I gym.
Oh, you gym?
Yeah, I want shape my body.
Wait, okay, that's cool. Then what about you, there? Also gym?
I just watching anime or
what anime you watch?
Right now I still watch One Piece.
Are you a massive fan of One Piece?
No lah,
Not
just watch.
Oh, so what's your favorite anime?
Watch Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer. Which is your favorite character in Demon Slayer?
Tanjiro.
Not Tanjiro.
Oh, the girl with the bamboo.
Zenitsu.
Uzui.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me search who is Uzui. I can't remember already. I watched a lot of anime.
Uzui yang itu kan?
Shira. What tuh? Wife.
Oh,
Shira,
the
Shira.
guy with the ball.
Yeah.
Because you want to be like him. Okay. Then do you watch anime, Anit?
Yeah, watch.
Which one do you watch?
Demon Slayer tu.
Demon Slayer also. Okay. Is Uzui your favorite character too?
No. Me Kibutsuji Muzan.
Oh, Muzan, the
Yeah,
villain, right?
So cool.
Yeah, it's damn cool. Okay. Your parents support you
Yeah, my parents really support.
from the start?
What?
From the start.
Yeah.
How is it like in Malaysia? Like your parents really support you from Malaysia? From
what?
the start?
From the start, my parents not support lah.
Okay.
But when he see the apa hasil?
When you see the results.
When he see the result, so they trust and then they okay lah.
Then Veer, your parents support you?
For right now, full support.
Fully support. Anit, what do you think is a team weakness in HomeBois Singapore?
Team weakness for me right now, I think macro.
Macro.
Yeah, macro.
Singapore macro very bad. we know.
But it's okay. We can learn.
Yes, macro can be learned. Then Veer, what do you think is the weakness in HomeBois this season?
This season I think same.
Macro.
Yeah.
Last season, is it also macro
Last season
or personal problem?
komunikasi.
Communication.
Because just me shot call.
Oh, you shot call.
Yeah.
You shot call for HomeBois last season.
Yeah, that's
It's not the Roma that shot call?
no. Too much me.
No,
Yeah.
okay. So everybody is
because Pex cannot play cannot speak English and he cannot soft call.
So this season you can shot call better now.
This season.
Yeah.
This season I can.
I think Buji just need to learn Bahasa. He okay already. Veer, I think let me ask you this question. If I give you an opportunity to play in Indonesia, would you prefer to play in Indonesia or Singapore?
If have Indonesian.
Indonesia. Why?
Because I play in Singapore, no choice for right now. Yeah.
So you're looking for a better team, a better opportunity in Indo. I see. Is there?
I prepare in MPL SG, and if I can got my prime again, I can go to Indo.
What do you have? Do you have anything to say to your potential new friends, especially in Singapore? New fans in Singapore this time around.
For the new fans in Singapore, thank you for supporting us. Keep supporting us when we lose or win. So thank you very much. Right.
Thank you. Veer, do you have anything to say to the fans? I think you were. I put you as top 3, right? AXP laners, I remember. I can't remember already.
Yeah.
It's been a long time. Then you were, in my opinion, you are the backbone of HomeBois SG. So I'm really happy to see you coming back. Then also for the fans from HomeBois SG, do you have anything to say to them?
Lose or win, just support us.
Okay. I guess thank you very much.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Hey, keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed blinding shield!
You should have killed me. Well, guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
And welcome back, friends, right here to MPL SG Season 7. Now, as we speak, we are moving in to Match 2 of the day. Earlier on in Match 1, we've seen the likes of HomeBois SG going up against Asteris, with Asteris clinching the match with a 2-0 win. Now we're going to jump into Match 2, where we will see RSGSG going up against Bleed Esports. Now, for these two matchups, they are vying for the coveted second seed spot for the playoffs. So without further ado, let's check out the wonderful faces of RSGSG. Right, the boys are getting ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn and going up against RSGSG. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Bleed Esports. So yes, Bleed Esports is currently headed over to the Land of Dawn to meet their fellow opponents of RSGSG over at the Land of Dawn. Now, when it comes to these two teams in the current overall standings, they are just a mere 2 points apart. But of course, they're still seated comfortably in the upper brackets as we speak. But of course, the second seed position is very, very important to each of them. So what do the casters think? Let's hand our time over to you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Once again, I'm Kwasong, joined together with Abstract and Mo here in the desk. So we're talking about Bleed versus RSGSG, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a pivotal game for both of them to secure the top 2 spot. Having the top 2 spot would mean that you can choose your opponent. I mean, if RSG win here 2-0, right? Yeah. There is a slight, theory crafting that we talked about, yeah?
All right, so on the desk today, we see, quite a common theme of chefs cooking, right? So I think if we are cooking up an idea right now, right, we're going to see potentially if RG goes 2-0, Flash goes 0-2 today. Maybe we'll see a bit of a shake-up in the top 2.
Yeah, RSG can potentially move up to the top spot if Flash loses to Vanguard later on, but just speaking of RSG, right? They have been running this common lineup. They have Bray, of course, the mainstay of RSG on the jungle, closer on the EXP lane. Barat's on the EXP lane. He's the only one that plays it very well. Godzilla on the mid lane, also known as Roy. His Kadita, extremely scary, to be a force to be reckoned with. Very flashy, very damage based. Derry, he has been moving on to the soft support. We've seen him with the versatility on Angela, the Rafaela being played. And of course, my man CS, he has stepped up on the goal lane extremely well. He's been pulling the team together in terms of playing the Claude, bringing the Claude back. Carry, Nathan, very versatile on the goal lane. You throw him a Harif, you throw him a Roger, you throw him any good goal lane, he'll carry you the game.
Yeah, that's fair. You could, I guess, kind of say that CS is the Kiwi of the gold lane, eh?
Yes, carries.
And on the other side of the match of the Land of Dawn, we see Bleed Esports. Abstract, take us away.
Yum. We've got Sagitnu onto the EXP. Not to forget Yawn that is currently back with back into the season together with Bleed Esports onto the jungle, followed by Jay, the very flexible mage that we have in back in a few seasons back, and he's absolutely crazy. So we definitely gonna have to look out for him again. Gear onto the roam as well as Seiji that's onto the gold lane. We were having this conversation of air, right? Talking about EVOS back then, just creating roamers all around the place, right?
Bleed is the roam factory.
Yeah,
the roam factory,
right? So we now have Gear that is somehow now playing as a roam, which I believe he also played 3 competitive roles, right? He's got jungle, he's got EXP, now roam. FMM is same thing. He's got gold, he's got mid, and then now Rome. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean,
the Rome factory, guys. That's what it is, all right? But enough about Bleed. Let's take a look at RSG and still see how they've been performing so far.
And if you take a look at Closer's damage taken per death, he's been playing as a pseudo jungler versus Bray. Because you see Daria, even though he has been playing on the Grok extremely well, in the later stages of this regular season, we see him on the soft supports, on the Angelas, on the Rafaelas, on the Florins. And it has been sustaining his team. It's been a winning formula for RSG as well. And if you look at CS, of course, very stable. Godzilla will have a lot of KDA as well. Always the main damage dealers in the background. So for Bray, Closer, they have to play really close together.
Yeah, really, really well put. And on the other side of the things, we have Bleed Esports. So far, the stat that stands out to me the most is actually Gear, right? I mean, Gear is, this is, I think, his first competitive season playing Rome. 65%, 66% actually, I would say. Actually, his average assists per game.
Yeah.
It's pretty massive, man.
Yeah, 66% with a KD of 6.6.
6 is the name of the game.
The other person that I thought it was that stands out is Seiji, right? With a higher GPM than his counterpart in Bleed. I think that even though Bleed don't really have as good of a track record as RSG, considering the fact that RSG has won every game except for the game against Asteris, I think that Bleed still stands a chance when it comes down to individual matchup. When it comes down to Gear being in the Rome, Seiji with being a gold lane extraordinaire as well, and of course Jay. I would never forget about the fact that he's just so flexible with his mid lane picks to the point that he can just kind of cater himself to the best of the team's interests.
Yeah, last week he played a Terizla mid lane.
Like, it's weird, isn't it? Like, to be fair, like, the one thing that I feel about being so flexible is not about the heroes being picked per se. Just like, we don't really just look at heroes being picked, because Terizla in mid lane, how difficult can that be? But Terizla mid lane, with all those rotation and participating in all of those team fights, that's difficult.
Yeah, that's for sure. But let's take a look. Let's pause for a moment and take a look at the head-to-head video.
Honestly, it's some insights, but I play with their roster like in rank like quite a bit. And from what I can tell, like their goal lane is like, he blew my mind. It's extremely strong. Like, he's very mechanically skilled. So yeah, a bit worried about the goal lane.
I think like Gil was an XP laner, so I think he knows how to like play as a team, and like hopefully I think like he, after playing them for a while, he should know like the basic steps and how to like cover MM, and because the MM is like pretty strong, and I think the mid laner Jay is also like was from Flash and was the champion for last season, so I think they should be one of the big contender as well.
I'm pretty sure the old roster is like way more stronger than the current roster. And I think not only did like IG roster like look weaker, I think the other team's roster looks stronger. Like Evil also now have Sayla, then Flash got like Hades and Kurtizi. Like, I think it'll be hard for IG contest again, no?
Because I haven't seen them, on the stage, or haven't seen them play. I think it's kind of 50-50. Yeah. So it depends on their regular season run. Because before they have really strong player. And I can't know those player before. But now, like I said, we don't know yet. So might be 50-50.
A lot of respect on all eyes for Seiji, guys.
Yeah.
Here, the
Golden
RSG
extraordinaire.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I think a lot of people are looking at how well Seiji played. And keep in mind, I think the hit-to-hit videos are actually taken before the season started, right? So they're like, yep, we respect Seiji. Seiji is a really good laner. And he's proven himself during this entire season so far.
Yeah,
right?
I think
He's played
highest,
really well.
Highest GPM out of all the gold laners right now, 819 average. He hit 900 as well consistently. It's crazy. Seiji's crazy. But CS, he has stepped up as well. So RSG, really strong head-to-head for gold laners versus Bleed. And if you take a look at that audience prediction, very heavily favored towards RSG, 78% crowd favorite. I mean, I have to go with the crowd here, right? I feel that RSG, it's been a story of can they, will they too? They're doing it. They're doing it right now. And it feels like they've gotten this team synergy, and it's more about testing the waters with Bleed at this point and feeling themselves out as a team right now.
Yeah, for sure. I think Bleed has looked pretty good so far. RSG has been improving as well. You know, they had a pretty weird, I think, week one, but they've looked stronger and stronger. But that said, guys, you know, Bleed for me, I think they have a very unique take to the game, and they've come up with very interesting ways to manipulate the map as well. We have to give full credit, I think, to Coach Gee, right? He's able to draft the drafts that Bleed needs for the game plan that they want to execute. But I'm not discounting RSG though.
I'm not discounting either teams. I mean, both teams at this point are extremely strong. They are good at what they do. And Jay, he's extremely flexible on the mid lane as well. I really like the fighter mid lanes that usually that we see in the Mekong region. Now it's here in the Singapore region. Jay has brought it. And if you take a look at the player head-to-head, of course, we talked about it, GPM at the top right now. Number 1 will be Seiji in the entire MPL SG. Number 3, not falling short behind, is going to be CS as well. Both extremely well in doing this kind of macro gameplay, joining the team fights at the perfect timings. You put them on the Rogers, you put them on the Harus, you put them on any traditional gold lane as well. They will find a way to come back.
Guys, I'm actually getting chills right now. You know, I'm super excited to see
Cold.
I'm super excited to see what's happening in the gold lane. I mean, honestly, Seiji and Sia are two of probably the best gold laners that we have in MPL SG. So it's exciting to see these two teams head it up. The question I'm gonna have for both teams actually heading into the matches and heading to the draft is how are they going to be drafting? Will they be drafting around the gold laners, or will Bleed be able to draft for more macro style play? You know, Seiji as kind of like the back pocket reserve pick and help, you know, maybe draft towards for Sagitno maybe, right? We saw how good he was at the Paquito. And the question is, going into this drafting phase, what do they prioritize?
Of course, with CS and Seiji being the premium Harif gold laner players, you have to take out Harif, take out that matchup as fast as possible. The Moskov will be taken out as well. We saw Seiji on the Moskov, completely crazy. And Arlot, Gear can play it, Sagitnu can play it. Extremely good to be taken out because Derry, yes, Angela, extremely well done on him. 100% win rate so far on the Angela. So extremely scary to have Derry on it. Loi will be taken out for Jay, but I feel like blanket banning for Jay is not going to be extremely solid
like worth
move.
it. Yeah, it's like a worth it move, right?
Yeah, but still, the diversion is a very big tool that RSG needs to worry about.
Yeah, but we're going into here. I'm wondering if Bleed is going to be banning on Matilda, right? We saw Xavier on the Matilda as well, and he plays it so well. If this slips through, potentially it's going to open up so many different opportunities and so many different angles that RSG can approach to this game.
Yep. I mean, both teams, they feel extremely versatile right now. Xborg will be the power band from Bleed right now. Very versatile in terms of sustainability, in terms of damage as well. And this first pick will give a very good tell. I mean, taking out the Nathan right now for RSG. CS on the Nathan, extremely scary, and that's the reason why they ban Loi. They don't want their backline being jumped. So it's not a blanket ban for Jay. It's more of banning and drafting for their own lineups so that their marksman, the gold laner, does not get countered.
Teamfight seems a lot more important for RSG right now, right off the bat, right? Showing out the Nathan just pretty much shows that, yes, they have very strong lane pressure when it comes down to pushing lanes, and not to forget, Nathan is just understandably really strong in teamfights, especially if the opponents lines up perfectly. Minotaur is definitely a hero that is super good for RSG, and Bleed, on the other hand, actually managed to pick up a Roger and a Hellcat for themselves. Pretty early for a Hellcat, not gonna lie.
Okay, so Roger, historically, has not been doing well, but with the Hellcat, it changes a lot of the team synergy. Because Hellcat, you have turning off the lights for the opponents, and Roger can just go ham. Now, with RSG, they will pick up the Frederick Minotaur, very beefy frontliners for the Hellcat, but still extremely scary in terms of map pressure, right?
Blackout. It's nights out for RSG, but the question is, you know, the Hellcat is super early. I'm actually very surprised to see it as basically first pick, right, on the side of Bleed. The thing is, RSG is responding in kind. Frederick Minotaur super tanky, but Hellcat has the mobility to ambush Natan, right? Natan is a sitting duck, so it's going to be very important for CS to utilize Natan's ultimate, well, immaculately, right? He has to do it perfectly. If not, the Hellcat is just going to assassinate him.
And Bleed with a very surprising pick here, going for the Vexana. Expected a more aggressive mid lane pick. Yeah, something like a Valentino, something like Faramis, because of the fact that they are banking on the mobility. Vexana does not have that mobility, so they're still going with the creative draft here. So Vexana really teamfight focused, but it might just be used for as a lane clear mechanic here, as a fallback plan for Bleed just in case. And the Ling being taken out, we saw Bray on the Ling. He played the Ling a different play style from how he usually plays. He's not the assassin that goes in and kills anymore. He's now the tool that peels away for a CS as much as possible, and that's the synergy that RSG has right now.
The thing about Fredrin is that we have definitely seen Bray played a lot of Fredrin before in previous seasons, and perhaps even this season. It's understandable that Fredrin is a very strong hero in the jungle, but Bleed seems to have another idea that there is a possibility that for Closer to actually play the Fredrin. I think probably accounted to the fact that Bray is understandably more of an assassin player after all. But in the very event that Fredrin is to go over to the jungle, I think it makes rather good sense for Bleed to actually ban out the Paquito in favor for Closer, because his Paquito has been pretty scary thus far, and he can definitely put a lot of pressure onto these very fragile heroes thus far. Hellcat, Roger, Vexana, they should be afraid of Paquito.
Yeah, and the Kadita being taken out right now, just a respect towards Godzilla right there. His Kadita is one of the highest win rates of the entire tournament. The Barat's being taken out, potential counter towards the Fredrin. But the thing is, yeah, Closer, you were talking about him playing this pseudo jungle role, right? He can rotate it on the Fredrin. He has been playing the EXP lane Barats, so why not Fredrin? It basically works the same way as well. So RSG, they have this really flexible lineup that they can force teams to go on the back foot during this banning and drafting phase. Now on Bleed's choice here, they do have the Vexana, they have the Roger, they have the Hellcat, but there is no front line. If you think about it, they're still extremely squishy in terms of just hero picks alone, unless you're telling me the Hellcat is going to go NT Cuirass into Radiant Armor or something like that.
Why not?
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I think RSG has rightfully identified that, right? They've banned away the Barats, they've banned away the U-Zone. I don't expect to see a Paquito here, right? So the question is, what is Bleed gonna pick up? Lapu Lapu maybe? Terizla? But those champions, those heroes feel like they have a bit of anti-synergy, right? With the current lineup that they have. So
they need catch. They need catch. They need tankiness. I thought that Terizla might actually be a good one. I mean, it is still kind of works.
Yeah, Terizla I think is okay, but the thing is that they don't really have anyone to utilize that kind of the CC that the penalty zone provides, right? I mean, right now the Edith pick, Edith is going to be a bit of frontline tankiness for the side of Bleed, but right now we don't really see any. Sagino is going to be able to get the last pick, the counter pick to whatever Closer is going to be playing.
Wow, it's going to be an extremely hard call for the side of Bleed right here. RSG, I mean, they have the easier to execute lineup in terms of team fight, but Bleed, I mean, they can still pull out a creative synergy play here. And Terizla will be picking up, and the Faramis as well for RSG. Faramis we see as the counter always towards the Vexana, not being taken out of the pool, and Bleed not taking up for themselves instead of going for the Kadita pick here. Bleed really on the back foot in terms of draft here, but they can still switch it up. If you think about it, the Hellcurt can actually not be on the roam. They can put the Hellcurt on the jungle as well.
Incarnation of Capricorn is here.
And the Martis pick, okay, never mind. The Martis pick coming out from Bleed at this point. That means Jan will be on the Martis. Will be an EXP lane Edith here. So the trio unit that we will see is Hellcurt, Vexana, Martis. They want this early game space as much as possible. Edith and Roger will only come into the team fights during the mid game's power spike. Bleed are playing an extremely early game, mid game centric lineup here. All falls down to having this early game gold advantage.
It's a double-edged sword, man. I mean, not that they picked Martis, but it's literally a double-edged sword, right? It's either they're gonna dominate the early game, or they're just not gonna have a game.
The key player here for RSG will have to be Derry in sniffing out Gear at this point, because Gear will want to invade as much as possible with the Martis. So Gear and Martis working together, they have to be stopped.
Yeah, that's for sure. Anyways, we're heading straight into the game. Game one, RSG versus Bleed for week 4 of MPL SG Season 7.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be a heavy invade lineup, right? Either Gear finds these gold lane and EXP lane kills, or you go for the jungle play. It's still extremely strong in terms of map pressure. Having the Hellcurt in your lineup, especially in the early stages of the game, CS has to play extremely safe. So Derry has to keep eyes on Gear at all times.
Yeah, Gear is, positioning himself really well, right? I don't think RSG sees him, but Derry in the bush, protecting, making sure that CS is safe. So both sides, roams are completely blind as you see it dive.
That's immediately a level 2. Gear, he will make his way onto CS, but Derry definitely expects it coming. Since they don't see Gear anywhere, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, Derry, he has to play this kind of... Whoa! It's
Down
really
bottom lane, right as the camera shifted right off. We do have the Nathan that's gonna be taken down by the hands of Seiji. Of course, with the help of Gear, this is the kind of snowball that we want to see, putting Seiji on curve.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is exactly how you play Roger, right? You want an early game aggression, and you have exactly that. Look at the bottom composition, right? You have Gear on the Hellcurt, and you have Seiji on the Roger, both of which are very early game heroes, and they want the snowball. Snowball is the name of the game, and Bleed is executing this well so far for the first 2 minutes of the game.
Yeah, with the early game advantage given over to Seiji at this point, Bleed, they have gotten the early game objective of getting this early kill. Now, Gear is going to help Martis as much as possible.
Oh, that actually hurts quite a bit from the side of Jay on the closer. In the meantime, CS again! For the second time, we did say about the fact that Seiji is a gold lane extraordinaire, but this is not what I was expecting with 2 kills so early off the bat. Closer immediately flickers onto Jay as well as Sagitnu. The both of them did manage to get themselves right out of the way pretty effectively, but Yon snatches the turtle right under the nose of RSG, takes a kill down on the closer, and that is going to allow Bleed to put himself on the map with a total of 1.5k goal lead.
Yep, Yon going down right there, not ideal, but having Gear and Jay still available, that's a lot of map pressure, especially with Seiji winning this CS lane so well. Bray, I mean, I don't feel that this will result in anything with Gear protecting him at this point, but he might be in a bit of danger.
Ooh, okay. They have no information, at least from the side of Bleed. They could have, they should have, but unfortunately with the lack of information, I think that they didn't really want to put Sagitnu in a really bad spot just yet.
Yeah, look, I mean, it makes sense, right? You don't want to throw away the early game advantage that you've built up for yourself. Yes, you could potentially try to snowball things even further, but this is a brethren that we're talking about. This is Bray.
What the hell? Seiji! No, yo, you can't do that. You can't go that aggressive the way that we wanted it to and still run away with it. No? Hello, Seiji? Who are you?
This is the reason why he is connoted as a prodigy of the gold lane. Seiji showing us why he's one of the best gold laners in MPL SG right now. 2 kills, and he was chilling. Right? He just flickers out and he's like backs immediately. There was no hesitation.
Seiji, I mean, yeah, that was insane. That was insane. But that was a Minoan Fury committed from the side of Derry together with a Flicker, meaning that they won't have that available for the turtle fight. The Flicker especially important on Minotaur, especially on these early stages of the game, to catch out the Vexana. So with that not available, Bleed most likely might have another secured turtle.
With a quick little flicker from the side of Sagitnu, that is a very crucial flicker that RSG did manage to take away from Bleed. Since the turtle is coming up in 2 seconds time, this dance for the turtle is ultimately going to be pretty darn important, and RSG would want to get themselves a little bit closer to where Bleed is for now. As Sagitnu rushes forward with the Earth Shatter that unfortunately misses. Bray goes for the taunt as well as the knocker coming from Derry together with the Minoan's Fury. They did manage to snag onto 2, including of Yawn. So that was indeed the kill that they want, and of course the objective that they want.
Yep, and they were trying to trade a kill on the bottom lane, but Seiji does get the bottom tower objective going. So that's a snowball effect that Bleed wanted, but at the cost of losing Yawn, losing Sagitnu at that point. So with the turtle given away, Jay, he did survive. He will have the glowing wand available. This is Bleed's mid-game power spike right now. Closer is doing an extremely good job of dealing with the top pressure. He's alleviating the pressure by exerting pressure on the top lane. With that, he opens equal portions of the map. A corrosive scythe already picked up from Roger at this point.
As now, back in the middle lane, Brain closer and Godzilla opens up onto Yawn, and due to the fact that Bleed doesn't really have a lot of very strong front lines, it's a lot easier to penetrate over to their middle lines. RSG tried to do that, but unfortunately not quite so.
Alright, Seiji just picked up a golden star. This is very, very, very unique for Roger. Roger, you usually want to see like an endless battle or something like that, right? But
I guess they want to go for Trinity. We have seen this happen in, I think, MPL ID or PH, where they are not really focusing so much onto the wolf form, but really more on the marksman side.
Yeah, this is a split pushing Roger. This is a Zilong.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, this is
if you put it that way.
This is gonna be a split pushing Roger. He's going to rely on Gear to open up as much of the map as possible. Together with Yawn, Yawn will start building towards sustainability. Yes, here comes the Brute Force Breastplate. Then afterwards, Seiji is gonna just take away key objectives as much as possible in this early game. In this 5 to 10 minute stage, if they do get all the other turrets. Bleed is a one game for them because they will get all the tower objectives. Then afterwards, they will get the Lord easily. But RSG, they have the answer to that. They have CS. Who has the emblem of Quantum Charge. So he has the mobility to counteract this push.
Yeah, no, but I am really, really impressed by how Bleed is coming together as a team, right? I mean, Seiji is building this specific way because he trusts his team, right? Roger is not going to be able to build the Holy Trinity for the gold lane if he doesn't believe that his team can pull off the rest of the map objectives. But with complete trust, Seiji is going for the Holy Trinity build and depending a lot on Gear. But Gear may just get caught out.
Immediately runs away, turns the light off, and the rest of Bleed will try to catch up. But unfortunately, Yawn, hold a second, just going to be jumping from behind. The Nether Realm just going to be popped, but unfortunately, because of the Nether Realm, Yawn is not going to be able to do anything as such. He's probably going to go down right now, but that is a 1-for-3 trade thus far. Godzilla gets a good amount, while Seiji gets himself a killing spree, allowing themselves to actually pick off 4 on top of that 1 death on their side.
And Yawn coming in with that clutch flank, right? Forcing out the Nether Realm, letting Jay output the damage after the Nether Realm. And Jay, look at that, already top damage dealt already. That Jay is gonna be a big problem, especially with Marches in the front line going for this durable build. Seiji is going to have a free hold of the map. It's going to be extremely scary for RSG to deal with because they have to group up. Gear's pressure is there. So RSG, at this point, their key winning condition is to pick off Jay. That's the only target that they can prioritize. And Jay's not gonna just give them an easy job, right? It's not gonna give them a free meal.
No, I mean, look, he can throw the Eternal Guardian in the front. He can Eternal Guard in the front. He has, you know, Sagitnu as well there to counteract, soak up any kind of damage that RSG is throwing at the side of Bleed. Bleed is showing us why they picked Hellcurt first, actually. Actually, you know, come to think about it, it could be a little bit of mind games, hey.
And if you look at that, Jay just bought the conceal boots, the concealed demon boots, the roaming boots from the side of the Vexana, so he's not prioritizing the farm anymore. So they are going for an extremely mobile lineup. Seiji will become the main core of the team fight moving forward because they have hit this 10-minute mark, right? Their power spike is gone. They have not taken any towers, so they're changing objectives.
Oh, Godzilla! He did manage to get himself away throughout all of that. In the meantime, Jay? Okay, item pickups are pretty darn fast. In the meantime, Yon did manage to get himself the Lord. Bleed is far ahead. 3,000 gold. There's just so many things going on. While RSG trying to play their macro game down to the bottom lane, trying to split push a little bit, Bleed finds an opportunity to kind of cut off gear, manage to successfully bring down the Hellcurt, and hoping that they will be able to extend the fight a little while longer. Unfortunately, Sagitnu will be able to use his flicker, get himself right out of the fight before anything goes bad. But now, they did manage to bait Bray to always play how he's always been playing, running right in front, and thus, they did manage to execute him almost immediately and respond in kind. Godzilla, the next one down, while Seiji picks up a triple onto Closer, hoping that he'll be able to get a Maniac onto CS. Bleed! Boy, oh boy!
Yep, and that was the switch that I was talking about. Jay would not be the main priority. Seiji will become the main damage dealer. With that boots pickup from Jay, that was very telling from the side of Team Bleed right now. And with this map advantage, they have hit their peak max. 10 minutes in, they will be going for this Lord push.
Two lanes are pushing in right now. RSG has to play tower defense on two different sides. Gear is pushing down the mid. The Lord's pushing down for the top. The question is RSG going to be able to stand the onslaught of damage coming in to the turrets? Wow. This is only 10 minutes in the game.
It's only 10 minutes in the game, but this is Bleed's game plan here. It's this early mid-game power spike that they went for, and with the farm, they're showing us how this game is meant to be played with this lineup. Especially if you pick Hellcurt on the roam, you have to have this early advantage no matter what, and they're playing it perfectly right now.
Perfectly is an understatement. This is methodological. This is a masterclass on how to play an early game lineup.
But still, Bleed, they are on a clock. Given the fact that Seiji can jump the backline onto CS at this point, once CS starts building up his defensive items, it's going to be a bit scarier.
Bleed is really starting to adapt based on how RSG has been playing. One thing that they have been really afraid of is the fact that they are picked off, and for RSG, they are relatively tanky. They even have got the Netherrealm to really come in as an insurance policy. But they have seen time and time again that Bray has constantly been the one that's starting to open the fight and dashing in first, despite not hitting anyone or just really use as a means of a gap closer. So if they find an opportunity to make him go for a dash and collapse onto him, there's no way that he could escape. That is one of the prime ways that Bleed has managed to get themselves that Maniac onto Seiji, and I think that could happen again.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, look, as a Fredrin, you need to be heading straight into the team fight's face first, no matter what's going to happen, right? Because you want to enter into team fight, you want to use your ultimate, you want to taunt everyone as much as you can, and then from there engage the fight, potentially with a second layer of CC coming from the Minotaur.
I'm going to throw out a controversial opinion here, right? Because I feel that RSG is getting a bit tankier in terms of trying to pick off Derry. You've been killing Derry constantly, but now that he's getting tankier, he's going to have the Minotaur Fury if you fail and engage. If you fail to pick him off, it's going to get scarier for Bleed. So Bleed, they don't want to fight as much as possible. They're going for the objectives. Yes, that's what they need to do. They want to avoid these team fights. They want to play the macro game, continue to get their lead while getting the objectives at the same time. Going for a 5-on-5 team fight might spell doom for Bleed. That's exactly how they lose this game.
Yeah, no, for sure. RSG's not out of it. Yes, we see Bleed with a 6.6k gold lead, but they are not out. If you notice, actually, whilst Bleed was trying to take the Lord, we saw RSG pushing in the top lane. They are actually trying to exchange objectives. right? So being able to flip objectives, let Bleed take the lower, let Bleed push the bottom, but we are not going to fight you now because we know we're going to lose the team fight, but we will try to take objectives on the other side of the map. So this is the way RSG is actually still in the game, even with a 6.5k gold deficit.
And now with the Lord marching in, I don't feel that they should commit to this. They want to get the inhibitor turrets as much as possible, but the lane priority is just not there. And if RSG can jump on this, might potentially spell doom for the side of Bleed here.
The lanes are definitely pushing in pretty nicely. In the meantime, Yon as a Gideon positioned themselves just so immaculately, just to ensure that the top lane will go down without question. As such, RSG is now left with a single inhibitor turret down in the bottom lane, with CS immediately popping out his ultimate, preparing
Look
for
at Gear,
a big
look at Gear!
fight. The Nether Realm mode, look at Gear indeed. Just going to be knocking off to the core as much as possible. As such, it bought enough time for Bleed to rotate themselves down to the bottom lane, allowing Seiji with that golden star. Wait, hold on a second! Everyone's just going to be coagulated together at this moment in time with double kill. It does seem like we do have the entirety of Bleed collapsing themselves down on an RSG and securing themselves with the first game win.
That was insane! Gear was absolutely cracked. He saw the opportunity to hit the crystal, and he took it. I mean, they had to deal with Gear, because if they didn't deal with Gear, the game would have ended even before any sort of team fight.
Bleed understanding the game sense with their power spike at 5 to 10 minutes, right? After 10 minutes, they lost that power spike already. Seiji would not have done as well as CS in terms of scaling, in terms of team fight. He has more AoE. Seiji only has single target damage, so they have to segregate the fights as much as possible. Go for the objectives. Go for fights that they 100% win, because they cannot take this massive team fight at all. They only have an Eternal Guard, and Eternal Guard, after you, if you're playing this kind of lineup, you don't have any follow-up, right? You don't have the Minoan Fury, you don't have Energy Eruption to help you, so you're just relying on Seiji to deal the damage. So if you get a pick off, you go.
Yeah, no, and it's absolutely insane because Bleed identified the strengths and the weaknesses of the competition, of their composition, and was able to execute it to the best of their ability. Speaking of which, MVP for me, definitely Gear.
Yeah, I feel it's Gear as well. Gear opened up the map so well for Bleed at this point, but I feel that Seiji, he did play a good game as well.
Seiji had a great game, but he would not have a great game if Gear was not there to enable him. Gear 2-1-2 in the KDA, 22% of the kill participation only, but it did not matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter because at that point, Bleed were playing a macro game, right?
Gear is undoubtedly the catalyst of Bleed getting themselves this win, right? With a Nathan being first picked coming from their side, it immediately shows that we want to play a team fight. As such, picking up a Hellcut right off the bat, they are switching themselves on. Bleed is switching themselves onto we are playing pickoff. If you want to bank everything onto a Nathan, then I'm gonna pick someone that can deal with a Nathan in the early stages of the game. That is why Bleed is just hyper-focusing onto the early games, allowing Seiji to go for an out-of-curve experience and go for the snowball and end the game just like that.
And look at that, the item builds, very telling of their key timings, right? If you look at how Seiji was building, the moment he got the Golden Staff, Demon Hunter Sword, the Holy Trinity, Corrosive Scythe, he was going for split push. He didn't want to fight for these kills. He only wanted to kill CS. The main target was CS. If he comes 1v1, I can kill him based on skill matchup, based on hero matchup alone. Then afterwards, Jay, he would be the main damage dealer in these fights. He went for the Glowing Wand, he went for the Blood Wings. Then afterwards, he transitioned into roaming boots, letting Seiji come in with the Rose Gold Meteor to become the main damage dealer, because he now has that defensive mechanism to jump the back lines. And with Gear on top of that, it's going to be extremely scary. And Yon just went for a full tank build all the way.
Look, all of them had roaming boots except for Yon, and that's understandable. They were really trying to funnel everything into Seiji, and look, it worked. 4k gold lead. In comparison, if you look at just the gold head-to-head, 4k difference in from Seiji to CS. CS was not able to play the game at all.
They were playing a different game.
This is poker right here.
This
is all in. I can't even word this any other way. I've never seen 4 players willingly just give up all of their income and say, you know what, all goes to you.
But this is the best of one of the best gold laners in MPL SG. You know, if you're gonna all in on someone, Seiji is the man to all in, right? He is, I mean, the gold lane already on its own, right, can win or lose the game for you. And now you have one of the best gold laners in the entire, well, championships in your team. Why not all in?
Yeah, but Bleed, I mean, I feel that they, with this strategy here, they kind of showed their hand a little bit, right? They know that, now Seiji can do this. Now they're showing a bits and parts of themselves to RSG. And RSG, I feel that they are a team that responds to that pressure really well in terms of how they've been adapting to this entire league. It's really crazy to see CS step up. It's really crazy to see how close they stepped up. But Bleed, they don't let, I feel that, CS has been stepping up, so CS is the main target to shut down. It won't be Bray anymore, and CS was 0-5. It was extremely hard game for him to play against, especially with the lead that Gear managed to get for Seiji. There was no way you're going to win that 1v1.
What game?
What
game? Man was not able to play a game. There was no game to be played, my man. You know, I mean, it's absolutely insane, right? I think you've mentioned it really well. You summarized it really well. Both teams know what they're good at. Both teams know what they're bad at. The question is, when Bleed, I mean, this is the first time we've seen this kind of composition from the side of Bleed, right? We see them doing very, very well. 200k damage being dealt for the entire game, out of which, right, 130k done by Seiji himself. 925 gold per minute is absolutely busted. All right, but this is not the only game that Bleed plays. We've seen them play where so many different styles of MLBB. We've seen them put all the baskets on to Gitnu, right, with the Paquita pushing on the side. We've seen them put all the eggs in Gear's basket, where they're able to play the macro plays and they counted on Gear's Cho to go in and invade enemies' jungle. Dude, Gear, there's so many different ways Bleed can play this game. So the question is, what are they going to be playing next?
Yeah, and for RSG, I feel at this point, they have to stick to the guns. They have to know what kind of counters that they're playing against. In terms of how Bleed was playing, it was really a telegraph, right? In terms of item picks, in terms of hero picks as well. I feel that RSG, they had all their cards in their hand. They had the NetherRealm available for Godzilla. It's just that Bleed was playing an extremely choke-heavy playstyle at this early stage of the game. And how they get out of the chokehold, I mean, it's RSG's turn to answer, right?
Yeah, it's RSG's turn to answer. I mean, RSG has a really good team fighting composition. You mentioned that before. They know how to execute it, but I don't think they faced anything like this before. I can almost bet you right now they're probably discussing how do we stop them. Sorry?
They're probably confused.
100%, right? Because we've not seen this at all in this entire season so far, right? So being confused, I mean, I would hit myself in confusion at this point.
I mean, to be honest, we did say that you want to play around your best player. You want to play around your gold laner. But I didn't really quite expect they will play it around quite literally with the roam boots. But hey, by all means, I love it.
And this goes back to fundamentals of Roger, right? What makes Roger good? What makes Roger tier 1 gold laner? And now we do have the highlights. I mean, in the early stages of the game, it was really much heavily leaning towards this early game-centric lineup that Bleed had just picked out for themselves. Yon going down there, not too big of a deal. It was all in the plan for Bleed at this point. They just want to run it down. And look at that, Jay alive in the backline, able to deal damage. They did get the turtle. No worries around there. It's all in the plan where at the bottom lane, Seiji was getting the gold from that turret. And now Derry going down, it's not a good telling sign. No Minoru Fury available. Gear can take out CS for free now. Then with that, it just snowballed out of control because they kept having this gold lead no matter what. They can't keep taking this team fight. It's still 10 minutes in. Seiji can flicker in, no problem, gets a free Maniac. And with that, they just taking the team fights that benefits them. Seiji with the pickoff on the CS, that's all the farm of RSG right there. And what I was saying is, we go back to the fundamentals. Roger, why is it such a good tier 1 gold lane in the first place, right? It's because it's so snowball. It gets a lot of map pressure. So that's what happens if you play it with a Hellcat who adds on the map pressure if you play it with Martis, right?
All right, so I completely agree with you, and let's break it down. Jace, please show us why there was a masterclass for Bleed side of things.
Thank you very much, boys, and of course, once again, welcome to another segment of Knowledge. By the way, this particular game, it is not only just Bleed Gear's show. It is actually Gear and Seiji's show. The whole reason why Bleed drafted this is to make sure that Seiji gets a pick. There's a lot of best potential coming out from this particular draft, especially when you consider Gear definitely as a Hellcurt. Then you also got Jay with the massive damage burst. Sagitnu is there for tanking, and it's Seiji and also Yon to kind of do the kind of cleanup. And the best part is Seiji, instead of going for your traditional build, your Windtalker, your Endless Battle, your Malefic Roar, some people may also throw in House Claws like me. I'm a master of the basic enjoyer. Seiji goes for a cheaper kind of build. The reason why is that Seiji is looking to scale towards the late game instead of popping off in the mid to early game. With the help of Gear, thank God, Seiji also popped off. So basically, this became a Gear and Seiji show. If you notice how RSG is having a lot of difficulties, particular for this draft coming up from Bleed, is because they don't know where Gear is, and this causing a lot of confusion. Gear is actually down the way at the bottom lane trying to get Seiji. By the way, this is already like the second pickoff, right? That allows Seiji to kind of get the first 2 kills. Now, in this particular turtle fight, RSG is working with basically no information. Hellcurt can be anywhere in this map at this point of time. So that's why when RSG decided to handshake this fight, I really like what Derry is doing. This circle basically cuts off the entry point from here, especially from here and from here, right? So this is basically the best way that Derry can actually use this ultimate. Unfortunately for Bleed, this is a 3v4, and of course, you know, turns out it is going to be Gear ganking down the bottom lane. And because of that, if you notice how low the turret energy is, you know Seiji is omnoming. He has all the gold and all the farm, and that's why we like to call him the farmer, because he has the highest GPM among all the MPL Singaporean gold laners. And now, remember we talk about this is a Gear and Seiji show, whereas Gear is always playing away. So this is a 4+1 kind of composition where Gear pushes in from the side, and then after that you have your main damage in by the side. So which means that Derry is kind of confused. Like, okay, I need to try to block Gear from coming over, and I still need to protect CS and Godzilla. So Gear, the problem about Derry, this is a very tall order for the side of RSG to basically deal with, and Gear coming in to threaten for this side push as well. And Seiji, because he's already have all the golden stuff and also the Holy Trinity as well, he's just doing a lot of damage, especially towards the later parts of the game, because Gear has allowed Seiji to farm up like an absolute monster, and an absolute monster of a beast. So with that said, ladies and gents, we're going to throw you back to the casters to talk about the next particular few games, and of course, looking Bleed 2-0.
Looking Bleed 2-0, this guy. Little sneaky comment coming from the back. I'm not that confident as well. I said 2-1. I believe RSG has what it takes to come back. But my question to both of you, right? What does RSG need to do?
I think the main thing is if RSG wants to, if Bleed is going to be, playing around their best player, then why not RSG just kind of go towards that sense, right?
Who's their best player? You see, that's the thing, right?
Yeah.
With Bleed side of things, there's a very clear person that can carry the game. But can they do that with CS after he went 0-5?
To be fair, I think that he's put in a very tough spot, right? This composition is literally made just so that they could pick off CS and really just deny him of that mid-game / late-game farm, because they are literally banking everything onto his damage, right? Everyone from RSG can tank, they can sustain, but what's the point in surviving longer if no one is going to die from the opposite side?
Well, the point of surviving longer is that, you can get really, really new skins and you can look at how beautiful they are.
You can use your skins
exactly,
more if you don't die.
You can see them more uptime, more value.
Exactly, right? Because here comes a new challenger, right? So the highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 collection are now unveiled, or they were unveiled. And the collab skins has arrived on the 24th of April. Popular characters like Valir, Kyo, Kusanagi, Masha Mai Shiranui, as well as Paquito, Terry Bogard will bring their unique fighting techniques to the Land of Dawn for an ultimate showdown. We're talking a little bit about Paquito here, Terry Bogard. I want to see some Paquito action.
I mean, I expected the Paquito out of Sagitnu, but the way that he played Edith, I really like him on the Edith now, on the EXP lane.
Man.
Yeah, like why?
What a predicament!
Like what a predicament, right? He was playing so well, and yeah, the man in question is
The
right
man,
there.
the myth, the legend.
And now we do see in the banning and drafting phases, the respect ban, the Hellcurt, needs to be taken out. I mean, that's why it's such a high priority ban in other regions as well. And Bleed, they have shown their hand, but they have other facets of them. But RSG, on the same side, they don't have just this solo strat of letting Bray, be the tank that he is. They can still do the flexible assassin switch, putting him on the Ling, putting him on something else, closer Barat on the EXP lane, and now Bleed, they deny that pick away from RSG.
Can you imagine how deep Bleed has gone into RSG's brains? They're living in their heads rent free. I mean, the first ban Hellcurt is telltale sign, right? They're like, we don't want to deal with this Hellcurt anymore. You've already infected us enough with the shadows. I do not want to be living in fear of shadows. Immediately bans out the Hellcurt. But so far, I think we have pretty standard looking lineup. So right now on both RSG side as well as Bleed side, Barat's being picked up, Vexana being picked up for the side of Bleed, whereas we have Fredrin and Roger being picked up for RSG.
Yeah, and the tried and true, against the Vexana, you either pick it up Faramis or you either pick up Valentina to counter out in the mid lane because you can steal away the Eternal Guard. But in terms of EXP lane, the Yuzhong is still pretty much on the board to dive the Vexana in the back line. So for Bleed, they pick up the ally, yes. But for RSG, they have a lot of options open up to counter out this Vexana pick. But that's what Bleed wants out of RSG. They're trapping them into these kind of picks, right? So that they can play around Gears final slash as much as possible. And RSG, they do pick up the Yuzhong.
Yuzhong, really, really good pick. They have got a front line, right? They've got the Yuzhong, they've got the Fredrin to protect the Roger. They're playing a game of protect Roger, whereas Roger has to play aggressively, right? But play aggressively into Barat, play aggressively into Arlott. Are you asking to get smacked around?
Yeah, I feel that Roger, he shines in this 1v1, 1vx lineup, especially if he has farm. But he needs the space from his team, so he needs a very invasive team like the Hellcurt that we saw. So we might see Derry on the Grok, which is banned out. So I was gonna say Derry on the Grok might have been a threat, and Bleed, they do take it out. So RSG, I mean, Derry would have to play something really invasive. A Kaja, a Grok, possibly a Mathilda that is still on the board as well. So RSG, they have to ramp up the early game momentum.
Matilda would be so good for the side of RSG. She's going to be able to move around. I mean, all three of these guys at pace right now, you're able to pull back with any one of them if they dive too deep, or if they're caught off guard, you're able to just yoink them back. And just there's so much mobility that Matilda can bring for the side of RSG. I do expect to see a ban coming out from Bleed.
Yep.
Or Kaja. Yeah, Kaja is also a really, really good ban, I think. But this does leave Matilda open for Davey, and Davey, we know, plays Matilda.
I'm pretty sure Mo approves with that Akaja ban.
Yeah, Bleed is in RSG's head right now because with the Roger, you don't want to play a defensive Roger, right? You don't want to be on the back foot. You want to be always in the enemy's faces as much as possible. Roger coming in with that wolf form will destroy you, will get to your back line, especially if you give them that much space. And with that ban, RSG, they have a few options. They go for the Nana.
Oh, Nana pick? This is the first time we've seen Nana being played on MPL and MPL SG Season 7.
Yeah, welcome to MPL SG, Nana.
I'm fine with anything. Just don't show me Cyclops and I'm good. I'm fine with this. I'm totally happy with this.
No, okay, but Nana, let's take a moment, right? Nana has been picked so much in my ranked games. I see Nana everywhere. I see her getting banned. I see her getting picked. Nana is a threat with her ultimate as well. It's absolutely nuts. And in this kind of team composition, she's going to be able to execute her ultimates flawlessly.
Yeah, but they still don't have that invasive power that Roger requires. And the Paquito coming out, we were talking about it. Terry Vanguard, yeah, and Nathan on Seiji will be extremely scary for Bleed at this point. RSG, they are still left with the roam. I feel that if they put Nana on the roam, I mean, it's still not that invasive. They don't have that punch power. Most likely on the goal, on the mid lane, I mean. So there's still the pick for Derry that they yet to pick up. The Matilda still on the board.
Yeah, but look, Nana with the Melina smooch, right? It has just so much disruption. Barats can't detone his welcome easily. Arlet can't enter the fight easily as well. Paquito even. If Paquito comes to the back and tries to assassinate Nana, all she needs to do is press a third skill, or her second skill, and Paquito turns into a doll, right?
Yeah. And now they pick up the Carmilla. Yes, going for that extremely invasive gameplay. I really like this out of RSG. It can work, and Carmilla is extremely strong on the team fights as well. Very sustainable. RSG, I feel that they're cooking something here. They're really cooking something.
Cooking is correct because, I mean, this is a very unique lineup. We don't usually see this every day. And you're right, they have a way to invade the enemy jungle now. They have a way to protect the back line and have a front line as well, and deal a lot of damage. I mean, on the side of RSG, the question that I have for them is whether or not they will be able to execute this lineup.
Yep, they have the front line sustainability. They have the jump on the back line as well. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed versus RSG match 2, game 2, right?
Game 2, match 2 indeed. MPL SG Season 7, we are in it to see whether RSG maintains its number 2 spot or whether Bleed will be able to sneak in.
Yeah, so I feel that with this 1v1 matchup, Closer versus Sagitnu will be extremely important. I feel that Seiji versus CS is going to be one lane to watch as well. This top gold lane and bottom EXP lane is going to be very pivotal for this early stages of the game, because most of the time they'll be in 1v1 matchup, whether a gear can find the advantage for Seiji as much as possible. And we do see that being the priority for Team Bleed. Getting the priority onto Seiji, because the gold laner is extremely important for Team Bleed at this point. And RSG, I feel that CS has to be on top of the priority list as well, and Derry will be there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of guard the babies, right? Guard the gold, protect the gold laners, because the gold laners are gonna make or break this game. We do see Seiji already being a little bit weakened from CS.
It doesn't seem like he will be able to get, or rather either or is going to get any form of kills. But after all, CS, we were still talking about Roger. And previously he was playing as a Nathan, so he pretty much have a pretty good idea how this matchup would go. Considering that he got a 0-5 in the previous game, he gotta have to do something about that. In the meantime, Godzilla expanded the flicker as well as the passive, only to fall to the hands of Yawn.
Yeah. Oh no, that's so bad for the side of Godzilla. You lose your passive, you lose your flicker, and for what? Nothing.
Yeah, that's huge coming out from the side of Team Bleed at this point. RSG, they will not have the Molina Blitz available for this team fight because he will not hit level 4 in time. So they're banking on Closer at this point. But they do go for the counter pick onto Gear. Gear does force out the flicker, won't have the final slash available for this team fight. But Closer hitting level 4 at this point is going to be extremely key if they want to fight for this first turtle.
This is going to be a tough start considering the fact that in the first turtle fight, the mage has got to do the most amount of damage. We gotta have to look out for that, right? The turtle is currently down to 3,000 HP, and in the meantime, Jay over to the backline with the Eternal Guard, snipes down onto Bray, making sure that he won't be able to pull out any form of retribution. Just as I was saying, RSG have got no fight for this turtle, and that's not even all. They've even gotten closer.
RG had no business trying to take that turtle. They tried and they got punished, and now they're getting invaded. The purple buff is going to be taken by Yawn. This is not going well for RSG.
And with that, the prioritization, they went for the turtle. They did not prioritize CS at all. And that's not what you want to see from the side of RSG, right? You want to prioritize this Roger early game. Give up the turtle. I mean, you don't have the levels. You don't have the ability to fight this, but they still have the comeback potential in terms of having these AoE spells, this very big blanket spells, in terms of Derry having that ultimate, in terms of Closer of the Black Dragon form. So we will have to see that scaling come through.
Yeah, Merlina's Blitz in combination with Curse of Blood coming out from the Camilla is going to be absolutely deadly combination. But like I said, it's whether or not they're going to be able to pick off this team fight. Jay looking very low, but he still just walks out of there. Bleed knows what RSG's game plan is. They're not going to clump up for them like that, though.
Yeah, and they RSG, they have to play the macro game right now. Sagitnu becoming a threat will not look good for RSG. So they have to get as much farm on closer. Yuzong will be key, CS will be key, and Godzilla cannot get picked off anymore.
Yeah, Godzilla can't get picked off. I mean, honestly, you pick the Nana, right? You think you're going to be super safe in the early game. You can just run away the moment your HP hits 0 for at least one time. But, I mean, that passive is a very, very long cooldown, like 2 minutes, I feel like. It's not going to be up for a while.
Yeah, and now we do have Darien Gear staring each other down. Darien in a lot of trouble.
Immediately finds out the Carmilla. Seiji, Gear, and Yon, though tattered by the Curse of Blood, that's not gonna do anything to them.
Yeah, and with that, they will have to give up this first turtle here. I do not want to see RSG make the same mistake going for this turtle. I feel that they have to prioritize farm on closer, CS, get key items before they go for this team fight.
But look at where they are on the map, right? Closer was using close to farming.
Oh, final slash connecting down to Godzilla. But CS did manage to purify that away and gonna be fine and dandy. But Gear, it doesn't seem like that's gonna be the end just yet. Gear tries to go for the stun down onto the Nana, but fortunately misses out. The rest of the members from the side of Bleed proxies out the mid-top lane and tries to put a little bit more pressure onto the opponent's jungle, because that is pretty much what Bleed has been trying to do. Despite losing out some EXP on the side of Yon, they want to continue onto that pursuit. Even with the Eternal Guard being committed, that is going to be Bleed that didn't really manage to find much success.
They did get the turtle and the tower as well. That's one portion of the map open up. 3,000 gold lead for the side of Team Bleed. They will want to group up for this team fight right now, but RSG, I feel that they shouldn't take this team fight. They should be going for other map objectives. The top lane is open, bottom lane is open. They can't take this team fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I was going to say RSG needs to turtle up, but how can even turtle up when Bleed is just invading the jungle non-stop? There's no break in the car that Bleed is driving. It's just going zoom, 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 as there's no stopping the game. The gold is widening, by the way. There hasn't been many kills ever since that fight just now at Turtle, but the gold gap is widening to 3.3k.
And the taunt just gonna be connecting while Yon immediately retreats himself right out with a Death Dance welcome. And of course, making RSG use the Black Dragon form on the side of closer. They have very good information that the Black Dragon form is not gonna be available for the next turtle. As such, RSG, I don't think that they're going to be contesting for this, right? Turtling up for the turtle.
Bleed are living in RSG's minds rent-free at this point, forcing out those cooldowns. They will not be able to contest for this turtle right now. Best they can do, get the top turret, get the bottom turret. But then, Sagitnu is there. He's on lane priority duty.
You know, we talked about playing around certain people for the side of Bleed, right? This is exactly what I mean, right? So right now, I mean, just now it was Team Seiji. It was Team Seiji, right? Seiji was able to just take the whole game away. Now it's Team Sagitnu. Look, you look at where he is and look at where the rest of the team is. It's they have the same closer, and closer is one of their main frontliners, right? Without closer, all they have is a Frederick.
Look, to be fair, I think that Bleed, at least for the side of Sagitnu, he's just playing his own game, right? He's just playing his own game, he's doing what he can, but in the meantime, in the middle lane, immediately Godzilla got popped, and the passive has already been used. Everyone else from the side of Bleed is definitely wanting a piece of the pie here in the middle lane, while Yon just outright walks right in, and did manage to land a Death Dance welcome right on top of Dairy, allowing Sagitnu to take that one off onto RSG.
And Bleed forcing the chokehold even more as they do get a 5k goal lead. Take away the outer turrets, only 3 left. All the first tiers are gone from the side of RSG.
This is a buffet and RSG is on the menu, right? Literally, Bleed is going around it, picking up, I like a side dish of brain now, and how about dairy as toppings? And 'cause that's what it is. That's literally what it is right now. 6-0, 6.4k gold lead in advantage to Bleed. Only 8 minutes in the game. Tier 2 towers are dropping from the top. Tier 2 towers is being pressured from the middle and bot lanes. It's absolutely, this is Bleed's game to lose at this point.
Wow. Bleed is just playing the role of the story weaver now. Everyone has got all their votes onto RSG. We have a lot of thoughts about RSG. Oh, they're strong. They'll be able to do this. They'll be able to do that. CS and Closer, they are just pumping themselves up in this game and the past few weeks. Sorry, not this game, but the past few weeks, right? We thought that RSG is gonna do well, but Bleed weaved their own story around and thought, you know what? This is our game.
Look, I mean, there's a reason why I put them as 2-1s, right? I really like the multiple ways that they will be able to execute the gameplay or the game plans that they have, right? And we see literally 2 different game plans right here. We see Bray doing a little bit of a dance. He's like, I'm here, guys. But that's all he can do right now. He's just getting thrown up by the Eternal Guard, but there's nothing that he can do.
Oh, wait, what? CS just gonna be tossed right in, thanks to Gear. Perfect final slash, completely changing the positioning of CS.
Hello, Gear.
That's not where you want to be, right? not behind Bray. I mean,
but that flicker though. I'm not gonna blame on CS positioning, but I'm just gonna be promoting the fact that Gear's flicker final slash was just chef's kiss.
Really good gameplay from the side of Team Bleed. They do get the objectives needed, and they haven't lost a tower. Paquito has been on this creep duty.
Lost a
No one has died.
Didn't lose a single turret and kill.
Yeah,
no one died.
No one died. So far.
This is weird to see from RSG.
Bray is taking the orange buff.
Yay, objectives!
But at the cost of their inhibitor turret. RSG will definitely want to fight back now. They did manage to get a kill down onto Yon with the help of Godzilla, taking their last hit down. And of course, even committing down onto the Black Dragon form to push Gears, AG, and Jay away, just to ensure that their middle lane inhibitor turret is just going to be left with a sliver. But the rest of the members from the side of Bray is just going to be plunging themselves in and collapsing down to the opponents. Next one on the menu, Gear. And they get the final slash in, or rather the final hit in from the side of Bray, but it doesn't seem like they will be able to transcend even more from here.
Yeah, but very good team fight from the side of RSG. They do get a 3-1 trade, and that's signs of life from RSG at this point. Closer, finally getting the farm, getting dominance eyes, will be able to join his team fight, and the Holy Trinity already out from CS.
But why Holy Trinity on Roger at this kind of game, right? You typically want to see the endless battle, Windwalker build. I mean, honestly, we saw it work for Seiji just now because they literally played around that, right? But CS is not being played around right now. CS is actually, in my opinion, been slightly deprioritized. So the question is, with this kind of build, you're expecting CS to be able to split push. You're expecting CS to for that single target damage, but they've only gotten 1 tower.
And now here we go.
Yon just gonna be slowly creeping into the middle. They did manage to isolate Dairy right in the middle of Yon, Gear, and Sages. As such, the Detonus Welcome is just gonna be connected. In the meantime, they did lose a Gitnu though, so that is actually pretty big loss from the side of Bleed. They're slowly gonna be creeping themselves backwards just for the fact that they have lost one of their primary damage dealers.
They lost one of the primary damage deals, but they got 2 turrets in return. In my eyes, that is worth it. Paquito dying is, I don't know, while split pushing, I think is perfectly normal. But look at the HP bar of the last turret standing as well. It is a pixel width away. Bleed is getting away with all this, and RG is just taking scraps for dinner tonight.
Yeah, but I feel that Godzilla's damage is scaling up at this point. Derry dying, not too big of a deal right there. CS, he does have the Holy Trinity available, so he can burst down Jay and Seiji in these team fights. So it's going to be very pivotal. These few team fights will change everything. And RSG, they are at prime time to take this team fight right now with the Black Dragon form available from Closer. Whether they or not, they can get the lane priority. And it is all on Bleed to lose this game right now.
Half HP onto the Lord, slowly creeping in. Godzilla's HP is not looking good. As such, they will not be able to commit too far into a fight. Lords has been resetted. Dairy goes all in. Not exactly all in, actually, but a good amount of stun onto Yon, trying to take down a tad bit of health But this dance may actually last for a tad bit longer, as I believe that Bray wouldn't want to extend himself too long because his HP is actually down to relatively low. As such, Dennis Welcome just going to be connected. Bray is still alive for now, but Yon did manage to snatch the the Lord away from the hands of RSG. Two members from the side of RSG taken down while Bleed is still surviving him relatively well. Closer moves on onto Yon, but a Shah residue builds up and gets him a single kill.
We have the two roamers, Gear and Davey, doing a little bit of a dance as they know that there's nothing much that Davey can do. Gear, Sagitnu, Jay, eyes on the prize, chipping away at the crystal.
No Petrify available for the side of Closer, and all he could do is stand on the sidelines idle and watch his core go down.
And Bleed showing us the form that they came in with the start of the regular season. Bleed was a top contender. We thought that they fell off, but no, they pulled something out of the bag, taking out one of the top 2 spots. RSG will be knocked down from the top 2 spot right now, then Bleed will be heading up.
Wow, what a change in atmosphere. What a change in expectations. Look, I mean, the crowd was expecting a heavy win from the side of RSG, but the crowds can be wrong, as proven before. Cassis can be wrong as well, but all I can say, guys, is I was right.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I mean, Jays was the most right technically because he put
confidently 2-0.
2-0 Bleed.
2-0.
Yeah, because I feel that, I mean, for both teams, it's a 50-50 at this point. The conditioning
exactly
at this
what
point,
G said, right?
Yeah. Conditioning at this point for both teams, they are at their peak at this point, given that we are heading into our last day. So both teams, they know how they've been playing in the entire tournament, and I feel that Bleed, they had meshed together as a team really well.
Yeah, for sure, man. I mean, Bleed looked like they were at their peak, right? Showing us two very different styles of gameplay. You don't often see that kind, very polarizing styles of plays, right? In one series, but we saw Bleed execute that to almost perfection. All right, guys, MVP, who do you think it is?
I gotta say it's Gear again, man. The final slashes that he's been outputting, I feel that was really key.
Barats, I guess.
It's Gear.
Okay. Fair play.
5-1 and 4 KDA, and a 69%
Nice.
kill participation. Nice. On the Arlot's gear is fearing, right? It literally strikes fear in the hearts of people.
Yeah.
And we saw, as you rightfully said, the final slashes he was able to execute was flawless. We saw him, relocate CS into his team. Right? CS had nothing to say. He was like, oh, well, I guess I'm moving. And
Who
he
says you
instantly
need to
died.
catch 5, right? When you can just catch one important guy.
I feel that for RSG, they wanted to disengage as much as possible. But for Gear, he was trying to force the issue no matter what with the final slashes. He would commit the flicker, he would commit the final slash, make sure that you're in his face, and then, yeah, we jump you. You can't disengage from this.
Yeah, he literally goes and he goes, yeet! And, he flies, he throws you to his entire team, and his team just, like I said before, it's a buffet. Right?
Yeah.
And Gear, well, if we had the Gaga reference just now, Gear is the waiter. He's like, dinner is served, and CS gets served for dinner.
He brings the food to you. Oh my lord! That reference was perfect. The waiter.
Yeah, exactly. And then you have the Barats there. They tell us welcome. He eats it literally.
Oh, quite literally.
Yeah, quite literally. Yeah.
I like these analogies.
Thank you.
I like them.
I've been working with that. Thank you. Moving into the analysis for the item breakdowns, guys. For the builds, anything interest you?
Yeah, so we were talking about the Holy Trinity build on CS, right? The Roger. The key difference between him and Seiji, you feel that, I mean, for CS, he wanted to jump in. Roger, you want to jump in, right? So for Seiji, he bought the Rose Gold Meteor so that he can jump in and get a bit of key damage here and there and manage to get out. And he has the Flicker for the extra mobility. But for CS, he was forced to go Purify because of the fact that there's Barats, there's a Vexana, there's an Arlot. It's extremely scary for a Roger to not have a Purify to get picked off so early. So he was forced to go full defensive. And on a Roger, you want to be full offensive. It's all eggs in one basket. See, you can't play Roger as a hybrid. I feel it's been proven wrong so far.
Yeah. I think we have been seeing this this Trinity build onto MPL PH for a week now or something like that. So I will believe that it is understandable for teams to start to understand why is this build even a thing in MPL PH, right? Since this week, technically for Bleed versus RSG, we don't really have much stakes involved. As such, probably, I'm just probably assuming, right? This is just a test run for CS to understand how the Holy Trinity feels like for Roger.
Yeah, no, right. I think that's you identified it correctly, right? They've got absolutely nothing to lose at this point. They've already lost their first game. Well, I mean, I guess the second seed is important, but not as important as CS being able to play. No, I was gonna say CS being able to understand why this build exists, right? I mean, we see CS playing with the weakness finder as his album, which is actually, in my opinion, kind of interesting, but also shows that, this Roger build that we're looking at, right, is built for 1v1s, right? Is built for being able to take picks by himself. But the thing is that he wasn't able to do that this game, and as such, we only see a 1-1 Roger instead of just now's 9-0 something, 9-0-3. Right, and to me, I think the team needs to identify when they need to play which build, right?
Yeah.
Endless Battle here would have been, in my opinion, a lot better for the Roger coming into team fights.
And he couldn't get the 1v1 matchup. You know why? Because Gear was always there. Gear and Seiji, I feel that they've been meshing together as a duo really well in terms of getting Seiji his key items, getting his key timings, identifying the win condition. Gear extremely good at doing that. I mean, we called it the Rome factory machine, right? We talk about FMM being the brain. I feel that Gear has received some of those blessings as well in terms of commanding the game, in terms of being the playmaker. I feel like Gear, he has evolved as a player extremely well, and I'm glad to see the shift in the meta.
Isn't it relatively similar to FMM, where both of them just plays unconventional roamers, or rather fighter roamers?
Yeah.
They're learning from someone. Who is that someone?
But look, Gear playmaker, I mean, he's absolutely the playmaker for the side of Bleed. I do want to actually talk a little bit about Godzilla, about the Nana pick, guys. Nana seemed to have worked. Was it more of an executional issue?
I feel that in terms of early game, they did not have that invasive power that they were looking for with the Nana Camilla. Because Nana Camilla, you think, yeah, they're going to be in your face, they're going to invade you as much as possible. But with the fact that they had to prioritize the gold lane, that's what Gear did. He opened up the map because Gary was there top helping out the gold lane. The invasive power is gone. So you are 1v1 Nana versus a Vexana. What do?
Absolutely nothing, and apparently get killed by your opponent's barrage in 1 minute in the game, right?
Yeah, but let's just find out what they have to say in the mic check.
Go.
Yeah.
Just fight them, guys.
Anything? I stun me now, guys.
Come back now, guys.
Farming ulti.
Hey, farming ulti. Go. Let's go.
Alright, coming.
Guys, fight
Farming, nice.
Go mid, guys. Nice.
Hey, farming ulti. Hey, we can fight.
Dash.
I stun
You know ulti, guys. The farming ulti, guys.
Can.
Careful, guys. The guy free hitting,
Hey,
I thought. Nice guys. Just chill, guys. Guys, we can end on now. We can end with this.
Nice one.
Hey, the third got flick on now, guys.
I stun them, bro.
Nice,
Hero, guys. Focus. Hero.
GG, bro. I stun them, bro. 4 man stun it.
On the skill.
I stun him.
Pedrin.
Oh my god, bro, right!
Pedrin. We can try mid.
Hey, watch it. I turn for you.
Hey, watch it. Yeah, watch it.
Watch on.
Hey, Bakat.
Nice.
Nice lah.
Hey, we take me go top, Someone go top.
Hey, can go not?
No. Out.
No,
Okay. Xiao.
Nice.
Hey, go Pedrin, guys. Go Pedrin.
Pedrin.
I stop for you.
I see. I got it. Pedrin.
I got them.
And Yeah, I mean, Seiji, one of the most vocal gold laners on this entire MVC.
Oh, that was
MPL
Seiji?
SG. Yeah, that was Seiji. That was Seiji, by the way. I was highlighting that Seiji was one of the gold laners that highlights what he needs. I mean, we don't see it in this, but when he was losing as a gold laner, he highlights what he needs to come back into the game. And I feel that a lot of gold laners don't do that. And Seiji, that's just what makes him different.
Yeah, look, when you're able to effectively communicate your needs to your team is then able to adapt, right? At least that's the theory of it. But, you know, with just that theory, I don't know. What do you guys think?
Nice! Sometimes your team probably just needs some hype. And that's what Bleed has.
That's true. Bleed has hype, but they also have strategy. So I'm going to throw it over to Jace to break the strategy down for us. Take us away.
Thank you very much, boys, and once again, welcome back to another segment of Knowledge. For this particular game that we're looking at, I really enjoy especially the drop, especially that certain boomerang that we saw coming out from the side of Derry going for the Carmilla. I was expecting something more of a Florin, something more of a softer support that could support from afar. And that makes him that he needs to step up to make the play for SG in order to win this particular game. So let's talk about the map rotations first. Let's talk about how there's a slight difference as compared to game number 1 and game number 2, where Seiji went for a Nathan, where CS was the Nathan for the previous game. CS was technically left alone on an island on his own. It's gonna be very hard for him, right? And Carmilla is unable to kind of force these engages, unlike the Hellcurt. And if you notice for the side of Bleed, you have Gear on the Arlot to kind of force to slow down with his stunts, to push the people away, so allow Seiji to have a very good lane to farm. So right now in this current map state, we already start seeing that the Nana getting picked off already at the get-go, so no more ultimates. But apart from that, we also have to take note is you have Sagitnu already hitting level 4, and as compared to the other one, whereas Closer is only at level 3. So definitely along the way there is some form of fights. You can also see it from the Petrify, which is already being used. So going into this, evidently, I think the main theme of this particular day for MPL Singapore, week 4, day number 1, is the importance of the EXP laners getting to level 4 first. If you notice, Sagitnu is already ready to set up. This is basically a bleed zone that you don't want to step in, especially for the side of RSG. So I'm gonna let this play just a little bit. Sagitnu will be able to find the damage onto Bray, and yeah, because the fact that you got Closer only at level 3, unable to use the Black Dragon form to create space for RSG, thus losing the turtle fight. So that's, I mean, first turtle is not very important, but it's a good step forward. A very good turtle fight will allows you to scale into the later parts of the game. And now, notice this. You can start to see for this particular fight, even though it did not work, what SG wants to do. They want to trap everybody in this one circle. If you also notice, Closer will also start channeling the Black Dragon form. However, the problem is, you can see immediately, oops, sorry about that. You can immediately see what happens. You got Yon using the ultimate right off the bat to get out. He's CC immune. Gear flickers all the way. So what happens is, in this circle, there's nothing left. And RSG fully committed, thinking they actually caught somebody, but unfortunately, they weren't able to do so. So it's very reliant on Derry getting a very good catch, or basically probably have to look for another secondary engage. And right now, I just want to take a look at this map state, right? If you take a look at the map state right now, it is Sagitnu on one side. You also have Gear controlling the middle, and then there's also 3 at the bottom. So this is a very generally spread out, but the best part is this is basically kind of foreshadowing into the second segment, where they kind of go into this part where it's very easy for them to basically spread out and then catch one person in the middle. Unfortunately, that victim is Ray. So they really abused the map rotation coming out from Sagitnu and also technically Gear to basically use the conceal play to get into position and also find his catches. You'll be able to see it later on partially, but I think right now it's just Bray taking this orange buff is kind of cheeky and also allows him to basically rejoin the fight. And the most important point that we also have to take a look is we got to take a look at Derry right here, finally landing the ultimate that we were promised But that's when they really win the fight, even though they're really down in terms of the gold deficit. So as long as Derry lands down the ultimate, I feel like RSG could have gotten the game, but unfortunately Bleed has the better execution, the better shot calling, and the better map rotation that out-rotated what RSG SG wants to do. RSG wants to lock down in this place, they want to fight here, but Bleed says no, I want to make it fluid, let's fight everywhere in the map. And that said, ladies and gents, that's all for this particular match. We're going to throw it back to Cheryl interviewing Bleed.
Thank you so much, Jace. And now I have Seiji beside me. Now, congratulations on that maniac. Absolutely amazing. Why, Shaya?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
So you're not proud of that maniac? Like, yeah, it's me.
It's normal.
Normal? No wonder. You know, in the interview, Roy said that you are someone that, like, he's scared of. Like, in the interview, in the head-to-head video, he said that, wow, you know, the Bleed goal laner. And he's a mid laner. He said the goal laner. Malakas. So, what do you have to say about that?
I'm never sad.
Wait, you're moving further and further away. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, the fact that your opponent today actually really respected you coming into the game. You know, what do you think about that?
I think no need to respect me because I'm a normal gold laner.
You're not a normal goal laner.
I'm normal gold laner.
You're normal with a maniac.
Yeah.
That's kind of scary. Yeah. So, okay, coming into this game, you guys were placed just slightly below RSGSG. They had 13 points, you guys have 11. So, how did you guys approach this game?
I think we just do our practice and we do our work. Then we just do our discipline and nothing special. Just discipline ourselves to play that game.
Right. And then also, how did you join Bleed Esports? Like, tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Before I joined Bleed, Coach G messaged me to try out Bleed. Then I do try out Bleed for I think 2 weeks or 1 week. Yeah. Then Bleed got me.
Right. So before coming into MPL SG, you were playing in the Philippines?
Yeah, I'm playing from Maharlika Esports.
Ah, I see. So coming into Singapore, what do you think is the difference between the PH scene as well as Singapore?
I think in SG is more interesting because I want to play MPL. This is my dream to play MPL.
Wow, you're realizing dreams here. So, okay, so now you guys have secured the upper bracket playoffs. So, which gold laner are you looking forward to face up?
Anyone.
Anyone? One
Yeah.
person. Only one name.
Vanix.
Vanek.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys faced off Team Flash previously. So, what have you learned as a gold laner that you're gonna approach? Because right now they are at the top of the table. So if you're contesting for the champion, you guys will be meeting them. So how are you gonna approach the game?
I just be brave. Brave. Yeah.
Just be brave.
Yeah.
And trust in your skill.
I trust my teammates.
You trust your teammates.
Yeah, my teammates is helping me.
Fantastic. So coming into the game, how will now Bleed Esports approach the game towards Team Flash?
Again?
How will Team Bleed Esports go up and prepare against Team Flash?
I think just do training. Wait.
Just train and just work hard and do your best.
What?
Just do your best?
Yeah.
Okay. So just now before we actually came on this interview, Coach Cody actually said that you are his favorite player. So what do you have to say to the coaches out there?
For the Coach Cody Bangs, thank you for helping me to improve, and especially Coach G to bring me to the MPL SG.
Oh, realizing dreams right here. So thank you so much,
Thank
Seiji,
you.
for this interview. Yay! So that was Seiji. He was going to like disappear into the background already. But of course, an absolute menace at the Land of Dawn. Now, next up, we're going to be seeing match 3 come up real soon. So this is something that you don't want to miss. We'll be seeing our defending champions, Team Flash, go up against Vanguard Esports. So stick around and we'll see you then.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome.
Keep it together. Do you really want to die here? If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
You should have killed me.
Well, guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
Multiple roles. Multiple. I choose FFM, you choose enemy. Okay, I can.
一起啊。
Wait, I think he come out, but he look like that. Okay, never mind, let's just try it.
The head big, bro. his hand looks so familiar.
FMM confirm, but why he don't work?
Oh my god. Who is that? No, this Right.
The other team.
I don't know them. I don't know how to spell his name, man.
FMM. I honestly cannot tell that it's FMM.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Ah, bro, FMM.
FMM? He's missing his chocolate chip, eh? 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1. Random name. Okay, random name. Who is this guy? I don't know, honestly, I don't know. I was going to guess. No, it's not him, man. It's not this guy. Bro,
just write. Okay, write it. Bro, you copy it.
Whoa. The nose. What, the eye a bit singy, eh? Maybe he's really lousy, eh? You think? Which info only got the goal in. Oh, got this one. We guessing like it's the third time already, eh?
True.
You want to go again? Third time's the charm, right?
Okay lah, third time the charm lah.
It's lousy.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! The face. No, actually, the face, the emotion is like what Lousy will do, bro.
3, 2, 1. It's lousy.
Oh, bro.
Bro!
You got the role correct.
What? Lousy.
Wow.
Bro, I see now his face.
I
was gonna write that.
I cannot see.
I'm so sorry, Lousy.
Oh.
Wow, sing. 3, 2, 1. Lousy.
Lousy.
Alright, ladies and gents, my name is Jace. Currently, I'm joining here with HomeBois Singapore. Here we have Anip, hailing all the way from MPL MY. And then we got Vanguard making a comeback this season as well. So, Anip,
Yeah.
how do you like Singapore?
So far so good.
So far, so good. Is it your first time here in Singapore?
Yeah, first time.
First time. So, have you tried the MRT here yet, or you always bus car here? Bus here.
Yeah.
You tried the bus already?
Yeah, already.
Yeah.
So good.
It's very good, right? Yeah. That's something that we're proud of.
So cool.
I think. Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris. So wait, Asteris. Yeah, that's right. So ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris, JH the jungler, and FMM the roam. Can we do a quick round introduction first? JH, why don't you go first?
I'm JH. My name is also Jiahao. I'm 19 this year, and I'm the jungler for Team Asteris.
Great. So where do you come from? Are you like community player or how does it work?
I'm a community player for 1.5 years, and I've been trying MPL for 1 year. And yeah, this year I got into MPL with FMM.
Great. Alright, so that's JH. FMM, your turn.
Hi, I am FMM. 19 this year. I'll be playing Rome for Asteris.
What is your actual main role in MLBB?
My actual main role is goal lane, I guess, since I played 1.5 years in MPL as a goal laner. Transitioning into it, like a lot of game understanding. At first, when I was a goal laner in like Slate, I was with better teammates, like veteran players. Then like I wasn't really sure like what I was supposed to do, cause their macro is on another level as compared to when I was like a rookie. So I was kind of clueless that season. Just playing kind of based off mechanics.
Yeah.
Then when Bleed came, it was a full-time opportunity. So that allowed me to study the game more and have better game understanding. Then
from there, I swapped to mid lane, which is somewhat similar to roam. Yeah, but it's just the mechanics is different. So I slowly learn the game and understand what each role has to do in a game. So that allowed me to be able to play like multiple roles.
Great. Who, in your opinion, do you self-study the game or do you have someone that has been actively teaching you the game before?
I think mostly the older players like JPL, Adam, Yang In, and Potato. Yeah.
They've been teaching you the game mechanics. Sorry, not just game mechanics.
Game understanding.
Game knowledge.
Yeah, game knowledge.
Which is a rarity.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say this out loud. The time when I saw you doing when you were FMM boy in Campus Legends, I was laughing. I think you're joking. But no. You were actually good. You're always on time whenever the fight's happening. And even during the qualifiers, you're basically just be doing FMM boy stuff. So like that transition, do you think it's easy or do you think it's difficult? As a gold laner, I'm a gold laner myself, so you still haven't tutored me. Been asking that for since season 4, but
I think it depends on the the person's like learning ability.
Okay.
It's because some people's learning ability can be fast or very slow. So for me, I'm quite fast. Then it didn't take much time for me to transition. But one thing I want to say is, as long as the player is willing to learn, right, nothing is impossible. It's just the matter of time.
Yep. I agree with you, but that's exactly what the genius would say. Anyways, JH, how was it like finally achieving your goals in MPLs?
It's incredible. It's like, wow, I finally made it lah. Because I've been trying since MPL qualifier S5. I was Team Banana, and we just formed the team 1 week before the qualifier. And then it was very unexpected when we made it to the top 3. Then, of course, having the first unsuccessful attempt, it was very, like, made me feel like this wasn't made for me. Yeah, so I moved on and I tried many different teams. And then there were 1 month when I was on holiday during my school period and Bleed wanted to trial me. So I went 1 month in with Bleed. That's where I meet FM and everyone. And I actually learned a lot from there. And it made me more mature on how I can get in tips from different veteran players. So after that, my friend Sean, he had an organization which is Team Hub.
Yep.
And then I had Min and Man who joined me over to play in a MPL qualifier S6.
S6, that was the Blue Mustang or something, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I finished in 3rd again. So it's like maybe very close. Like it's so close that I wanted to almost give up. Then I think the start of this year, FM invited me to join his team. Then we started training. At the start, it was like very unstable. We were like doubting each other if we can make it to the MPL, especially when we're losing the community tournament to Kingdom. There was one community tournament which is Team NS. We went and it was FM first time trying the role.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And we finished in 5th or 6th. And we thought we couldn't make it, but we screamed every day these 3 months.
Wow.
And then we went qualify again, and I finally made it.
So do you think it's because your previous team Banana and do you have any prep time for Blue Mustang?
It was 2 weeks. I just got released from Bleed.
Okay, then what about this time around with Asteris?
It was a 3 months preparation.
It was a 3-month preparation that allowed you to finally get into MPL.
Yes.
So, good question. That's a good thing. You guys never give up.
Yeah.
I think also partially you as well. Both of you are very hardworking.
Difference.
Then what about True? You said that Deck is very impatient as a gold laner. What about True? Right now, what's his problem?
Same thing, I guess.
Same thing.
Yeah, because newer players tend to just like
Overcome it.
follow through.
Okay. Where do you position yourself in this season?
As in the jungler or the team?
No, in the team wise.
I'm confident that we'll be top 6.
Top 6.
Yeah.
Not relegated.
No.
Okay, FMM. Where do you expect Asteris to end? You coming from lead slate and have MPL experience under the tutelage of veterans. Where do you place them now?
Us?
Yeah.
Confident top 6. But what do you call it?
What about Dilulu?
Yeah. Goals. Wait. Target. Yeah, target.
Target
top 4.
top 4. Who is your biggest enemy that you want to face?
I think it'd be most fun to play against Bleed. Yeah.
Against Gear. Yeah, actually, mate.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You guys are roamers now.
Yeah.
You guys were not originally roamers.
Yep.
Is that why you're excited to face him?
That's one, but their goal laner is quite strong also. It's hard to pick him off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seiji's positioning
Yeah.
is quite tough. It sounds like you have already scraped with them.
No. Just
rank games.
Rank game.
Rank games, I see. So JH, why do you decide to go pro?
It was an invitation from one of my friend.
Mm-hmm.
That I met in the game itself.
Mm.
So
Do we know who the friend is?
no, it's your
Not even
No, not even community.
Not even community.
Yeah.
So a random rank friend
Yes.
invited you to go pro.
Yes.
But he never did.
He never did.
Okay. So how did you start as a pro player?
The first tournament I went, I immediately met FMM and Yon.
What was this? What was that?
It was the Kembangan CC one.
Okay. How come yeah, that felt familiar.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember you two were a team before or something.
They were not in the same team, but I saw them there.
Not the
Oh,
Yeah.
that was with BV.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what makes you like decide, okay, this is what I want to do?
Because whenever I'm stressed from studying, I'll play the game.
Mhm.
And I've been playing since I was primary school. Then why not give it a try?
Okay. Great. FMM. What about you? How do you start joining Almighty in season 3? Then after that, you stayed
Yeah.
on.
You want me to go from how I started
Yeah.
playing ML?
Oh, sure.
It's a funny story.
Okay, share that funny story.
Because I used to play League
Yep.
since I have no idea. Primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Then COVID-19.
Mm.
My PC broke. Then my cousin is a what do you call this? Computer technician.
Uh-huh.
So like my parents sent it over to them to
Repair.
during Chinese New Year. Then we came back after Chinese New Year without the PC.
Mm.
Then COVID-19. The what do you call it?
Oh, so it
Locker.
got stuck.
Yeah, then it got stuck in Malaysia.
Oh.
Then I had to find another alternative of League, which was ML.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
In your opinion, who's the top 3 teams in Singapore right now in this season?
I think Bleed, Flash, maybe Eva.
Okay, fine. The safest ones.
Yes.
Okay. FMM?
I mean, Flash Bleed was top 2 because they are like a full-time org and they got a stack team.
Mhm.
The third is questionable.
Questionable?
Can be anybody actually.
Oh.
Honestly.
It can be you.
Can be us, can be Vanguard, can be Eva, can be HomeBois.
HomeBois?
Can-
You're not sure.
who-
Okay.
who else? Anybody lah.
Great. All right. Then let me flip it the other way around, FMM. Who do you think is the bottom 2 teams that's going to get relegated this season?
Exco is one, because they only have Slowly and Bear
Bear
TZ
Yeah.
there. firstly, it depends if they are a leader. If they are a leader, then they can teach their team, sure. But if they can't speak English, then they cannot even teach.
Okay.
Then the rest of the team has to learn by themselves.
Oh, okay. Language.
So, and their chemistry also.
Mm.
Then their team, maybe HomeBois. Same reason.
Mm.
I think Vanguard is a leader,
Okay.
but it might be hard for them to sync up.
Mm.
I feel. Yeah.
Mm. You meant in a okay, so that's why you're putting those two as the bottom two teams. So it's mainly communication issue. The
Yeah,
fact
and
that
like
English is not unfortunately they just couldn't speak English. They couldn't transmit what they know to the players.
yeah.
Okay, great. What about you, JH?
Uh,
First season, you already have to talk smack. I love it.
yes.
Come.
I think firstly also Exco.
Exco. Okay.
Because we fought them in the group stage in MPL qualifier.
Uh-huh.
And then it was
One-sided.
yes, one-sided.
From what I heard, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel they got players that just joined. And it's very pressured for them, I think. They got no leader to like calm them down.
Mm.
Yeah. And just like me, but I got FM to, make me feel calm. Yeah.
Yeah. FMN has been tutoring a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then,
But not me yet. Okay. Next.
and then the next one is also HomeBois.
HomeBois. What about them?
Because I compared that team to other team, and I feel they are not ready.
They're not ready.
Yeah.
They don't.
Because my friend is inside.
Okay, so they haven't gone through what you've gone through. So basically, especially the jungler Sub.
Yes.
Have you played with him before? Against him before?
I don't know about him.
Don't know about him at all.
Yeah.
What is the weakest link that you have to resolve before going to irregular seasons right now?
I think mindset.
Mindset.
So, as you know, Bear, he will panic when he go on stage, and it's also my first time and Kiwi first time going on the stage also. So, if we will panic when we go on the stage to play. So yeah, we need to do some. What's it called? FM.
Mindfulness breathing.
Yes, mindfulness breathing.
What? FMM, is that what you taught them?
No, it's just like to calm them before the match.
Bleed already. Say which one you learned.
No, it's like teams do it before the game, to like calm themselves.
Okay.
To like reset their mind so that they can just focus on the game.
Wow, FMM has done his research beyond me. He really wants this, bro. He really wants this, and I really that's why I really respect both of you as a player, really, like a lot, especially FMM, game mechanics wise and game knowledge wise, right? Then, really, it's okay for you. For him, it's more on the nerves. What about you, FMM? What do you think the team needs to improve on before going to regular season?
Same, like really the nerves. Cause
Just the nerves.
like how to say, if we go out to the stage and then we don't do what we usually do, and there's also no point what. So really the biggest thing is we don't know what is gonna happen, but the biggest thing we have to solve is like playing normally on stage. And like playing consistently.
Do you have anything to say to your potential fans of Asteris?
Keep supporting us.
Okay, FMM, what do you think? I think you have a better answer than JH.
Asteris fans, keep supporting us. We try to.
Yes, go on. Keep talking, FMM.
We try to. What do you call it? Reach. What? Go. Get a good placing this season, and hope you all can continue to support Asteris next season.
All right. Thank you very much.
맥시가 지가운다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome.
Keep it together. Do you really want to die here? If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed blinding steel!
You should have killed me. Well,
Guess it's your lucky day.
Or get arrested.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
Multiple roles. Multiple. I choose FFM, you choose enemy. Okay, I can.
Which is
Wait, he might, I think he come out, but
Does he look like that before? Okay, never mind. Let's just try it.
The head big, bro. His hand looks so familiar.
FMM! FMM confirm. But why you know?
Oh my god. Who is that?
No, this
Right.
The other team.
I don't know them. I don't spell his name, man.
FMM. I honestly cannot tell that it's FMM.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
bro. FMM.
FMM? He's missing his chocolate chip, eh?
3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Random name. Okay, random name.
Who is this guy? I don't know, honestly, I don't know. I was going to guess. No, it's not him, man. It's not this guy.
Bro, just write, right?
Okay, write it.
Bro, you copy it.
Whoa. The nose. What, the eye a bit singy, eh? Maybe it's really lousy, eh?
You think?
Which info only got?
Got the goal in.
Oh, got this one. We guessing like it's the third time already. Eh?
True.
You want to go again? Third time's the charm, right?
Okay lah, third time the charm lah.
It's lousy.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! The face?
Oh my god.
No, actually the face, the emotion is like what Lozy will do, bro.
3, 2, 1. It's lousy.
Oh! Bro! Bro! You got the roll correct, not bad.
What? Lousy.
Wow! Bro, I see now his face.
I
was gonna write that.
I cannot see.
I'm so sorry, Lozy. Lozy.
Oh!
Yeah. Wow, sing. 3, 2, 1. Lozy.
Lousy.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris. So, wait, Asteris. Yeah, that's right. So, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris, JH the jungler, and FMM the roam. Can we do a quick round introduction first? JH, why don't you go first?
I'm JH. My name is also Jiahao. I'm 19 this year, and I'm the jungler for Team Asteris.
Great. So, where do you come from? Are you like community player or how does it work?
I'm a community player for 1.5 years, and I've been trying MPL for 1 year. And yeah, this year I got into MPL with FMM.
Great. Alright, so that's JH. FMM, your turn.
Hi, I am FMM. 19 this year. I'll be playing Rome for Asteris.
What is your actual main role in MLBB?
My actual main role is goal lane, I guess, since I played 1.5 years in MPL as a goal laner. Transitioning into it, like a lot of game understanding. Like at first when I was a goal laner in like Slate, I was with better teammates, like veteran players. Then like I wasn't really sure like what I was supposed to do, cause their macro is on another level as compared to when I was like a rookie. So I was kind of clueless that season. Just playing kind of based off mechanics.
Yeah.
Then when Bleed came, it was a full-time opportunity. So that allowed me to study the game more and have better game understanding. Then from there, I swapped to mid lane, which is somewhat similar to Rome. Yeah, but it's just the mechanics is different. So I slowly learned the game and understand what each role has to do in a game. So that allowed me to be able to play like multiple roles.
Great. Who, in your opinion, do you self-study the game or do you have someone that has been actively teaching you the game before?
I think mostly the older players, like JPL, Adam, Yang In,
Mm.
and Potato. Yeah.
They've been teaching you the game mechanics. Sorry, not just game mechanics.
Game understanding.
Game knowledge.
Yeah, game knowledge.
Which is a rarity.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say this out loud. The time when I saw you when you were FMM boy in Campus Legends, I was laughing. I think you're joking, but no, you were actually good. You're always on time whenever the fight's happening, and even during the qualifiers, you're basically just be doing FMM boy stuff. So, like, that transition, do you think it's easy or do you think it's difficult? As a gold laner, I'm a gold laner myself, so you still haven't tutored me. Been asking that since season 4, but
I think it depends on the the person's like learning ability.
Okay.
It's because some people's learning ability can be fast or very slow. So for me, I'm quite fast. Then it didn't take much time for me to transition. But one thing I want to say is, as long as the player is willing to learn, right, nothing is impossible. It's just the matter of time.
Yep. I agree with you, but that's exactly what the genius would say. Anyways, JH, how was it like finally achieving your goals in MPLs?
It's incredible. It's like, wow, I finally made it lah. Because I've been trying since MPL qualifier S5. I was Team Banana, and we just formed the team 1 week before the qualifier. And then it was very unexpected when we made it to the top 3. Then, of course, having the first unsuccessful attempt, it was very, like, made me feel like this wasn't made for me. Yeah, so I moved on and I tried many different teams. And then there were 1 month when I was on holiday during my school period and Bleed wanted to trial me. So I went 1 month in with Bleed. That's where I meet FM and everyone. And I actually learned a lot from there. And it made me more mature on how I can get in tips from different veteran players. So after that, my friend Sean, he had an organization, which is Team Hub.
Yep.
And then I had Min and Man who joined me over to play in a MPL qualifier S6.
S6, that was
Yep.
the Blue Mustang or something. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I finished in 3rd again. So it's like, made me, very close. Like, it's so close that I wanted to almost give up. Then I think the start of this year, FM invited me to join his team. Then we started training. At the start, it was like very unstable. We were like doubting each other if we can make it to the MPL, especially when we're losing the community tournament to Kingdom. There was one community tournament which is Team NS. We went and it was FM first time trying the road.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And we finished in 5th or 6th. And we thought we couldn't make it, but we screamed every day these 3 months.
Wow.
And, and then we went qualify again, and I finally made it.
So, do you think it's because your previous team Banana and do you have any prep time for Blue Mustang?
It was 2 weeks. I just got released from Bleed.
Okay, then what about this time around with Asteris?
It was a 3 months preparation.
It was a 3-month preparation that allowed you to finally get into MPL.
Yes.
So, good question. That's a good thing. You guys never give up.
Yeah.
I think also partially you as well. Both of you are very hardworking.
Difference.
Then what about True? You said that Deck is very impatient as a gold laner. What about True? Right now, what's his problem?
Same thing, I guess.
Same thing.
Yeah, because newer players tend to just like
Overcome it.
follow through.
Okay. Where do you position yourself in this season?
As in the jungle or the team?
No, in the team wise.
I'm confident that we'll be top 6.
Top 6.
Yeah.
Not relegated.
No.
Okay, FMM. Where do you expect Asteris to end? You coming from Bleed, Slate, and have MPL experience under the tutelage of veterans. Where do you place them now?
Us?
Yeah.
Confident top 6. But what do you call it?
What about Delulu?
Yeah. Goals. Wait. Target. Yeah, target.
Target.
Target top 4.
Top 4. Who is your biggest enemy that you want to face?
I think it'd be most fun to play against Bleed. Yeah.
Against Gear. Yeah, actually, mate.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You guys are roamers now.
Yeah.
You guys were not originally roamers.
Yep.
Is that why you're excited to face him?
That's one, but their goal laner is quite strong also. It's hard to pick him off.
Okay.
Yeah.
CG's positioning
Yeah.
is quite tough. It sounds like you have already screamed with them.
No. Just
Rank games.
rank game.
Rank games, I see. So JH, why do you decide to go pro?
It was an invitation from one of my friend.
Mm-hmm.
That I met in the game itself.
Mm.
So
Do we know who the friend is?
no, it's you're
Not even
no, not even community.
Not even community.
Yeah.
So a random rank friend
Yes.
invited you to go pro,
Yes.
but he never did.
He never did.
Okay. So how did you start as a pro player?
The first tournament I went, I immediately met FMM and Yon.
What was this? What was that?
It was the Kembangan CC one.
Okay. How come yeah,
CC.
that felt familiar.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember you two were a team before or something.
They were not in the same team, but I saw them there.
Not the big thing.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was with BV.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what makes you like decide, okay, this is what I want to do?
Because whenever I'm stressed from studying, I'll play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been playing since I was primary school. Then why not give it a try?
Okay. Great. FMM. What about you? How do you start joining Almighty in season 3? Then after that, you stayed
Yeah.
on.
You want me to go from how I started
Yeah.
playing ML?
Oh shit.
It's a funny story.
Okay, share that funny story.
Because I used to play League
Yep.
since I have no idea. Primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Then COVID-19.
Mm.
My PC broke. Then my cousin is a what do you call this? Computer technician.
Uh-huh.
So like my parents sent it over to them to
Repair.
during Chinese New Year. Then we came back after Chinese New Year without the PC.
Mm.
Then COVID-19, the what do you call it?
Oh, so it
Locker.
got stuck.
Yeah, then it got stuck in Malaysia.
Oh.
Then I had to find another alternative of League, which was ML.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
In your opinion, who's the top 3 teams in Singapore right now in this season?
I think Bleed,
Beat,
Flash,
maybe
Eva.
Okay, fine. The safest ones.
Yes.
Okay. FMN?
I mean, Flash Bleed, of course, top 2, because they are like a full-time org and they got a stack team.
Mm-hmm.
The third is questionable.
Questionable?
Can be anybody actually.
Oh,
Honestly.
it can be you.
Can be us, can be Vanguard, can be Evil, can be HomeBois.
HomeBois?
Can-
You're not sure.
who-
Okay.
who else? Anybody lah.
Great. All right. Then let me flip it the other way around, FMM. Who do you think is the bottom 2 teams that's going to get relegated this season?
Exco is what?
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, right here to MPL SG Season 7, right here for the final day of the regular season. Earlier on in Match 2, we have seen the likes of RSGSG going up against Bleed Esports, where Bleed Esports actually did a 2-0 clean sweep despite audience's prediction. Right here for this match, we'll be seeing Vanguard going up against our defending champions of Team Flash. Now, this is a wonderful match that you don't want to miss as we see the formidable Team Flash going up against a resurgent Vanguard Esports who is looking to end the regular season on a high. So without further ado, let's meet the wonderful faces of the team, starting off with Vanguard. Happy faces and smiling and waving across to the audiences. We have Dak right here in the jungle lane today in place of Salem. So going up against Vanguard, presenting to you our defending champions, Team Flash. Right here once more, we do have a rotation where Longzi is here on the desk as well as Puski is here as well in the EXP lane. Now in this matchup itself, will Vanguard pull a surprise upset or will Team Flash continue their wonderful run right here in the regular season? Let's hear it from the casters. Take it away, boys.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long time since we heard that opening. My name's Abstract, with me here is Jace as well as Croissant. Croissant, and the three of us are gonna be a caster for today. So, how are you feeling? Of course, I gotta ask you first, Jace, since you weren't here for the previous game. How are you feeling about this one?
Man, I feel like the most important games has already really gone out of the way, in my opinion. Right now, it's just, you know, unfortunately, I'm a very harsh person. I'm a very honest person. I feel like it's the sake of formality. Right now, it's also a bit of a test how Vanguard is feeling up against Team Flash. Right? Team Flash, to be honest, throughout the whole regular season, it feels like they are just throwing everything on the wall, and it sticks.
Alright, one word. What do you think about this, about both teams fighting it out together?
Good.
Okay.
I'm sorry I took most of the airtime.
To be fair, I kind of saw that from from far away. Right. But anyways, the main thing is we gotta have to take a look at who are the teams, or rather who are the players that's gonna be playing. So for now, Vanguard Esports, tell me about them, Jace.
So for Vanguard Esports, we got EXP laner Ken. Deck is gonna be replacing Salem for the side in the jungle. Thank God for that, because the last time we see him as a gold laner, that's a bit of a nightmare. Super MJ will be going in the mid lane. Nick Stain, as usual, the roamer, the leader of Vanguard Esports, and of course Lucian Stain, the somehow always very lucky, unable to get caught, but this time around I feel like other teams need to try to target him down, especially try to catch him out of position, push him out of the fight.
And of course, with that all said and done, Vanguard, you know, they have definitely got some goods and bads, but of course, coming up against Team Flash, which has been very darn strong thus far, but you know, somehow Asteris got them the 2-0. But Team Flash, let's talk about them.
Yeah, so on Team Flash's side of things, for the EXP lane, we've got Puski. On the jungle, we have the one, the only, Hades. Mid lane, we've got Katrizi. Lolzy is roaming. And we've got Vanix on the gold lane. This is a star-studded lineup from the side of Team Flash. And, you know, if history repeats itself once again, 2-0 maybe?
I hope not. Honestly, okay, if we just kind of put everything on the table, which we are going to see in a short bit, Vanguard Esports, they did manage to win a couple of games. For example, they did manage to win against Bleed Esports. Somehow they managed to win against RSG as well. So there has been quite a bit of randomness coming in from Vanguard Esports, to the point that I actually have not much of an idea how are they going to fare against Team Flash, especially since your favorite player isn't playing today.
I mean, Team Flash has been like, you know, like just putting like, basically it feels like they're experimenting in the regular season, right? But the best part is, all of them almost seem to work except against RSG. So going into the, not only just in the regular season, but as we step into the playoffs, we don't really have a lot of information about Team Flash.
I'm a stats guy.
Yep.
But I want to throw it back to Jace again.
Huh?
Why not, right? Tell me more about Vanguard Esports stats.
Okay, so for the side of Vanguard Esports, I think the key thing you have to take a look is, of course, apart from Deck not having any information because he was added into the Vanguard Esports ranks during the Week 3 transfer, gotta have to take a look at Super MJ. Kill participation 81%, which is really high. His positioning on the Vexana has been super solid, and he's known to pick like 3v4 fights and then swing it along to his favor. His position is solid. Also, not to discount the Stain as well on a GPM 717, KDA 4.5. His positioning is impeccable, but it also relies on how Vanguard Esports plays around him. So Vanguard Esports wants to play as 5, protecting Luxury Stain.
Okay, so pretty much team, kind of like a team fight oriented style. Hopefully, we'll be able to see that. But Team Flash, they have been playing, some people will say, random composition, and somehow anything that sticks would work. But what do you say about this squad?
So the thing is, Team Flash, they don't need any kind of real compositions when they have the technical skills to back everything up, right? I mean, just take a look at Kratisi. Yes, his kill participation may not be as high as some of the other mid laners, for example, as like Kiwi that we saw earlier, but he's able to really manipulate the game in the way that Team Flash wants to. Not to mention, we've got Vanix. You know, Vanix is also had a stellar performance with his Moskov as well, hitting 788 GPM with a pretty decent KD of 7.2. But I think all eyes, of course, is going to be on Nolzy.
Now, one thing that I would want to let people know as well is the fact that we, of course, have a lot of emphasis onto Diablo for quite a bit. So there is a very obvious way that Team Flash have played the game. If Diablo is in, one of their win condition is gonna be Diablo. If Puski is in, then the win condition is probably gonna be shifted over to Hades.
Yep, and I personally feel like I really like what Team Flash is doing. I have a love-hate relationship with what they're doing, right? But at the very least, we get to see Puski being able to play on stage, especially, you know, he's from Alchemy SG back then.
Exactly. So it took some time for Puski to actually get himself in the mood and all that kind of stuff. But regardless, for now, let's take a look at the head-to-head.
I believe that Flash will be one of the strongest team, but I think they kind of downgraded their team, cause JPL like the finger a bit stiff, so like I think Lousy coming better,
Flash lineup this season looking strong. Yeah, I think they're gonna win. Sorry, Nick. JPL is better. Sorry, Nick. I think Flash is gonna win us.
It's still too early to say because it's only one season, and for Nick to surpass JPL, he needs to be at least a champion. Yeah, he needs to have that achievement to surpass. Beating him itself is not enough, I would say. Yeah.
Bleed played badly last season and they lost just based on draft. Like the draft really made the game hard. So yeah. And then he whole playoff only play one Minotaur. I think anyone also can play lah. And what JPL has achieved is definitely more superior than what he has achieved lah. So I personally don't think that the mentee has overtaken the mentor lah, based on the style of play and all.
I
felt the burn, man.
I love it.
There's so much to cover in that head-to-head. First things first, Suni says the darnest things.
Yes! Remember last season, she made me choke on stage? Yeah, she says the darnest things of all.
Second thing, it's really unfortunate that we are not able to see the JPL versus Nick Stain in this matchup, considering that video coming out.
I was looking forward to it. So, you know,
Right?
so when the Flash lineup came out, I was like, but...
I think it's a missed opportunity, right? Like mentee versus mentor, that kind of matchup. They managed to beat him last season, but this season, unfortunately, we'll not be able to see it until maybe during the playoffs.
Now, of course, the audience prediction. Oh, wow. Oh, okay.
Wow.
Remember, guys, Vanguard did extremely well in last season's playoffs.
That's right.
I wouldn't fully attribute it to luck per se. Yes, Bleed did had a, well, according to Lolzy, a bad draft. But regardless, Vanguard still managed to make it through and of course beat Bleed out of the competition. So Vanguard still have got quite a backbone in this game against Flash, and they're not exactly out of the woods just yet. But what do we say about this?
Should be all orange. Yeah, we're all team
I
orange.
say so
here,
much,
too.
right? But we are all orange,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. But of course, I think it's also not really fair to basically compare last season Vanguard and this season Vanguard.
yeah.
Because this season Vanguard, they brought in, you know, Super MJ as the mid laner, and also the Salem. Unfortunately, he's not playing. He's replacing with Deck for this time round. So last season, it was Chut and Slowly. Unfortunately, Chut is in Indonesia. Slowly is actually playing in Mexico.
Yeah, so honestly, right now, before that, I want to know what do you think about this game again, between the two of them, right? For you to say 2-0.
So the thing is that Vanguard as a team looks a little bit unstable, not gonna lie, right?
Okay,
Like, they've
okay.
had their highs, they've had their lows, right? So the thing is, the question is, how's the team going to play this time around, right? I think Liechtenstein, and as you can see from the player head-to-head right now, just the gold match, head-to-head matchup, Liechtenstein versus Vanix, it's
Okay.
I have nothing more to say.
All right. So what's on the ground, right? Liechtenstein, the reason why he wants to be in Vanguard, and he's basically like the crime partner in crime alongside Nick Stain to create Vanguard, right? The Stain brothers, right? So which means that Stain cannot afford to be the weakest link. He said so himself as well. So right now he's now going up against the Lord Vanix. Number 1 in turret damage per minute means he's focusing a lot of these objectives. Second highest KDA and only second in GPM. First highest GPM, average GPM is given only to Seiji. So he's a very solid gold laner, best Singaporean gold laner that we can provide in this current season.
Super excited to see how the gold laners is going to be duking it out against one another. But there could also be many other different... what's the word again? Well, the other win conditions that we are looking out for.
I think for me personally, I'm gonna be looking at the roam, right? There's
Yeah.
just there's so much shade being thrown from both sides. So much
juice.
There's so much tea. The tea is overflowing.
I'm more of a coffee kind of person, but if you decide to spill coffee, I will go for you.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, I'm really excited to see how this is gonna show, right? I mean, because the thing is, in the roam, right, we have Nick Stain, who's literally just kind of shoving, I guess, any kind of credits that JPL had, and you know. Unfortunately, JPL is not playing this time around, but Lolzy's definitely has something that he's going to have to say about that, right?
I guess Lolzy is going to be covering his slot for now, and of course, just going to be showing Nick Stain exactly what kind of gameplay Team Flash have gotten for themselves against Vanguard, in specifically Nick Stain. After Nick Stain kind of put himself kind of on a villain side of the MPL SG, I think that, you know, it makes up for pretty good fun, and I think that we do have quite a bit of rivalry here. I really want to see more of how Nick Stain is going to be proving people wrong about the fact that the mentee did indeed surpass the mentor.
Yeah, and it's a really tough. It's going to be a very heartwarming thing to see when finally Nick Stains really pop off, right? When he finally like grow out of the shadow of JPL. JPL being the legendary player from MPL Singapore, hailing all the way since like what, MSC 2017. By the way, that's one of the first official tournaments from MLBB. So yeah, I'm looking forward to what Nick Stain has to show for us, especially going up against this top tier team from MPL Singapore.
Now, looking forward, do we have any specific patterns that we're looking out from Team Flash or perhaps Vanguard that the opposite team could make full use of? Like, do we have a very obvious weakness coming in from Vanguard, which Team Flash can just, you know, pummel over them?
Liechtenstein.
Oh,
Right?
damn. Talking about weak link.
Yeah, I agree with you. Liechtenstein is the spear, and also the strongest spear and the weakest spear at the same time.
He is the Achilles heel, right, for Vanguard. Because the thing is, Vanguard, when they popped off, right, Liechtenstein was untouchable.
Yes.
Right? They played around Liechtenstein, they were acting as his shields. If you think about it, in Rome, right, like, the rest of Vanguard was the Vanguard.
Literally
they
the
were
Vanguard.
literally the Vanguard, right? And Liechtenstein's at the back, literally throwing cannons at people's faces, right? But the thing is, other games when Vanguard wasn't doing as well.
What was that?
I have no idea. But whenever Vanguard wasn't doing as well, right? The thing is, Liechtenstein was always dying. He was dying all over the time, all over the place, right? So for Team Flash, if they just kill Liechtenstein,
I see.
I think it's game.
So there is, of course, quite a bit of possibility that we could see Team Flash trying to pivot themselves a little bit more towards the pick-off style. Something that we have saw before, previously in today's games. Of course, having something like a Roger, a Hellcat. Boy, oh boy, they are literally just going to be collapsing themselves onto the opponent's Nathan. That is...
Wait, what? I missed that. I was trying to CSI what Pusti is showing.
it was Bolt Liechtenstein.
Man, Team Flash is looking to cook the Vanguard live, bro.
Man, I love what we are getting out here.
How are they doing the edits on the MPL phones?
Who
allowed that?
Very good question. I would really want an answer to that.
No, but I mean, let's talk about this, right?
Okay,
The thing
okay.
is,
Yeah.
this is the mental going into this game.
Yes.
They're not even focusing on the game at this point.
They're
Oh my god.
on the images and bold images and just memes. I guess this is all fun and games for them.
Yes, but this is Team Flash just showing that, hey, I am going in with not my main roster. I'm going in with fun and games. Just not just another day in office. It's like another day in office where the boss is out.
Yeah, that's right. That's a good analogy.
Yeah. Okay, so one question to Jace, right? After doing so many commentaries and of course all these play-by-plays of both Vanguard and Flash, which one of these teams have one of the scrappiest team fight for now? So that at least we can kind of identify how team fights should have been instead.
I think it's definitely going to be Vanguard, right? Right now, they just definitely have to scramble against defending, like being like what Kwasong was talking about, being the Vanguard of Liechtenstein so that Liechtenstein can comfortably do the damage. So I expect like, you know, the Vexanas coming out from Super MJ, expect like, you know, the Minotaurs coming out from Nick Stain to kind of disrupt the fight, prevent Team Flash from reinforcing each other. But I mean, this is Team Flash I'm talking about, right?
Speaking of Minotaur though, that Longzy did say that, you know, Nick Stain only playing Minotaur. Do you think that they're just going to respect that?
Hey, don't forget about Nick Stain's Kufra, okay?
Yeah.
Okay. I hope we'll be able to see that, but you were saying, you want to say something just now?
Yeah, I was gonna say actually, I want to see a potential change of strategy for Vanguard.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say almost throw aside the whole protect the Liechtenstein composition. Yes, we've seen that work, but I wonder if they could focus on Super MJ instead, or maybe potentially the hidden knife in Deck.
Deck is definitely one of the unknown power rankings that we have in Vanguard. How much his presence is going to change for Team Flash? Would him being the jungle of team completely change the dynamics of how Vanguard would move around, how their macro is, or maybe just his sheer micro could do a dent or put a dent in the armors of Team Flash?
Yeah, dent indeed. We do see on the side of Team Flash banning out the Angela as well as the Natan. You know, Liechtenstein on the Natan is definitely scarier, and Flash is going to remove that option. So then the question is, what is Liechtenstein going to be on? Potentially to carry something with a bit more agency to move about so that he can rely on his own peel instead of his team peeling for him. On the side of Vanguard, we do see the Arlott as well as the Harith being banned. Pretty standard all around. Any thoughts from you?
I mean, one thing that I would expect that Team Flash will want to focus on is probably banning out pivotal team fight heroes. Nathan being one of those important heroes, and of course, we did talk about Minotaur, and understandably so. Minotaur is a strong roamer who have a very strong presence in team fights as well. But Team Flash is not necessarily looking at that. They are looking at Luoyi, definitely still have some presence in team fights as well, but of course, it really depends on what exactly they're trying to pivot themselves into. While Vanguard now have their final bans, it is still very out in the open. Who do they want to target ban? Is it Vanix? Is it Lolzy? Or could it be Hades? One thing's for sure, Roger's still out in the open.
Roger is still out in the open indeed, but the question is, would either of the teams want to pick up Roger? I mean, we've seen Roger having some middling performance at best, right, throughout the entire season, and it's whether or not it's going to be that Holy Trinity Roger that we've seen earlier in the day, or if it goes back to slightly more of the traditional build with the Endless Battle as well. Last man, Moskov.
Mathilda. First pick, understandable, right? That is something that we have seen from this from Lolzy time and time again. Extremely aggressive player, and of course, when it comes down to Mathilda, he's just right in your face and being able to invade in the jungle while having absolutely no repercussions whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, look, with the Mathilda pick is super annoying. You can get in and out, and your opponents can't really do anything. Not to mention as well that, you know, the for the side of Team Flash, if they want to pick a heavy engaged composition at this point, they could definitely do so. The Matilda is going to be able to build them out.
So with of course, a soft roam that Team Flash is looking out for, Vanguard still have quite a bit of holes that they gotta have to fill. Probably something that can just go straight off as a meta pick or something that won't be counted. In this case, Fredrin as well as Paquito is going to be their first two picks right off the bat, with Fredrin going into the jungle understandably with some tankiness and Paquito with some great bursts into the later into the mid, or actually to be honest, throughout the stages of the game. Paquito does have that burst that we are looking for that could potentially just melt down anyone, provided that he's building right on the curve.
I'll be honest, I'm a bit surprised to see Paquito being picked super early, right? Because the thing is that Paquito, even though he has a lot of bursts, he can be countered. We do see the Esmeralda getting picked up. You know, Esmeralda is definitely one of those picks that's going to be able to kind of offset some of the damage that Paquito is going to be able to dish out.
Kind of like a Booski special.
Kind of, yeah, exactly. So, you know, Esmeralda, that's why I said the Paquito this early on is super surprising. I have a feeling it was kind of like a Vanguard last minute, oh shit, we have like 5 seconds left. We should fill in the role as soon as possible, because I'm not liking an early pick of Paquito right here.
There could definitely be some repercussions, considering the fact that one of their main damage dealers have already been shown right out. Now, with what Vanguard has picked out so far is that they require a lot of play around in the river. They gotta have to contest for the river quite a bit, with Paquito being able to shove the wave pretty darn fast. As such, Team Flash wants to combat that with an Esmeralda so that they can go 50-50. Now, Novaria requires a lot of these kinds of openings within the middle lane so that they will be able to move to the northern side or perhaps the southern side. Fredrin needs to open that part of the map. As such, a roamer that is able to be hard tanky and being able to invade, open things up and show things, show stuff onto the map is understandably going to be pretty darn important to Vanguard's roster.
I love
Leslie
the
ban?
Yeah, I love the huh coming out from Jace as we see Leslie getting banned.
I feel like this is really targeted onto Liechtenstein, because right now they're just gonna go ahead and gut the marksman pool, and probably, if not, gonna force him onto a Roger. It feels like Team Flash might have an answer to the Roger already.
I mean, they have the answer. The answer's in Esmeralda. What can Roger do to the Esmeralda, even with the Golden Trinity build?
It takes too long to really whittle down the Esmeralda. And I mean, to be fair, your target as a Roger definitely is not going to be looking out for Esmeralda, but you know, you want the snowball. You want to go for kills, and whoever's in your sight that could be a feast for you, you will happily chow down.
Yeah, definitely. But what I'm not certain in is the ban coming out from Vanguard. Bans out the Vexana as a potential answer to the Novaria. These picks and bans are getting slightly more confusing as I'm looking at it proceed. We see a Hellcrit ban. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense. Hellcrit has been running rampant in the last... we saw a rampant Hellcrit in the previous series. So I think Flash just banning that out to kind of prevent any kind of curveballs coming in from the side of Team Vanguard.
Honestly, Team Flash's lineup doesn't really quite suggest or hint anything about what kind of playstyle they're trying to go for, what kind of win condition they might definitely go for. The jungler hero is still mysterious. Tank jungler or perhaps assassin jungler. That is something that we don't know for now. Team Flash, although we're looking at Hades, right, and of course Booski playing as an Esmeralda, there's a very high likelihood that Hades is just going to be playing onto the assassin. But in the meantime, the flashy one is here. Minotaur onto Nick Stain. Exactly what Lolzy said.
Exactly what Lolzy said. I find that this is so apt, right? Especially after the head-to-head. They're like, oh yeah, Nick Stain only plays Minotaur. Well, there you go. Nick Stain on Minotaur. We get to see whether Nick Stain gets to prove Lolzy wrong and say that, hey, look, my Minotaur is not just an average Minotaur, but probably the best Minotaur that you've seen.
Yeah, it's not just a cow. It's actually a Minotaur, right?
Technically a bull, isn't it?
Wait, that's a Guinevere.
Oh.
And a Valentina coming out from Team Flash. This is a really
magic heavy.
Magic heavy roster.
Very magic heavy. So honestly, I'm very interested as to how they want to do this, because so far this is a very high mobility lineup. Every single one of these team, or rather every single one of these players have certain amount of mobility that really gets them in and out to really deal with Lucian Satan.
Yeah, remember what we're talking about finding kinks in the armor, right? Of Vanguard. It could be, it's all about so Flash has identified this, right? They're like, look, without Nick Stain, without Lucian Stain, there's no team. Right, so let's just pick everyone that can just dive in.
Okay.
It's gonna be like an everybody get in here kind of thing situation. Lucian Stain on the Claude is a potential answer, right? You're able to have that clone swap, that ability that allows you to swap places with your monkey, and that's a potential answer for you to get out of messes like Guinevere, Esmeralda, Valentina, Matilda, all trying to dive on you. But the question is, he's only have one cleanse, one purify.
There's no way he can purify everything.
Exactly, right? So then the question is, all eyes are going to be on Lucian Stain on his purify timings, right?
Yep.
Whether he's going to be able to correctly identify when to use the purify, whether Nick Stain is going to be able to use the Minoan Fury at the right time to get Lucian Stain, to allow Lucian Stain the space to move out.
This really gives, with Team Flash's lineup, it really gives us a better idea as to why did they ban certain heroes for this game, this very specific game. But for now, we are going to be jumping into the Land of Dawn for match number 3 of the day, game number 1 between Team Flash versus Vanguard.
Team Flash versus Vanguard. So we do have identified the way for Team Flash to win this. They're planning on just diving all onto Lucian Stain, and I think Vanguard are trying to maintain the strategy of protect the Lucian Stain, protect the Claude. If they are successfully able to do that, then that's Vanguard's chance to victory.
A very interesting start coming in from the side of Vanguard is that they literally put 3 person in the middle lane to clear the wave as soon as possible, just so that Ken and Super MJ will be able to move themselves up to the top lane, back to the middle lane, and really just put themselves on the map in order to take control of the river game. And that is exactly what I said during the drafting stage. Vanguard, with their current lineup, especially since they do have a Novaria, the main thing that they would want is to take control of River, just so that Super MJ will be able to roam around a lot more effectively and being able to get a full range blast.
Yeah, look, Super MJ is really, really good at these mid-heroes, right? He's really good at roaming around and finding and gathering information for his team. Novaria is the exact hero to be able to scout ahead as well once she's able to hit level 4. Right now, we see Novaria just hanging around the middle. I mean, not doing much. The teams are actually playing away from the turtle, though.
Yeah, relatively pretty much of a simple game coming in from both teams. They just want to play things a little bit safer and perhaps just flood themselves down to the southern side a little bit more. So one thing that both Team Flash and Vanguard did is that they started their jungle rotation from the gold lane that slowly bring themselves up to the turtle side. So they're not exactly starting from turtle and then trying to gank onto the gold lane, which is something that I thought Team Flash might do. But Team Flash is just mirroring what Vanguard could do just so that they can be on the same pace, on par with what Vanguard could do.
See, taking a lot of punishment right here. He has to run for the hills. Here come Hades with the ultimate to just knock everybody up sky high. First blood given over to the side of Team Flash already. Hades on the Guinevere, starting strong for Team Flash versus Vanguard.
Very pivotal Guinevere jump, I gotta have to say. When it comes down to the spatial migration, or rather Magical Thumb, landing those onto 2 members, especially onto Deck as well as Ken, one of the main few core heroes in the early game, that pretty much sealed the deal for the Turtle Rock fight.
Yeah, I mean, the Guinevere catch is massive, but then Guinevere may be caught.
Not gonna be a problem.
Man, I love where Nick Stain was positioning himself. He was just waiting to just knock up Hades, but Hades could just dodge with a special migration. So lots easier. This is a very mobile team. Team Flash has dropped up on themselves. Vanguard needs to try to find a way to catch them.
Yeah, look, Hades is slippery as he's moving around the map like it's it's his home.
Technically, it's home for now.
Technically, it is. Technically, it is his home. I mean, look, Guinevere is a very, very slippery hero to catch, and Nick Stain trying his best to close off the areas of escape, just unable to do so, though.
Of course, Guinevere being a very skill and micro-intensive hero, the moment you miss your magic thumb, you only have a spatial migration to work with. Not much you can work with in an AoE stage, unless you have someone that can really help your team to go on a knockup, which unfortunately Team Flash doesn't have that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be super important for Hades to be able to land his Violet Requiem, right? Land his Violet Requiem on his spatial migration, on the magical thump. But right now, it seems like both teams are just kind of respecting each other, not trying to invade too much. All areas have been closed off to Team Flash to kind of push any kind of advantage into Vanguard's jungle as of this point. But I think they're just going to wait out for the turtle.
Pretty bottom heavy thus far, right? Both Team Flash and Vanguard seems that they would want to cover all angles covering their gold laner. But in the meantime, Hades
catching the next stain. On top of that, Lozy follow out with a circling eagle. That's a Minotaur getting locked down by the side of Team Flash. And it's going to be a turtle given over. Free turtle set up for the side of Team Flash already.
Yeah, that's definitely not something that Team Vanguard Esports would want to contest for. Number one, Deck is just one level behind. And number two players have just been taken down within this short span of time while the turtle is up.
Yeah, it's super disadvantageous for the side of Vanguard. And Vanguard, whilst they looked as if they were playing a proper turtle game, may get actually caught out. Liechtenstein is safe at this point, but they were getting caught out, right? And the damage output coming out from the side of Team Flash is extremely high this early in the game. And it's just going to be another free turtle on the side of Team Flash.
Free turtle indeed. 4-0 is the current scoreline, and we are looking at about 3,000 gold lead in favor for Team Flash. Team Flash, they're not even necessarily playing very aggressive. They're just going for simple pickoffs onto Vanguard, and just so happened that Vanguard found themselves in, or individual members of Vanguard found themselves in very unfortunate positions. I think it really more boils down to the macro rotations that Team Flash is finding themselves onto against Vanguard.
Yeah, Flash is always ready. Flash is always initiating the rotations, and Vanguard has to play catch-up, right? Being able to play catch-up means that they're not able to set up the right kind of composition or the right way for them to take the fights, and they're always getting caught with their pants down at this point.
Well, one thing that I just realized, right? Team Flash have literally 3 Purifies. They have 3 Purifies. Like, they are that afraid of that Minotaur. Like, well, to be fair, Kurtzzy does have his own Minotaur ultimate, so I'm pretty much looking forward to see how Vanguard versus Team Flash will go in a full 5-on-5 duking match.
Okay, circling eagle once again. Nick Stain get caught once at the same exact spot, ladies and gents. That's not a replay. That's Team Flash showing the Vanguard who's boss.
Time and time again, Team Flash is just invading into the enemy's jungle, and Nick Stain is just losing control of that. Just from sheer amount of mobility from the side of Team Flash. This is what we were covering about in the drafting. A lot of mobility, a lot of escape mechanisms, very slippery.
Yeah, but what I actually want to see in Deck, actually, in the later fights, right, is being able to catch Flash with his energy eruption, right? If he's able to get 2 or 3 people with his energy eruption, that he's going to be able to lock down a fair number of that mobility.
Oh, that's Deck getting terrified. Kurtzzy step forward just a little bit more for it. We'll be able to catch onto Ken instead. And now Nick Stain responding with the same. Lozy flies around, still catches Ken. And now Hades stepping forward, locks down Nick Stain as well. Nick Stain giving Kurtzzy the killing spree. Liechtenstein, oh, that's not a very good place for you, my boy. BMI all the way back out to safety.
Oh, a very crucial snipe missed out by Super MJ. That would have been the death of Hades and might probably help Vanguard with taking the upcoming turtle. But unfortunately, because of that one miss as well, it kind of snowballed things into favor for Team Flash to take the first tier defense turret in the middle lane as well as the turtle.
Yeah, but that's not all, right? Flash is pushing the advantages that they have. The gold lead is growing into a 6k gold lead at this point. And keep in mind that this is only a 7-minute. This has only been a 7-minute game, so it's almost 1 whole K that they've been earning per minute, which is absolutely disastrous if you are a Vanguard fan.
Yeah, I have to point out, right? Puski felt like a plug and play for the side of Team Flash. He was all the way from Alchemy SG, and still managed to gel in with the top team of MPL Singapore. Back then, don't forget, Alchemy SG was the bottom 8 team. So I'm really glad we get to see Puski once again. Speaking of him, he goes in with the ultimate just to push Liechtenstein away. Liechtenstein as a Claude, still unable to do the damage against Puski.
I gotta have to say that Puski is definitely one of the success stories coming in from the community teams, right?
Yeah, exactly.
When you're coming in from a qualifiers team and it didn't really perform all that well, but yet the next season you find yourself in a in a top team, it really means a lot as what kind of individual you are and what kind of gameplay you actually showed during your games in the previous season.
Yeah, basically he is a diamond in the rough being found by Team Flash. Man, I bet Icon must be feeling proud of his friend, you know, being in part of the pro team, the best team in MPL Singapore right now, and also plug and play without any problems at all.
Yeah, look, I think Puski is showing why he's been selected as the top. He has just been in the face of the Paquito of Ken, and Ken has just not been able to have a game so far. He's 0-3-0 at this point. Not even being able to split push, by the way. We haven't seen him do what the other Paquitos have been doing. Split pushing, trying to get the towers, trying to push advantages on the opposite side of the map. Ken has just been, well, his gloves has been taken off.
At this point in time, we are almost skimming off with the mid game. But in the meantime, here we have Puski.
Okay, I spoke about Puski, and Puski takes a lot of trouble. He did will attempt to walk it all off. He shrugs all the damage that Vanguard is throwing at him. And Hades step forward and eats up Prazel's right in the face. He doesn't really care.
This is what I meant, right? With the Esmeralda pack just now. When you first pick Paquito into a team, into Puski, who's known for his Esmeralda, you're asking for trouble, right? You're not able to dish out as much damage as you want to, and Puski's passive is just going to convert all your HP to Ace Shield and just going to wear off. It's a lose-lose situation going into Esmeralda as a Paquito.
Yep, and speaking of which, you know, whereas Team Flash was able to secure the Lord down ball Abstract, Puski dealt significant damage against Ken, and prevents Ken from basically split pushing. He's almost everywhere across the map.
There's quite a lot of gold that has already been racked up by the members of Team Flash, especially when we are talking about Esmeralda being an EXP. He is about 1,700 gold above his counterpart, so that is definitely going to be a big thing.
And keep in mind as well that the Paquito is forced to build the Trident.
Yeah.
You know, as fighting against an Esmeralda this early on, if you have to build a Trident, you're not building the rest of. You're not even. Oh wow,
Puski, Puski is literally asking Ken, "Where are you going? Where are you going? Where are you going? Nowhere but home, mate."
That's not a nice sight to see, unfortunately. That pretty much shows how big of a difference 1,700 gold could really have been. But unfortunately, because of the fact that the lot has been taken, we are entering into the late game. There are definitely a lot of things that Vanguard is unable to apply into the game in the mid stages in order to guarantee them an easier run in the late game. This is definitely something that we can analyze a little bit later.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it's only 11 minutes a game. We've got the Lord taking chip damage to the Crystal already. The Flash is just shoving the lane's inhibitor turret down one of them. Second one is so low and is still pushing in for the third one. Feels a little bit greedy for the side of Team Flash, but with the advantage, with an 11.3k advantage, being greedy is the name of the game.
No deaths on the side of Team Flash as well.
No deaths. Yeah, look, I mean, they can afford to do this, right?
Yep. Oh, okay, that's going to be a maneuver. Nick saying a defensive one, targeting on the Hades as well. Ken will send a punch, but with the trucker, and the one picks on hell. Hades, you can't get out like this. The Blazing Duet will be able to come in just a wave clip, but look, she's staying. That's just one dot just to try to defend and back off. And after all of that, Team Flash walks away scot-free.
Inhumane reactions coming in from our friend here, Hades. Getting himself right out of danger.
My man is smurfing in the server,
My goodness.
Dude, he had a pixel HP bar left, and now he's more than like half, like he's got 75% of his HP.
Yeah, he's ready to fight again.
Just Guinevere things, man.
It's just Guinevere things.
Yeah, just Guinevere things.
And combine it with the fact that this is Hades that we're talking about.
Yep.
That's absolutely gross.
It's daunting to see as Vanguard. Like, you threw so much at them, you landed in no one's fury. You have Ken quite literally wanting to sacrifice himself just to bring down one of the core team members of Team Flash, but all goes wrong with a single item press at the right time.
The battle spells, if you notice,
completely
none
unused.
of them are used in that fight.
Well,
It's a massive statement, Abstract.
For the side of Vanguard, they don't have two of them doesn't have their flicker. Luxionstein doesn't have his purify. The only one that have it available is gonna be Super MJ. And unfortunately, as much as I don't want to say this, but Super MJ has really been absent in this entire game, which is something that I really wanted to touch on in post-game statistics. But this is something I think that I really gotta just kind of nip it in the bud, right? Because the Novaria pick here, I would say Novaria is actually an okay pick. But unfortunately, they can't really apply in this game because number one, Novaria is super good at opening maps. You are able to see exactly where the enemy is coming from because of your ultimate. You're able to see such a wide area of the maps. However, Nixon constantly being caught out in their own jungle. And not to forget, her snipes are just not landing.
No, dude, I mean, that's not it, right? The thing is, Novaria is it's. You want time.
Okay, stepping forward this time around. Winter Trunket will be proc. Top side already clear out. Team Flash will look in for the end right here. Nick Stain trying to slow down the inevitable and the damage coming up from Booski will be able to land. Vanix on the killing spree, spreading onto Danik as well. Vanix inevitable now hitting onto the core. Game number 1 goes over to Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations, Team Flash. 1-0 so far. I mean, look, we're talking about the Novaria just now, right? Novaria wants time. And
Definitely.
the thing is, in the team comp that Team Flash is playing, like, Flash is just going to be diving in your face. You don't have the time for an extended team fight. Novaria excels in poke compositions,
Exactly.
right? And poke compositions get countered by dive compositions. This is literally, mobile
dive.
one-on-one. This is, one-on-one, right? This is mobile one-on-one. If you're picking a poke composition into a dive composition, you're asking for one of your biggest weapons to just disappear. You're asking for trouble.
So looking at the sequence of events, right, we do have the Novara being picked at the on the third pick, right? Third pick, which is the last phase of the last pick of the first phase. Mathilda, Carrie, and Esmeralda has already been picked, but there's still a lot of ambiguity as to what that lineup could really refer to. With the Guinevere coming in along with Valentina, that just solidifies the deal as to how mobile they really can be. But before we even delve into this a little bit more, MVP. What's it gonna be?
I don't know, man. I feel like Team Flash. I'm focusing a lot on Pooski today.
Yep.
All right.
Pooski?
Nah, lousy.
Okay. With the sheer amount of mobility as well as survivability and perhaps a little bit of a healing, touch. A little bit. You know, it's still pretty darn good. With the photo that's being built up, it's got a lot of even the Bloodwings being built up. So there is really nothing that is stopping this lousy allies just breaking through the barriers, right?
And
don't
don't
forget,
forget, sound barrier.
yeah, literally circling Igor, and don't forget, the numbers on Mathilda can be quite nutty as well. So I expect quite a considerable amount of damage coming out of Mathilda, whereas these 3 items are also magic based.
To be honest, as a roamer, having 577 GPM is just not normal, isn't it?
No, not even close, man. Not even close.
Not at all.
Okay, so itemizations wise, do we have anything that is a little bit out of the ordinary?
Bloodwings on Matilda, like what?
Aside from
What?
that,
Okay, let me tell you what's shocking, right? 13-0, perfect game coming out from Team Flash, showing literally who is boss.
is that really shocking to you?
I think it is.
You think it is?
I think it is because there are a lot of times where Vanguard was able to have decent amount of damage. If you take a look from the side of Luxionstein, he has already the Holy Trinity, but unable to put the nail into the coffin, and the zombie, this Frankenstein on Team Flash, keep popping out.
The Holy Trinity, right at around 13 minutes in the game.
Yes,
Not exactly on curve.
Correct, so that's what I was gonna say, right? Yeah, correct. He built the Holy Trinity, he built the Golden Trinity, but at what time, right?
Yeah.
By the time he built up everything, I mean, we saw his Blazing Duet. All it did was clear minions.
They really just needed time. This is a lineup that allows them to build up on time, and understandably so, right? Super MJ and Luxionstein is able to stay afar, while Nick Stain, Dak, as well as Ken, just brings out the crowd control as much as possible to just drag out the time for Super MJ to land a snipe, for Luxionstein to really auto everything down to the ground. But that opportunity was just not presented over to Vanguard, which is pretty darn unfortunate.
And I love looking at the emblems, right? And the reason why
Quantum
I chuckled a little
charge,
bit.
quantum charge,
exactly.
quantum charge.
We knew what the name of the game was. The name of the game was speed. And
Gotta go fast.
Gotta go fast indeed, you know? And thanks to the Matilda, you're able to go really, really, really fast. Look at, whoa, dude, we've seen a lot of zeros and turret damage today. Hey.
You're right. You know, I really wanted to go over to the statistics screen to really tell a story as to how much damage Super MJ actually did, because I've been putting my eyeballs onto Super MJ for quite a bit, because throughout today's games we had a lot of games that were the game is pretty much a testament of mid-laners, how much impact they have made in a game. And unfortunately, this Novaria pick for Super MJ just did not really quite work out for them. Didn't really land the snipes, didn't really open up the map for Nick Stain, and there's just too much consequences that they have bore in the mid lane that transferred over to the late games.
But I think to give credit to Super MJ, right? Or to give a bit of chance to Super MJ. I don't think it was actually a player issue or a skill issue in this case. I think it was just team composition.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So for me, it's the thing. The thing is,
we're
yes,
talking about Mobile 101. You know?
Correct. You talk about Mobile 101, right?
Rock paper scissors. Rock wins scissors.
Exactly. And this is a very clear showing of why Rock beats scissors, right? Especially if your scissors is in the form of Novaria's comets. You're not going to be able to land anything if you don't have space. And I mean, look, you have the Paquito first pick. You have the Novaria as third pick. Even just looking at these two heroes by itself in an isolated point of view, they don't gel. They really don't gel.
And also, it could also be Team Flash, right? They understand, and they understood not only just their win conditions, they also understood Vanguard's team conditions. That's what has been lacking from what I'm seeing from most of the teams that we see thus far from MPL Singapore. Team Flash knows what they need to do. First of all, they cannot go to late game, right? Claude, as a Claude, you just thrive in the late game, especially with Blazing Duet. If you go to the late game, that Super MJ is going to do a lot more damage, and the more you dance around in front of them, they will just snipe you from afar. So therefore, Team Flash forced the issue, caught Vanguard off guard.
One thing that I also realized is the fact that yes, Vanguard Esports wanted to play more of a poke composition, right? We've got Fredrin and Minotaur. They have their own means of being able to poke a little bit, go back, heal back a little bit, and then we just kind of like redo that grind again. While Paquito have that presence and that possibility, they can just melt someone down in an instant combo. While Team Flash, yes, their first two pick is relatively fragile. They do have an Esmeralda. If Esmeralda don't stay in fight long enough, you're not gonna get your shield stacked up, right? So it makes sense.
Yep.
There is definitely sense in that. However, once the Guinevere comes in, we have the Mathilda that, with a photo, just heals everyone.
Yeah.
We have a Guinevere that even have a pixel of health can come back into the game. That is just too many of these caveats coming in for Vanguard just because of a single pick of the Guinevere that just smashed the dreams of Vanguard.
Yeah, I love the fact that you brought up the healing factor, right? Because if you take a look at the total amount of heal that Team Flash was able to heal, and you compare that to the damage dealt by Vanguard, you tell me the math. You tell me the math. I'm not too sure whether I'm doing math correctly, and I'm asking you, Mathstrack.
Exactly, Mathstrack.
Internal joke, he's very bad at math.
What's 1 + 1? 3.
Actually correct.
But that's nuts how much
Right.
the amount of damage that they healed? Like what?
Well, perhaps looking at the highlights would tell us a little bit more of a story that unraveled for Team Flash.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, right from the start already, you know, Team Flash has just managed to catch 2 members of Vanguard out, and that's what started the snowball, right? From there, Vanguard was just being caught in their own jungle. Vanguard was not even able to farm up EXP. We do actually see the Novaria ulti, but all she sees is just basically her team is getting exploded.
That could have been the finishing blow.
Yeah, for sure. In the jungle, right? So the thing is, Blazing Duet, also Luxury Stain almost getting caught out there. But throughout the entire game, just Team Flash was in a domineering position, being able to just constantly smack Vanguard around to their own whims. We saw multiple pushes coming out from the side of Team Flash, and finally they were able to close up the game in a clean fashion, going with 0 deaths for the entire team. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, I was expecting someone might have died there, right? That's why immediately after the game end, I was like, okay, I'm not too sure whether it's a perfect game yet. We want to wait for the stats to come out, then call it a perfect game. But yeah, turns out it's a perfect game.
Novaria had a really bad matchup here. It's really unfortunate. I would say that yes, the poke works. You can definitely play a game of poke and come up on top. but it's just so that Team Flash's lineup, as well as the way that they pilot their composition, just made things extra difficult for a Novara to even have any form of presence in the game, right? Full of mobility. How am I supposed to hit a snipe onto 4 heroes that have some form of mobility?
Yes, yeah.
How am I supposed to hit the backlines if Esmeralda is constantly in the face of my Minotaur, my Fredrin, and my Paquito? How?
And healing up everything that you do.
Exactly.
Wait, healing up? What do you mean? Dude, Novara wasn't even able to take out the shields of the Esmeralda.
What shields?
What HP? Dude, you're not even
What HP?
You're not even denting her HP. You're only denting the shields. You know?
At that point in time, it's just they're just so under the curve, right? They don't have much that they can really go on, and they're not exactly a composition that can kind of turtle up and just wait for the right time. Okay, here is our power spike. Let's go all the way. They don't have that wave clear.
Yeah, technically speaking, in Novara, you kind of have to believe that you do have some form of wave clear from a far, long kind of distance, but I feel like it's just Team Flash is not giving Vanguard a break. Like, if you notice, even though they're like, you know, they're having fun, they're having a lot of fun and chilling and all this kind of stuff, but they still force the issue. They force Vanguard to take fights they don't want to be in.
To be fair, I think that they can just take this moment in time to really understand how Team Flash plays in the event that they do meet Team Flash in the playoffs. Right now, not much of a stake is at hand, so I'm looking forward to see how Vanguard will play next time. But for now, we'll toss over to Moman, the weatherman. Tell us a little bit more about the breakdown of this game.
Hey guys, and welcome to MOE Man's section on knowledge. So, first things first, what Abstract was saying, right? They did have 3 purifies on the side of Team Flash, and they used it to a T at the start of the engage. Given that the start, you see Puski, he's been playing as the bait, while Guinevere would be going in while taking the turtle at the same time. And this is how Team Flash plays their position so well, because Matilda, if you notice what Matilda is doing right here, Alright, if you notice what Matilda is doing right here, he's zoning out for the Minotaur so that the Minotaur is not able to come in during this first turtle fight, and that's how they get their snowball. Esmeralda not dying there, and look at that entire zone of control being taken over by Guinevere at that point. It just proves to show how much advantage Team Flash already has at this early stage of the game. It's only 2 minutes in. Alright, and with that, the first Purify has been used, right? But it doesn't matter. Spatial Migration already in, Violet Requiem already in, and then they just clean up from there. They get a free turtle, and that's the early game momentum going for them. With that, they still have towers to deal with, but how do they deal with that? They have a Valentina, and that's what Lolzy was saying. McStain, you can only play the Minotaur. And how do we deal with a Minotaur? We just stack up on the Purifies. We have as much Purifies as possible. 3 Purifies on our team. And there, we see the Minotaur will be engaging in this team fight, but Curtizi has already stolen the Minoan Fury and is ready to go in. So with that, he just uses it to zone away deck as much as possible. With that, Ken is a sitting duck, and even though Hades does get caught here, we note that Vanix did not. He uses the Purify so easily, no problem at all. So there we have it. Vanix just being free over there, dealing so much damage. This would mean that they would get the first tower, no problem at all. Liechtenstein coming in with a Blazing Duet, not enough damage to make sense. With that, they get the first tower, no problem at all. And look at how Puski's playing. He's playing for this zone of control to deny away the space from Team Flash as much as possible. And with that, you see, Super MJ deck, they don't want to be here. They want to get away as much as possible. And given that they're there, Team Flash just make use of that, pluck them off, no problem. And with this next team fight, you see, this is just how much map control that Team Flash has. Team Flash has a lot of zones of map control, especially around this area. This entire map, this enemy jungle will be taken by Team Flash. Team Vanguard, they have no business staying in that location at all, given the fact that they have a Guinevere. This will keep going on again and again if Team Vanguard are showing themselves. And that's the story of the entire game. How to counter a Minotaur, you just have a Purify no matter what. With that, key items, you see them building up, 4K gold advantage. It was just clinical for Team Flash to take over this entire game. And now we see Team Vanguard, they do try to get as much advantage as possible, but we all know how this story goes. It just kept going again and again. But let's just head back to you boys. Let's just talk about game 2.
Thank you, MOE man, the weatherman.
What do you call MOE? I thought it's Ministry of Education.
Same, exactly. Well, to be fair, that was educational.
Yeah, that was.
So it was the Ministry of Education.
Definitely.
Yeah. So we have learned quite a bit from that analysis breakdown after all. And it's pretty fair to say that the upcoming game is understandably super, super important for Vanguard to learn more on how Team Flash plays.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is how to adapt. Especially taking a game number 1 like that is just kind of harsh, especially to your back.
Yeah, super intense if I gotta have to say. So the only way to really combat that is whatever that we are sitting on.
Yeah.
OSIM. As we all know, gaming can understandably be very intense. OSIM has got your back with the U-Throne V massage gaming massage chair. This is built to energize and of course reinvigorate your mind and body. Level up your performance with its patented V hand massage technology as well as ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind, understandably. Game in comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformers editions, which you have seen in the couple other seasons before. And remember, OSIM is here to provide support for your well-being, even if no one supports your character in-game.
Yeah, I think definitely OSIM does have our backs and of course our hearts as well. And they definitely need to...
OSIM.
Yeah, OSIM will help you carry the game, of course. But I think what's more important is how is Vanguard going to recover from this particular position after that tremendous game number 1. How would that deal to their mental? I think that's the next question we have to ask.
I think they just need some massage. Have you seen the hand massage?
The V-hand technology massage, right?
Yeah, the hand massage.
Oh yeah, they're actually having it in their own player rooms as well, and they're actually using it. And
understandable. I would too if we have one here. You can literally see us just shoving our hand around the massage, and then we'll be casting in the entire time with that.
Yeah,
we have a lineup
Salem's
change.
back.
Oh, Salem's back.
Okay, so this will be their main roster coming back up. Hopefully that's the needed change that Vanguard needs. Usually when you change the jungle like that, you kind of messes up the shot calling and also the chemistry, right? So Vanguard's going back into their main roster. We shall see how they fare in game number 2.
How much would that change? That is the question. But for now, let's take a look at the banning phase. We do have Luo Yi, as well as an Arlet being banned from the side of Vanguard, while Team Flash, understandably, tosses out the gold laners. Nathan as well as Harif. I wouldn't even be surprised if at this point in time they just banned another gold laner.
Yeah, but the question is how many gold laners can they ban? I mean, I wonder if Luxon Stain has actually prepared for this situation.
Ben to Leslie again.
Moment must be sad.
You will be sad too.
It's okay, I've transitioned away from Leslie, but I feel like right now... So Vanguard in game number 1, they did not ban the Mathilda. Usually Mathilda is a second red side ban, right? So I think we shall see Team Flash banning away that.
Yeah,
Mathilda, no? Okay,
no,
they're gonna open it up. Okay.
Mathilda still being left open is definitely interesting, right? Yeah, that's right. We so focused on Mathilda, we forgot about the Angela. Angela being really good, 100% win rate.
Hi, Esmeralda?
Yeah.
Hello, Esmeralda.
Yeah.
That's a Booski special. It's probably the safest pick that Flash could have picked right now in the first phase.
Yeah, I was going to say something along the lines of actually, Vanguard picking Angela. I wonder if that's going to ruin the 100% win rate here. But we're going to see whether or not Vanguard's going to prove me wrong. Team Flash, going into the Mathilda. Mathilda, no big surprise. MVP just now for Lolsey, and he's definitely a really, really good player on the Mathilda.
Look, listen here, Vanguard. Are you really going to let Croissant throw shade at you like that? Are you really going to accept it like that? Show us a game that we will never forget. As we have the Matilda as well as Barats actually being picked up from the side of Team Flash. Very tanky front lines coming from Barats, so understandably we'll have that working for them. Doesn't really quite insinuate anything as to what they are going to go forward again. But for for the side of Team Flash, I still want to see that Esmeralda, especially since game number 1, Puski performed flawlessly.
I was actually kind of surprised that they didn't go for the Baxia pick actually instead of the Barats, right? Because Baxia has the inbuilt 50% reduction on healing. So by showing Vanguard, by showing that the Angela pick super early, I was actually surprised in not seeing the counter pick of the Baxia. But on the side of Vanguard, we do see a carry and a Terizla getting picked up. Terizla, Ken looking super good in the Terizla actually earlier in the season. So excited to see whether the Terizla-Angela combination is going to be a bit deadly for the side of Team Flash. Speaking of which, picks up the Thanos.
So we're not exactly looking at hard tank coming in from LoLZ. There is definitely still a little bit of squishiness when it comes down to that. But of course, once again, huge amount of mobility. Thanos is the kind of hero that wants to duel. He wants to go head on. So understandably, more crowd control is something that I would want to see from the side of Team Flash. But how would Vanguard want to turn things around from here?
Yeah, I've got a question for you, Abstract. I'm thinking about this, right? So, but how you're an XP laner, I'm a gold laner. I know carry is just gonna shred through HP boss like no tomorrow.
Yes.
But you play Thanos.
Yes.
How is that matchup gonna work in team fights?
In team fights, Thanos will always win against the always wins against the gold.
Okay,
laner.
I'm screwed.
Yeah. Because honestly, when it comes down to Thanos, all you need to do is ensure that you are hitting constantly, right?
Okay.
It also depends on how Thanos wants to build up their items. There has been a time where we pick up a Bloodlust Axe just so that every single time anyone is within your Cauldron Inferno, you're constantly healing, even though the Cauldron Inferno gives innate healing already. And not to forget, your Scythe Toss, it also gives you bunch of healing. But nowadays, we're starting to see a lot more of the auto-attack basis of a Thanos, so it kind of slows you down even more. And carry's dashes are relatively short. Even after a dash, you are very likely just going to be standing still, accepting a duel against a Thanos. And Thanos does have a jump as well, so he can always catch up with you as a carry. It really boils down to how the members of Vanguard respond to the Thanos.
Okay. Now we go back to the ban very quickly for the side of Vanguard. Valentina and also the Raja being taken away for the side of Vanguard. Team Flash on the other hand, Xborg and the Martis. Immediate snap pick. That's Salem. Salem on the link.
Salem's Ling is looking was looking pretty decent previously before. Salem, I think Salem, it was the only other person to play Ling in MPL SG. The other person, of course, being
Wait, Vanix? Oh my god! Team Flash, you can't do this!
Excuse me? Layla? First pick in MPL SG. Vanix is showing.
Man, this is giving me MPL MY Todak Chico vibes. What's Vanix? I know you're the Lord. I know you're the Lord and Savior for everything in MPL Singapore, but are you sure Layla this time round? Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, you outrage a carry. You can outbully a carry in lane.
It's not only just lane. It's not only lane, actually, if you think about it. On the side of Vanguard, yes, they have the Kaja.
A Ling though.
It's true.
Yeah, Ling though. I mean, what's the point of range if the Ling can just hop over walls and just appear right next to you?
But if the Ling does, that, the Barats can use the turn as welcome, right? And welcome into his tummy, GG.
I mean, that is provided if Hades can catch Salem at the right timing. I mean, especially when it comes down to Ling, it's kind of difficult to catch the Ling before a team fight because you will always want to appear later on. But for now, let us introduce this game as we are moving on to game number 2 between Vanguard versus Flash, with Flash taking game number 1. We'll see exactly how this Layla game is going to progress.
And not only just that, Courtesy on the Quantum Charge as well. Am I saying it right?
It is a Quantum Charge.
Okay.
I mean, Shadow Stampede, speed up, let's go.
Very
movement speed, I guess.
Extremely speedy.
Yeah, but Layla, okay, technically speaking, Layla is not like the worst marksman.
No, it's not, actually.
Marksman pool, right? It's like really above your Hanabis,
to a certain extent, even your Mia as well. It's not the worst. And you have decent poke and decent long range. You don't really need the movement speed. You can just shoot as Link comes by, stands on the wall and look at you awkwardly, and then after that, Salem will eventually find himself in half HP.
Yeah, it's true. Look, Layla does also have actually some pretty decent bursts as well, right?
The
bombs, and her ultimate as well. So she's gonna be able to look at that.
Look at that!
Poke is insane on the Layla.
Oh no, that's an express. That's not gonna do anything. Never mind.
Yeah, but it's a retribution taken away by the side of Vanguard, but also Pooski having a bit of trouble. That's also the vengeance coming out. Kurtisi still in the middle, but Pooski still alive with the vengeance. Salem cannot find the assassination.
Oh, that's such a clutch vengeance. Oh my goodness. At that point in time, Pooski is just saying, like, you know what? I'm just going to throw everything to keep myself alive. And that was an absolute wasted ultimate coming from Salem. I mean, understandably, it does seem like you have the opportunity, but you just don't really quite have the damage at that point in time.
Yeah, not having the damage, it was just a slight smidgen short of killing Pooski. Dives on both sides. It looks like both teams are planning on applying their foot on the gas extremely early on. It's just Luxury Stain getting poked out of lane. Luxury Stain is not being able to farm. It's going to put him way behind. As right now it's level 3 to Luxury Stain's advantage is level 4.
But Link, one more combo coming up for the side of Salem and Super MJ. Will be in trying to find somebody, but Kurtisi with the nether round will be in fighting first. Like, give it over side of Vanguard though. That's also massive. Go to the side of Vanguard. They are finally picking up steam, but Nick Stain is a lot of trouble. Doesn't really have the ultimate. He has to make a run for it. Pooski continue on, but Nick Stain dashes away just in the nick of time.
Oh, that was a moment where it's kind of like, here's Pooski! But unfortunately, didn't really quite deal enough damage to bring anyone down from the side of Vanguard. At this point in time, it's still 1-0 with about of 1,000 gold lead from the side of Flash, but that could definitely change any time. I do really like the matchup up in the gold lane though, that Layla completely outranges against Luxenstein, whereby Luxenstein needs to commit way too much just to return that poke.
Guys, they did a lane swap.
Yeah.
They did a lane swap. The thing is,
the Layla will outrange the Terizla. Terizla, Ken is not going to have a good time topside.
Look, but they rather, because the thing is, right, if Luxenstein doesn't have a game, it's game over. If Ken doesn't have a game, at least he's still able to tank and he's still able to use penalty zone, right?
Makes sense. Somebody got swallowed. It's going to be Super MJ flickers as well, but Nick Stain returns with a Divine Judgment as well. Salem looking for the charge, but Lozi taking a lot of damage by the side of Ken. Penalty zone already committed. Kurtisi taking a bit of damage, will get dragged back to safety by Lozi.
Oh, man. Vanguard of the 2-0 in favor for themselves right now. Do note that this is quite a late game composition from Flash. Actually, it's not quite. It's a very late game composition.
Yeah, the level 12 power spike I joked about every time when I played the Layla.
Wait for Vanix as well as Pooski to pop up, alright? Pooski playing as this Thamus. You really want to look out for that damage to really come in to apply all that pressure onto Luxenstein.
I feel the damage is here. Vanix also doing a lot of damage. Hardcore's already been built. Look at Team Flash and look at Team Flash just putting on so much zone control. Ken already half quarter HP. Has to back off, but Celeb, okay, this time around with the Angela help. Really trying to look for Lozi, but Hades comes back in to join the fight. Kurtisi taking a bit of the damage, but he gets swallowed and pushed and spit back up. The laser from Vanix and the damage. Nick stays to capture Lozi, but Hades will go for the trade on Ken. The nether round will be coming in by Team Flash, and members of Vanguard looking down low.
Throughout all that has happened, all I can say is there's a lane swap coming in from Team Flash. What I've been looking at the whole time.
I have no idea. This is crazy coming up from Team Flash.
The whole time throughout the entire fight, I wasn't even looking at the fight. I was just looking at a random Layla that walked past the entire fight and just, I'm gonna walk down to bottom.
Yeah, and I saw a flying dinosaur.
Guys, I want to say throughout all this, right, we focused about the kills, we focused on Vanguard actually finally be able to get kills, but if you look at the gold, right, gold is still in favor of Team Flash. You know, even throughout all that, Flash is up almost 1k gold 5 minutes into the game. Pooski pulling his weight, doing so much damage on the Thamos right now, leading the damage charts, but we do expect to see Vanix slowly creeping up. He is only in the middle of the charts right now, but that is going to change once we hit the 12-minute mark.
Honestly, I was really kind of expecting a little bit more coming in from Curtisi's damage. But hey, surprisingly, I was supposed because Puski really has been very on the ball. He's just moving around a lot, opening up the maps quite a lot and joining in a lot of team fights. To the point that EXP lane is not even a lane anymore. EXP lane is just but a part of the map that you go back to just to get some passive gold. And okay, not the passive, active gold and EXP.
If you notice what Nick Saint did just now when we were all talking about the skin, which burned the Divine Judgment already, but Lozi just counters it with 1 second skill. Nick Saint, that ultimate cooldown is definitely longer as compared to Lozi's second skill. Damage coming out. Vengeance, Puski still alive though, but with the Hell Salem and also 3 members down, lots of space being bombed by the side of Team Flash all the way up top. Bottom lane, Team Flash is actually spearheading with their own shove down bottom, and in terms of tempo, Nick Saint had to try to find and do something. Does not even commit for the Divine Judgment and gets punished by the damage from Vanix.
I don't quite understand how Vanix still have 0 death. At this point in time, I'm really expecting some form of death, since Salem should have some form of damage onto his arsenal, but a flying Layla, who would have expected? Why wouldn't Layla fly together with Matilda? But hey, it kind of worked out.
I mean, one of the biggest issues of Layla is that she has very, very low mobility. Guess what? With Matilda, it doesn't matter, right? Because you're able to just pull Layla where you need her to be. Yeah. And look at the items. Layla is farming faster than... it's absolute disaster for the side of Vanguard. Team Flash is up 1.9k gold right now, and most of that is pocketed by the Layla.
Now, one thing that I want to focus on, since we're talking about Layla, I do want to look at the counterparts, which is Luxury Stain. And what is the answer that Team Flash have in this game, right? They picked up this Thamus specifically. What I would believe is because Thamus is one of the only heroes, or rather only viable EXP laners right now. They can build a Corrosive Scythe and a Dominance Ice at the same time, so that you slow their attack speed, you slow their movement speed, you slow their movement speed even more or some way or another, but everything is all about slow. And not to forget, we do have a carry that relies a lot on mobility as well as attack speed to really make things work. And Puski is just outright a counter as long as the items are up and just builds full tank from that point on.
Yeah, look, I think Puski picking, or rather Team Flash identifying the strength in Thanos right now is super, super pivotal for them, right? Right now, we see Vanguard trying to group up as a group, but there's no objectives on the map for them to be taking, so it's a little bit weird for them to be grouping up, potentially wanting... there we go. Play.
You see how fast the Curtisi flickered, right?
Yeah!
It's crazy.
Curtisi did not want anything to do with that conceal play. Rightfully trades the flicker for conceal. So with slight win for Vanguard, that's not going to be up for the side of Team Flash later on for the Lord fight potentially. But it's I've got nothing much to say. It's a clean game coming out from Team Flash.
Yeah. I mean, technically speaking, the kill score is in the favor of Vanguard, but that doesn't tell the story. You should tell.
It's composition.
Yeah, you should see how Team Flash is just taking over the map away from Vanguard's control. Right now, Vanguard is on panic mode. The Lord is still marching down at the bottom lane.
Yeah, we're talking about 4-2 in favor for Vanguard, but yet we have a 4,000 gold lead in the side of Team Flash, while the Lord is just knocking onto the doors at the bottom lane.
Oh, there you go. That's going to be the counter. Gets swallowed up once again. The lasers coming up from Vanix will be able to secure the nether round, provide safety for the side of Team Flash to continue on pushing. Ken in the middle. Everybody bomb the side of Team Flash, and Salem bringing Super MJ for a sightseeing tour all outside of the base.
Vanix walking real slow. That's all I'm looking at. He's walking so slow. He don't care about anything. It seems like he's just wanting to hunker down and just focus on every single hit, and every single hit gotta have the count.
I mean, that's all that matters, right? All Layla needs to do is press attack, auto attack, move, auto attack, and that's what you need, right? And
again, it's free mobility coming in from the Matilda anyways, right?
Exactly. I mean, the thing is that if you have your team supporting you, you don't need to care about anything else.
The level 12 power spike, guys.
Yeah.
For Vanix. It's here.
Wait until Puski reaches level 12 as well. I mean, to be fair, right now he should definitely have got the corrosive scythe as well as the dominant eyes. From now on, it just kind of depends on how they want to play. Do they want to play extremely aggressive for the war?
Play maybe. Play will be able to catch something. Curtizi will be the victim. NetherRealm already popped as well. The damage coming on Salem is there. Hades and Puski trying to look for a joy. Lozi is over MJ jumping onto Curtizi, but he is a fireman. Will be able to do that. Lozi dragging Vanix along the side, bringing in the range damage. But then Vanguard, they take one and they run away.
This is what they need to keep doing, right? I think Vanguard rightfully has identified that they need to attack when they have concealed up, because that's the only window to hopefully be even able to pick up someone else. And the thing is, they picked up Katizi, but now he's back. He's built up with enough stacks. He had the 0 death respawn timer.
I mean, I gotta have to applaud Vanguard for identifying how to pop Katizi's NetherRealm, right? So right now, if Vanguard will want to take this fight against Team Flash, this is probably the best time since Katizi doesn't have the NetherRealm, and they should be able to articulate that so that they will be able to steal this Lord.
Oh, Ken facing a lot of trouble. The damage will be dealt by the side of Vanix for the laser, the range. Curtizi, the Ghostbusters, bursting it down. In the other side, Salem looking at top instead, just hard shoving top side.
It does seem as though Vanguard still don't really quite have that confidence to really just push it, right? To push in and just try to contest for the turtle. I mean, if we're talking about the EXP, right? Salem just reached level 14 and Hades is already level 15. So technically speaking, retribution damage-wise, he can't fight against Hades in most situations, and they're just throwing themselves over to the wolves if they were to try contesting for that Lord anyways.
Remember what I said just now about... Look at Layla! That is disgusting!
Yeah, there's only 2 heroes in MLBB that can outrange. One is the Beatrix, second is the Layla. Hades charging up will not be able to welcome anybody into his stomach for now, but Team Flash push it then in the mid and the bottom lane.
Now I see why Vanix have such high amount of average damage to turrets. Because this is something that they would want to do. Like, everyone is just
preparing.
That's what
I would do as well.
I mean, let's be honest here. What can Vanguard do, right? The only thing that they can do is just have Nick Stain flicker in and try to go for the Divine
Look at him
Judgment.
chucking it down. And the members of Vanguard has the force to watch and can. Penalties are on to 5 by that one cost. Where's the follow-up for the side of Vanguard? Salem joining in the fight this time around for the side, but Vanix already pick up a double kill at the same time. And now Salem is just going in, looking for the penalty. Blade of Tempest of Blades. The damage goes through the walls. The lasers don't care if Salem's on the wall. And Vanguard forfeits the core. And Team Flash winning with Layla. I don't know what I'm watching, guys. I think I'm done.
Look,
I think I had enough MLBB for today.
Composition is ultimately very important.
Are we watching a ping test?
I mean, it worked. That's what's important, right? It worked for Team Flash, and it worked. Would it be weird to say astoundingly? I mean,
No. Okay, I think this was definitely drafted properly in the right way, right? Because
Yes.
we saw Layla coming in as the last pick, right?
yeah, they
After
didn't
the
just
Matilda.
pick it just because of the fact that they wanted to troll around.
No, I mean, definitely there was an aspect of that as well, right? They 100% wanted
like,
to
not
troll.
100%, but maybe it's like a 90%.
We talked about how Team Flash likes to throw the spaghetti, right? They throw the spaghetti at the wall and then they see the meatball sticking, right? So this is exactly it, right? They threw the spaghetti and the meatball called Layla stuck on it.
Yeah, but not only just the wall, right? There's some spaghetti stuck on the fan, and they turn on the fan.
Yeah, exactly.
And now the
It's
spaghetti
like
is everywhere. It's everywhere. And that's the mess that Team Flash left in the roster and the fear of Vanguard.
Because the thing is, look, now keep in mind that this is week 4, right? So the next time they're gonna see each other is playoffs. How do you prepare for that?
I can't prepare for that.
That's not my question. My question is, why would you throw spaghetti on the floor, on the wall, or even on the fan? I mean,
analogy, bro.
MVP. Just say
Vanix.
Layla.
Oh, hello, Vanix.
Just say
Oh,
Layla.
hello, Lord Vanix.
God damn it. God damn it.
Oh my god.
With a KDA of 403,
Okay,
GPM 811, and kill participation of 87%.
Okay, there's something interesting about this particular Layla build, right? Going for a marksman emblem, this is like pure crit with weapon master, and this is a very expensive Layla build, right? Relies on the Heart's Claws and then Berserker Sphere.
His GPM is almost paralleled to Seiji's GPM with a Layla.
Lord Vanix That's the only answer I have for you, man.
Lord Vanix.
Lord
All
Vanix.
hail Lord Vanix,
All hail
where
Lord Vanix.
meta or non-meta heroes does not falter him.
This is Layla. Guys, are we looking at the right? Are we sure it's not like glitched or something?
To be very honest, throughout the seasons of MPL, I really don't even remember seeing a Layla once. Like, I truly don't remember. Can you remember?
MPL MLBB guys.
SG.
Yeah.
MPL
No,
SG.
not yet. Not yet.
No. Yeah. Anything out of the ordinary despite Vanix?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm still stunned by the fact that we saw Layla in
Any
MPL
other
SG.
anomalies,
Okay,
James?
sorry. We see Losey once again actually chasing for the wings, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's seems to be his core, I think, fourth
go-to,
item.
yeah.
His go-to, right? I mean, going
Expensive.
fast is it's expensive. Keep in mind that this is a roam
It's
Matilda.
Rome, yeah.
Right? This is a roam Matilda building wings.
13 minutes Rome Matilda.
Guess what he's building next? That's a mana gem going in. Imagine he's going for with lightning trunk.
Likely.
I won't be surprised.
I won't be surprised.
I really won't be surprised.
Nah, I think it's definitely going to be something else, like a Dom Isis.
Dom
No, the Dom Ice is already built with Thammers. Man was going full offensive, I reckon.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's full-on offensive.
Okay, truth to be told, ladies and gents, I feel like for the past 4 weeks that we watched Team Flash, they've been pulling out experimental, switching the roles, switching the roster, put Vanix on the Xborg once, I remember, and then Hades on the Kaja once as well, and they get away with it, and they still manage to stay on top.
Oh yeah, the Kaja Rome, huh?
Yeah, that is a statement that Team Flash is putting out going into the playoffs. Hey, I am the best team in MPL Singapore.
My oh my. Let me move on to something else. So how did you guys react to the Kaja Room?
I wasn't watching. I saw I was like, huh?
Kaja Room? Okay, but we were talking about the emblem previously just now, right? When we are looking at the Layla full-on crit with more of the marksman emblem. I think it's
Assassin emblem.
Oh crap! Assassin emblem.
Or armor
with
pen.
Cool.
Yeah.
Crit chance, crit damage, and then weapon master. Okay, sure. I'm pretty okay. You know. What else is that to say about a Layla 403 with 10,000 gold?
I want to mention. I want to bring up this point just now in game, but again, game just ended way too fast. You know what was really? You know what's? How do you add salt to the wound?
Putting a Layla in.
Not only. I mean, the Layla was already, the wound was already a gaping wound, right? You can see the bone at that point. But the question is, how do you add more salt? You pick the skin, because if you listen carefully, right, the whole time Layla auto attacks, goes pew pew pew, and the whole time, while she's chipping away, it turns pew pew.
Is that what you've been hearing the entire time?
Literally the entire time.
The entire time.
Pew, 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 and you just see everything is getting destroyed. Look at the turret damage, right? 33k. And I bet if there was a specific champion split to turret damage, Layla just takes the cake.
I'm not even surprised, to be honest, at this point in time. But, well, with all of the stats that we have on the screen, understandably, both teams actually dealt really good amount of damage to one another. Vanguard, they did have a pretty good early start to the game, understandably, because Team Flash is just relatively weak in the early stages. And Vanguard, they took those opportunities, but they didn't manage to really bring that over to the mid and to the late stages of game, as Vanix is just constantly just moving around, right? Absolutely avoiding team fights and just focusing on his own farm and his own interest. And of course, when it comes down to damage taken as well, right? It's rather similar to both sides, except for turret damage, because Layla thinks.
Yeah, for sure. No, but I do want to bring up a point for Ken. Actually, if you notice, right? So Ken on the Terizla, I mentioned before that he had really good Terizla games in the past for MPL so far. But this game, he was actually doing really well, right? He was able to land penalty zones at the right moment. He was able to just absolutely land the perfect penalty zones to wreck, right? To wreck the other team. But you know, that's just, it's too little, too late at this point.
Well, one thing I also just realized, you know, thanks to our production, Vanix quite literally played. Wait, Vanix have an Xbox?
Yeah.
Vanix has an Xbox.
He played Xbox, sent Diablo to the gold lane Benedetta. Yeah, that's.
Wait, is that the Kaja game?
No, that
I
wasn't
would have been surprised.
No, that was not the Kaja game. So it just goes to show, right? Team Flash is extremely comfortable at this throne right now. They were the heroes last season, right?
And now they're starting to become the villains and basically daring every single every single team from MPL Singapore to really try and fight me.
If we have week 4, day 2, week 5, and week 6, I think we're gonna be seeing Vanix play all of the gold lane heroes.
100%. 100% sure, man.
But
I mean, this guy's just hero pool was massive.
Yeah.
It's endless, and it's so nice to see him being able to play a different hero in every single game so far.
Well, with that all said and done, let's listen to the mic check for Team Flash because things are probably gonna be funny.
Hey, got my catch too.
Nice.
Nice one.
Dead.
8 seconds my jump, 8 seconds my jump.
Pakai dulu.
Pakita no flick.
Pakai dulu deh.
Hey, come.
Go.
Come.
Just Q Mino.
Mino no flick.
Nice one. Chill. All good. Nice one.
Mino no flick.
No flick. Coming. Pakai dulu.
Heal me,
Take. Virgin. Chill.
Nice one.
Dead. Nice one.
Blood one hit.
Please come this.
Hey,
Mino flicker. Can you go Mino dash. I stand.
Watch me.
Virgin.
Four.
There.
No fury.
Nice one.
Nice. First, hey, there is an ulti.
We can fight.
Slowly,
guys. Go Tesla. I can stun Tesla. Dead. Yeah, hitting again. Yeah, bro. Again. Yeah, bro. Just hit, bro. Just hit, bro. Yeah. Hey, go. Hey, behind, back line. Tesla, no player. Just kill. I got one. They cannot kill me. Yeah, go on the link. Stop endings.
I got link.
Hey, savage. Cannot.
Hey, enter.
Just enter.
Hey, just hit, bro. Don't worry, just hit.
You know the game is good when there was no clips in the mid game and it just went straight to the base for game number 2.
I mean, production, thanks for that. That's all I needed to hear. He just hit, bro. Well, that was literally going in my mind as I was seeing that. So, like, hearing you Lolzy say that, justifies what my thoughts were.
I think that is why the productions were laughing just now because of that very exact moment. It must feel really bad for Vanguard, right? You literally have someone hitting onto your turret and there's nothing that you can do. And to add and to rub the salt into wound, you get hit by the oldest trick in the book, a Barat's rocket. Like,
Feels bad, bro.
You shouldn't have. But well, with that all said and done, maybe MoE Man have something else for us for this analysis breakdown.
Oh, and welcome to my segment, MoE Man. And today we are living our memes and dreams, as my fellow casters has put it. Amazing penalty zones from Ken, maybe, but we'll be analyzing that really soon. So this is where it all went wrong for Team Vanguard here, right? At the start of the game, Team Flash, they have a Matilda. They showcase what a Matilda can do, especially in the hands of Lolzy and when you have Hades on the Barats. This is where Salem was targeting Lolzy at this point. As a Ling, as an assassin player, that's what you want to do. That's your bread and butter. Go for Lolzy. Yeah, but what he didn't know, that's a flying dinosaur across the map who will go for this team fight on you. And look at this. Very nice penalty zone initially coming out from Ken, catching 4. But where's the damage? Look at that. The damage is all the way on the bottom lane at this stage of time. And Vanix is able to deal the damage from a long range because he's a Layla after all. But yeah, let's just head on. That's just first thing that went wrong, right? So when we head on, continuing on, I mean, this is not too much already. Ken has gone down. The trade will be Lolzy. You don't want your EXP laner for Lolzy. And this is where Team Flashes has switched priority at this point. Then, meanwhile, Team Vanguard are still playing the same game. Team Flash, they have moved on. They went for Layla to become the main priority for them. So, meanwhile, in the top lane, Salem is going for Pooski, thinking that nothing's wrong. But look at this, on the bottom lane, we have the whole entirety of Team Flash just focusing on this Layla at this point. Layla, level 12 power spike. Yeah, no goal. We have the farm on Layla. No problem at all. Let's just continue doing this. Let's just keep on pushing the tower, keep pushing our map control as much as possible. Nick Stain, he tried to go in for the engager, but if you notice how Curtizi is playing, his Faramis, Netherrealm, permanently always used for his Layla exclusively. But now let's look at this, right? Ken, with the best penalty zone in, get ready, all right? Look at this. Guys, I can't make this up. I can't make this up. That is extremely questionable from you, Ken. I'm not too sure what's going on. I'm not going to call you out. But at this point, Layla is dealing the damage at the back line, and there's no problem for Team Flash. And with that, Nick Stain just goes down. And this aerial control, I just highlighted how Curtizi was playing with the Netherrealm. If that penalty zone had hit, Curtizi would have popped the Netherrealm early, but now he's able to pop the Netherrealm for Layla to output the damage and to play this disengagement game as much as possible. And that's the entire story of Team Flash, just around the Layla. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Go, go, go. Tower, tower, tower. And it's so extremely easy for them. But yeah, you guys want to see that one more time? I'm gonna show it to you one more time, okay? Just for memory's sake. So here we have it, Ken. I'm not gonna call you out, but yeah, this might be the highlight of play of your career. Bam! Bam! And there we go. That's all she wrote for this game. I gotta say. Team Flash ruining stats at this point, but let's find out what Team Flash has to say with our host, Cheryl.
You're not gonna call it out, but you're just gonna replay it, I guess. So, yes, now here I have Curtizi beside me. Hi!
Hello.
So, something that I learned from Manjin when I was in Philippines that I think was very appropriate for this game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Nakakapak, papakabak. Correct?
Yeah.
So what does it mean in Tagalog? Can you share with us?
Like, wow.
Like stress, right? Like stress and anxiety. And this is what happened in match 3. We've seen 13-0, was it? Game 1?
Yeah, game 1.
And then game 2, there was a Layla. I don't even know what's going on anymore. So, Kurt, tell us a little bit more about your history before coming to MPL SG.
I've been in Echo since season 8 with Hades. Then Hades joined Team Flash, and then he just invited me here.
Oh, so Hades invited you here.
Yeah.
But actually, you've been to Singapore, right?
Yeah.
For M2.
Back in M2 when I was in Omega.
Ah, so this is actually your second, trip here to Singapore. So welcome once again. So coming into Flash, what's very interesting was your mic checks. Just go, bro. Then you just ha 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 ha. So is it something that's very different compared to the other teams being with Team Flash? That's like a relaxed kind of vibe.
My teammate was just balance, chill and hype at the same time. And I was just like, I don't care. Just do what to do.
Right. So who do you think will be the biggest contender? That means the biggest threat to you guys winning the championship for playoffs?
Bleed and RSG.
Sorry?
Bleed and RSG.
Bleed and RSG. Ah, okay. So that's who you anticipate will reach the top. So, you were replacing Jay, which was the previous mid laner for Flash. So was it an easy adjustment into the team?
I think so, since my hero pool is wide and I can play along with my teammates.
Right. So, I mean, just for fun, you play mid lane and you mentioned you play a lot of hero pools, right? which was the very first mid lane hero that you played once you joined Mobile Legends, baby? Just playing casually without playing pro. The very first mage that you bought in game.
I think Eudora.
Eudora.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't we all? I also have a Eudora. That's also one of our first few heroes. And then what is your favorite skin as a mid laner? Your favorite mage skin?
Savior, Gojo, Satoru.
Oh, everybody also. Oh. All right. So yes, thank you so much, Katizi, for all these fun facts. So yes, that was Katizi, guys. Really, really exciting matches that Team Flash has brought us here today. Now, the next match coming up will be at 5:30 p.m. and this is also a deciding match on who will be relegated right here at the regular season. We will be seeing our wonderful Evil going up against Exco coming up soon at 5:30. Stick around and we'll see you then.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed lightning! Shield!
You should have killed me. Well, guess it's your lucky day.
You're gonna rent it.
This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
Multiple roles.
I choose FMM, you choose enemy. Okay, I can.
Who is he,
Wait, he remind I think he come out, but he look like that before. Okay, never mind, let's just try it.
The head big, bro. This one looks so familiar.
FMM! FMM confirm, but why he no mode?
Oh my god. Who is that? No, this Right.
The other team.
I don't know them. I don't know how to spell his name, man.
FMM. I honestly cannot tell that it's FMM.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Bro, FMM.
FMM? He's missing his chocolate chip. 3, 2, 1, 1. 3, 2, 1. Random name.
Okay, random name.
Who is this guy? I don't know, honestly I don't know. I just don't anyhow guess. No, it's not him, man. It's not this guy.
Bro, just write, right?
Okay, write it.
Bro, you copy it.
Whoa. The nose. Wow, the eye a bit singy. Maybe it's really lousy.
You think?
Which info only got?
Got the goal in.
Oh, got this one.
We guessing right? It's the third time already.
True.
You want to go again? Third time's the charm, right?
Okay lah, third time the charm lah.
It's lousy.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Oh! The face?
Oh my god.
No, actually the face, the emotion is like what Lousy will do, bro.
3, 2, 1. It's lousy.
Oh! Bro! Bro! You got the role correct, not bad.
What? Lousy.
Wow! Bro, I see it now, his face.
I
was gonna write that!
I cannot see.
I'm so sorry, Lousy. Lousy.
Oh!
Yeah. Wow, sing. 3, 2, 1. Lousy.
Lousy.
Yeah.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris. So, wait, Asteris. Yeah, that's right. So, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris, JH the jungler, and FMM the roam. Can we do a quick round introduction first? JH, why don't you go first?
I'm JH. My name is also Jiahao. I'm 19 this year, and I'm the jungler for Team Asteris.
Great. So, where do you come from? Are you like community player or how does it work?
I'm a community player for 1.5 years, and I've been trying MPL for 1 year. And yeah, this year I got into MPL with FMM.
Great. Alright, so that's JH. FMM, your turn.
Hi, I am FMM. 19 this year. I'll be playing Rome for Asteris.
What is your actual main role in MLBB?
My actual main role is goal lane, I guess, since I played 1.5 years in MPL as a goal laner. Transitioning to it, like a lot of game understanding. Like at first when I was a goal laner in like Slate, I was with better teammates, like veteran players. Then like I wasn't really sure like what I was supposed to do, cause their macro is on another level as compared to when I was like a rookie. So I was kind of clueless that season. Just playing kind of based off mechanics.
Yeah.
Then when Bleed came, it was a full-time opportunity. So that allowed me to study a game more and have better game understanding. Then from there, I swapped to mid lane, which is somewhat similar to Rome. Yeah, but it's just the mechanics is different. So I slowly learned the game and understand what each role has to do in a game. So that allowed me to be able to play like multiple roles.
Great.
who, in your opinion, do you self-study the game or do you have someone that has been actively teaching you the game before?
I think mostly the older players like JPL, Adam, Yang In, and Potato. Yeah.
They've been teaching you the game mechanics. Sorry, not just game mechanics.
Game understanding.
Game knowledge.
Yeah, game knowledge.
Which is a rarity.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna say this out loud. The time when I saw you doing, when you were FMM boy in Campus Legends, I was laughing. I think you're joking, but no, you were actually good. You're always on time whenever the fight's happening, and even during the qualifiers, you're basically just be doing FMM boy stuff. So, like, that transition, do you think it's easy or do you think it's difficult? As a gold laner, I'm a gold laner myself, so you still haven't tutored me. Been asking that for since season 4, but
I think some it depends on the people, the person's like learning ability.
Okay.
It's because some people's learning ability can be fast or very slow. So for me, I'm quite fast. Then it didn't take much time for me to transition. But one thing I want to say is, as long as the player is willing to learn, right, nothing is impossible. It's just the matter of time.
Yep. I agree with you, but that's exactly what the genius would say. Anyways, JH, how was it like finally achieving your goals in MPLs?
It's incredible. It's like, wow, I finally made it lah. Because I've been trying since MPL qualifier S5. I was Team Banana, and we just formed the team 1 week before the qualifier. And then it was very unexpected when we made it to the top 3. Then, of course, having the first unsuccessful attempt, it was very, like, made me feel like this wasn't made for me. Yeah, so I moved on and I tried many different teams. And then there were 1 month when I was on holiday during my school period and Bleed wanted to trial me. So I went 1 month in with Bleed. That's where I meet FM and everyone. And I actually learned a lot from there. And it made me more mature on how I can get in tips from different veteran players. So after that, my friend Sean, he had an organization, which is Team Hub.
Yep.
And then I had Min and Man who joined me over to play in a MPL qualifier S6.
S6, that was
Yep.
the Blue Mustang or something. Right?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I finished in 3rd again. So it's like, maybe, yeah, very close. Like, it's so close that I wanted to almost give up. Then I think the start of this year, FM invited me to join his team. Then we started training. At the start, it was like very unstable. We were like doubting each other if we can make it to the MPL, especially when we're losing the community tournament to Kingdom. There was one community tournament which is Team NS. We went and it was FM first time trying the road.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And we finished in 5th or 6th. And we thought we couldn't make it, but we screamed every day these 3 months.
Wow.
And, yeah. And then we went qualify again, and I finally made it.
So, do you think it's because your previous team Banana and do you have any prep time for Blue Mustang?
It was 2 weeks. I
2
just
weeks.
got released from Bleed.
Okay, then what about this time round with Asteris?
It was a 3 months preparation.
It was a 3-month preparation
Yeah.
that allowed you to finally get into MPL.
Yes.
So, good question. That's a good thing. You guys never give up.
Yeah.
I think also partially you as well. Both of you are very hardworking. Then
Difference.
what about True? You said that Deck is more very impatient as a gold laner. What about True? Right now, what's his problem?
Same thing, I guess.
Same thing.
Yeah, because newer players tend to just like
Overcome it.
follow through.
Okay. Where do you position yourself in the season?
As in the jungle or the team?
No, in the team wise.
I'm confident that we'll be top 6.
Top 6.
Yeah.
Not relegated.
No.
Okay, FMM. Where do you expect Asteris to end? you coming from Bleed Slate and have MPL experience under the tutelage of veterans, where do you place them now?
Us?
Yeah.
Confident top 6. But what do you call it?
What about Dilulu?
Yeah. Goals. Wait. Target. Yeah, target.
Target.
Target top 4.
Top 4. Who is your biggest enemy that you want to face?
I think it'd be most fun to play against Bleed. Yeah.
Against Gear. You're actually me.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You guys are roamers now.
Yeah.
You guys were not originally roamers.
Yep.
Is that why you're excited to face him?
That's one, but their goal laner is quite strong also. It's hard to pick him off.
Okay.
Yeah.
CG's positioning
Yeah.
is quite tough. It sounds like you have already screamed with them.
No. Just
Rank games.
rank game.
Rank games, I see. So JH, why do you decide to go pro?
It was an invitation from one of my friend.
Mm-hmm.
That I met in the game itself.
Mm.
So
Do we know who the friend is?
no, it's you're
Not even
no, not even community.
Not even community.
Yeah.
So a random rank friend
Yes.
invited you to go pro.
Yes.
But he never did.
He never did.
Okay. So how did you start as a pro player?
The first tournament I went, I immediately met FMM and Yon.
What was this? What was that?
It was the Kembangan CC one.
Okay. How come yeah, that felt familiar.
Yeah.
I don't know. I remember you two were a team before or something.
They were not in the same team, but I saw them there.
Not
Oh,
Yeah.
that was with BV.
Yeah.
Okay. Then what makes you like decide, okay, this is what I want to do?
Because whenever I'm stressed from studying, I'll play the game.
Mhm.
And I've been playing since I was primary school. Then why not give it a try?
Okay. Great. FMM. What about you? How do you start joining Almighty in season 3? Then after that, you stayed
Yeah.
on.
You want me to go from how I started
Yeah.
playing ML?
Oh shit.
It's a funny story.
Okay, share that funny story.
Because I used to play League
Yep.
since I have no idea. Primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Then COVID-19.
Mm.
My PC broke. Then my cousin is a what do you call this? Computer technician.
Uh-huh.
So like my parents sent it over to them to
Repair.
during Chinese New Year. Then we came back after Chinese New Year without the PC.
Mm.
Then COVID-19, the what do you call it?
Oh, so it got stuck.
Yeah, then it got stuck in Malaysia.
Oh.
Then I had to find another alternative of League, which was ML.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
In your opinion, who's the top 3 teams in Singapore right now in this season?
I think Bleed, Flash, maybe Eva.
Okay, fine. The safest ones.
Yes.
Okay. FMN?
I mean, Flash Bleed was top 2 because they are like a full-time org and they got a stack team.
Mm-hmm.
The third is questionable.
Questionable?
Can be anybody actually.
Oh,
honestly.
It can be you.
Can be us, can be Vanguard, can be Evil, can be HomeBois.
HomeBois? You're not sure. Okay.
Who else? Anybody lah.
Great. All right. Then let me flip it the other way around, FMM. Who do you think is the bottom 2 teams that's going to get relegated this season?
Exco is one, because they only have Slowly and Bear TZ there. Firstly, it depends if they are a leader. If they are a leader, then they can teach their team, sure. But if they can't speak English, then they cannot even teach.
Okay.
Then the rest of the team has to learn by themselves.
Oh, okay. Language.
So, and their chemistry also.
Mm.
Then their team, maybe HomeBois. Same reason. I think Vanguard is the leader,
Okay.
but it might be hard for them to sync up. I feel. Yeah.
You meant in the okay, so that's why you're putting those two as the bottom two teams. So it's mainly communication issue. The
Yeah,
fact
and
that
like
English is not unfortunately they just couldn't speak English. They couldn't transmit what they know to the players.
yeah.
Okay, great. What about you, JH?
Uh,
First season, you already have to talk smack. I love it.
yes.
Come.
I think firstly also Exco.
Exco.
Because we fought them in the group stage in MPL qualifier. And then it was
one-sided.
Yes, one-sided.
From what I heard, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel they got players that just joined, and it's very pressure for them. I think they got no leader to like calm them down. Yeah, and just like me, but I got FM to, make me feel calm. Yeah.
Yeah, FMN has been tutoring a lot of people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then,
But not me yet. Okay, next.
And then the next one is also HomeBois.
HomeBois. What about them?
Because I compared that team to other team, and I feel they are not ready.
They're not ready.
Yeah.
They don't.
Because my friend is inside.
Okay, so they haven't gone through what you've gone through. So basically, especially the jungler Sub.
Yes.
Have you played with him before? Against him before?
I don't know about him.
Don't know about him at all.
Yeah.
What is the weakest link that you have to resolve before going to irregular seasons right now?
I think mindset.
Mindset.
So, as you know, Bear, he will panic when he go on stage, and it's also my first time and Kiwi first time going on the stage also. So, if we will panic when we go on the stage to play. So yeah, we need to do some. What's it called? FM.
Mindfulness breathing.
Yes, mindfulness breathing.
What? FMM, is that what you taught them?
No, it's just like to calm them before the match.
Bleed already. Say which one you learned.
No, it's like teams do it before the game, what? Like calm themselves.
Okay.
To like reset their mind so that they can just focus on the game.
Wow, FMM has done his research beyond me. He really wants this, bro. He really wants this, and I really that's why I really respect both of you as a player, really, like a lot, especially FMM, game mechanics wise and game knowledge wise, right? Then, really, it's okay for you. For him, it's more on the nerves. What about you, FMM? What do you think the team needs to improve on before going to regular season?
Same, like really the nerves. Cause
just the nerves.
Like, how to say? If we go out to the stage, then we don't do what we usually do, and there's also no point, what? So really, the biggest thing is we don't know what is gonna happen, but the biggest thing we have to solve is like playing normally on stage, and like playing consistently.
Do you have anything to say to your potential fans of Asteris?
Keep supporting us.
Okay, FMM, what do you think? I think you have a better answer than JH.
Asteris fans, keep supporting us. We try to.
Yes, go on. Keep talking, FMM.
We try to. What do you call it? Reach. Go get a good place in this season, and hope you all can continue to support Asteris next season.
Alright, thank you very much.
멸치가 지갑니다요. Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gator.
Yo, what's the rush? Wait up, will ya? You're welcome. Keep it together. Do you really want to die here?
If I lose control, kill me without hesitation. It is your duty.
Of course.
Time to end this! Don't! I must!
Losing your grip already. How will this end? I wonder.
Do it! Now! Cursed blinding shield!
You should have killed me. Well, guess it's your lucky day. This will sting. You have my word.
OSIM.
Multiple roles.
I choose FMM, you choose enemy. Okay, I can.
Who is he, ah?
Wait, I think he come out, but he look like that before. Okay, never mind, let's just try it.
The head big, bro. His hand looks so familiar.
FMM! FMM, confirm! But why you know?
Oh my god. Who is that? Right.
The other team.
I don't know them.
I don't know how to spell his name, man.
FMM.
I honestly cannot tell that it's FMM.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Bro, FMM.
FMM? He's missing his chocolate chip, eh? 3, 2, 1, 2. 3, 2, 1. Random name.
Okay, random name. Who is this guy? I don't know, honestly I don't know. I don't know any Hongkong. No, it's not him, man. It's not this guy.
Bro, just write, right?
Okay, write it.
Bro, you copy.
Whoa. The nose. Well, the eye a bit singy, maybe it's really lousy.
You think?
Which info only got?
Got the goal in.
Oh.
got this one. We guessing right? It's the third time already.
True.
You want to go again? Third time's the charm, right?
Okay lah, third time's the charm lah.
It's lousy.
Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, the face.
Oh my god.
No, actually the face, the emotion is like what Lozy will do, bro.
3, 2, 1. It's lousy.
Oh, bro. Bro. You got the roll correct.
What? Lousy.
Wow. Bro, I see now his face.
I
was gonna write that.
I cannot see.
I'm so sorry, Lozy.
Lousy.
Oh.
Lousy.
Wow, sing.
3, 2, 1. Lousy.
Lousy.
Alright, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris. So, wait, Asteris. Yeah, that's right. So, ladies and gents, currently right here I'm joining with Asteris, JH the jungler, and FMM the roam. Can we do a quick round introduction first? JH, why don't you go first?
I'm JH. My name is also Jiahao. I'm 19 this year, and I'm the jungler for Team Asteris.
Great. So, where do you come from? Are you like community player or how does it work?
I'm a community player for 1.5 years, and I've been trying MPL for 1 year. And yeah, this year I got into MPL with FMM.
Great. Alright, so that's JH. FMM, your turn.
Hi, I am FMM. 19 this year. I'll be playing Rome for Asteris.
What is your actual main role in MLBB?
My actual main role is goal lane, I guess, since I played 1.5 years in MPL as a goal laner. Transitioning into it, like a lot of game understanding. Like at first when I was a goal laner in like Slate, I was with better teammates, like veteran players. Then like I wasn't really sure like
And friends, after 6 grueling days of battle over at the Land of Dawn, right now we are here at the final day of the regular season and right now at the final match as we speak. And this is the final deciding match where we will see 8 teams come in, but only 6 teams heading over to the playoffs. Now, this is a deciding match where we will see the likes of EVIL duking it out with EXCO. Now, this is a very important game because for EVIL, this is their last chance to grasp that chance to head on over to the playoffs, whereas for EXCO, on the other hand, it is their chance to prove their worth and really end off the regular season on a high. So with that being said, let's jump into the final match of the regular season, presenting to you your community heroes, EVIL. Game faces on right here for EVIL. Now going up against them, presenting to you the wonderful faces of EXCO. So yes, right now we are going into the final match of the entire regular season, wrapping things up. Now this is a very important match that we are all very excited about. This is the match to watch. Why? Because even though these 2 teams are right now at the bottom 2 spots of the overall standings, for EVIL on one hand, they are looking to get their final chance at playoffs. Whereas over on the other hand, right here, EXCO, even being a brand new qualifying team, I'm pretty sure that they won't go out without a fight. So this is a true testament of sportsmanship. So let's hear what the casters have to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final match of the day. And we are going to be looking at EXCO versus EVIL, our community heroes. And of course, speaking of our community heroes, I've got Croissant as well as Jace with me. And we are going to be a caster for today's, or rather this match. I gotta have to say, EVIL is a team that I really want to see going over to the playoffs.
Definitely.
Because they are just kind of like playoff heroes. They are scary playoff people.
Yeah, exactly. But the question is, can they reach there in the first place? You know,
that's the problem.
They are at the brink of getting relegated. But seeing how EVIL has played throughout the season, yes, there have been some questionable plays, but they have been looking pretty darn good, yeah. So I do want to give credit to EVIL. I think EVIL just needs to they just need to play their game, right? If they're able to play the game, they should be fine. And taking a look at the EVIL lineup, right? We've got Twist on the EXP lane, Powerful, the one and only, playing his jungle, Sayla playing mid, Carrot playing roam, as well as Jaces on the gold lane. You know, this is a really, really solid lineup, and you know, with Sayla, right? This is the Sayla. Right? He should be able to lead the team, I reckon, into the playoffs.
Yep. Now, one thing that I noticed in the EVIL's lineup is how broad Powerful's shoulders are. There must be a reason.
You've seen him for 3 seasons already.
No,
and you just realized that?
No, I mean now is like even bigger. You know?
Yeah, there's a lot of heavy weight on his shoulders.
Yeah,
right?
but I'm pretty sure that it might have shrunk this season to a certain extent because his teams are just that good, right?
Yeah, definitely. But let's take a look on the other side of the aisle. It's going to be EXCO Esports, right? So I feel like right now it's just about Team EVIL was the original qualifier from Season 3, managed to become one of the first few community teams that went all the way to like top 3, top 4. And now EXCO Esports, you know, being inspired by Team EVIL, by their successes, they aspire to be like them. However, during the regular season, their performance was
I have to say it, right? It's not up to standard. Yes, they are able to make it into MPL, but kudos for that. But I feel like, especially when how harsh our format changed this season, unfortunately, they have to take the fall.
Yep, there are definitely teams that are gonna have to go, unfortunately. And EXCO is gonna be that one team that is guaranteed to be relegated, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But perhaps in the next season, we'll be able to see them. And of course, I've already prepared like a chant for them, like in the event that they do well. You know, EXCO, let's go. It sounds like let's go liquid, I know, but you know,
I was expecting something more from that, but you know, I guess
but it rhymes though.
It does
You
rhyme.
gotta have to give me that.
I'll give it to you.
Let's go.
I'll give it to you.
Okay, he's bad in math, but at least he can rhyme.
Exactly.
I was gonna say something along the lines of dad jokes, but you know.
Sorry, I'm evolving.
You're upgrading.
At this point, yeah. So okay, so now we'll just talk about heroes and of course all their accolades. Now, Fasong, what do you have here?
All right, so as we see on screen, the stats for Team Evil. What stands out to me? Kill participation on Sailor 70.55. Not as high once again as some as the likes of Kiwi, but Sailor was very, very instrumental in some of the plays that Team Evil was able to execute, especially in the early game, right? So Sailor on mid, on his Veramis, extremely, extremely deadly, extremely powerful at, well, helping powerful make the plays that he needs to make.
I'm not too sure whether I should be looking at this, but regardless, I think that Karen's KDA completely surpasses everyone. And I think that that's pretty darn awesome for Aroma.
I mean, there's definitely also the amount of assists that he does. Right?
No. Let's not care about that. KDA, you know, we'll look at 7 kills per game. That's enough. You know.
No, I mean,
there's no such thing as assist. No such thing.
And what's the A in KDA then? Jeez.
Yeah.
Just kill, deft,
and
attribute.
Abstract.
Yes, kill, deft, abstract. Okay, let's go. Come on, let's talk about
there's
it.
a reason why. That's the reason why I'm gonna have to take over the stats for now. Truth to be told, right here, I think the stats doesn't really show EXCO in a true light. I feel it's just throughout the whole MPL Singapore regular season, I'm really surprised. I'm going to give a shout out over to Yuta. His transition, he had to fill the jungle role in week number 1. And then after that, when he transitioned into week 2, when slowly and also Bertizzi coming back, especially slowly coming back, right? Yuta has shown that he's a very flexible player and definitely should be looking out for, especially in next qualifier.
So, of course, EXCO, I think that they have got a long road ahead of them. And, of course, despite the fact that they already know that they are relegated, I really do want to see some true sportsmanship and that they will be able to play this and take these information to their next qualifiers. So, hopefully that they will be able to give Evil a good game. But for now, let's just listen out to their head-to-head and what they've got to say to each other.
I think I have not much details about them, but they are not my first few opponents for my regular season, so maybe the first few games I will study them and see how are they.
I think my team will hold a much higher chance than them because in my opinion, for their team is only slowly. Then the others is questionable based on their performance last season, and some is new player. Yeah, so I believe that by logic, our team should be holding a much higher chance against them.
I think changing roles isn't really a very easy thing to do, especially on the MPL stage. And goal lane isn't exactly the easiest role to play either. So I feel like coconut shoes are also not that easy to fill, as from what I've seen in previous seasons, the goal laner is actually one of the most comfortable roles in EVA. So since JCs has been playing with them for a very long time, I'm sure the synergy and the chemistry is there. Therefore, I feel like he will do well as a goal laner in EVA.
To be honest, I think coach play a big part for the drafting, strategy based also. But for EVA, I think their case is that Powerful also play the part of a coach. He's a player and a coach. Then, well, if I'm not wrong, Powerful is a drafter. Yeah, and he's a really good player also. EVA, I don't think they need a coach also, because everyone is very, very good.
Powerful leading the charge as the coach come player, or rather player come coach, for the longest time ever, and they have pretty much stayed true to their identity. I'm not too sure whether there will ever be any point in time where they will break that no coach rule. Not exactly a rule, but this no coach thing that they have got for the longest time ever. But it would be interesting for the next season, or maybe even playoff. Suddenly a random shadow analyst, shadow coach comes in. I don't know about that, but that could happen, huh?
I mean, okay, to be honest, if I'm not mistaken, the transfer week has already closed, so whatever they've locked in after week 3, this will be mostly how they're going to go for the playoffs. But, I know you want to try to be Evil's coach, but let's take a look at the Evil's audience prediction brought to you by McDonald's.
75% in favor for Evil and 25% for Exco. So I do absolutely love the fact that there are, of course, audiences that still have faith onto Exco. Is to be fair though, Exco do have slowly have got tons of experience playing in Vanguard last season. So I'm pretty sure that slowly will be able to lead the charge and will be able to guide Exco in a way whereby they believe is going to be monumental in bringing down Evil.
Yeah, look, I do want to see signs of life, right, coming from the side of Exco.
Me too.
Ultimately, yes, as you can see on screen, our predictions 2-0, 2-0, 2-1. We do lean heavily on favor of Evil, but like I mentioned before, I think I want to see signs of life from Exco. I want to see signs of life from players like Slowly, as well as Yuta. Yuta, I think, was rightfully called out by Jays earlier. We've seen his immaculate plays on games that they have won, right? They didn't go 0 wins this season. So I do want to see them steal wins from Evil. I do want to see a 2-1 game.
2-1. I want to see a 2-1. You know, just kind of extend their lifespan just a little while longer and see how far they can go. But for now, let's take a look at the player head-to-head between Carrot as well as BadTZ. Anything that kind of stands out here?
Okay, I think the best thing to stand out is definitely the average CC time, right? It's number 2, BadTZ ranking the highest, even though they haven't found a lot of success. So this means that BadTZ is always finding all the picks, finding all the stunts, but unable to convert them into wins. So that's basically one of the telltale signs of, you know, maybe the lack of team synergy and team chemistry. Don't forget, prior to MPL qualifiers, they only formed like 6 days before MPL qualifier itself. So as compared to the counterpart Asteris, which has been grinding a lot of community tournaments since the start of the year.
I think that is definitely a point in time where Exco would be able to show Evil who is the real boss. I mean, Evil's lineup has been solidified for the longest time ever, and they have been using the same players over and over again. In fact, having JS and Twist.
The notebook.
He's got the book.
He's got the book.
He's got the book.
He's got the book.
Wait, that's too early. That's too early to be whipping out the book.
You pull it out right now because that notebook buff or the playoff buff is definitely required. Because don't forget, if they lose the series against Exco, that's it. They're out of the play. They're not even going into the playoffs.
So the thing about Evil is that they will never bring out the book when it comes down to the regular season. They take the entire regular season to learn about their opponents, and then playoffs, the book appears and they sweep people. They just show amazing stuff, Kwa.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, thanks for filling me in, because evidently when you guys were talking about the book, I'm like, what's so legendary about this book? But thanks for giving me the update. The book.
It's gotta be base.
The book. It's gonna be the book. The book.
Yes.
Anyways, jokes aside, let's go into the draft, ladies and gents, which means that Team Evo is going to have a lot of things to think about going up against Exco. Don't forget, yes, Coach Diff is available for the side this time around. Exco does have Coach LY4 coming back.
What a legendary name.
Yep, another legendary name in MPL.
Now, let's take a look at the entire bands that we have thus far with the Moskov, Minotaur, Loi, as well as the Harif, Mathilda, as well as Angela. Very standard bands. And even for Evil, they're starting things off very, very standard with a Fredrin pick on their end. Boy, oh boy, I missed the Paquito on the powerful.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say...
man. That was a long time ago when Paquito jungle was a thing, but now he's faring more on the Fredrin jungle instead.
Now, of course, Evil, I believe that there are still quite some point in time whereby they will be able to squeeze the Paquito in. You know, you never know, some random stuff, but it will probably still work. Exco responds in kind with a Vexana as well as a Nathan. So right off the bat, I think it's pretty telltale sign that they want to play for team fights, and they'll probably want to focus a little bit more on the CC, considering the fact that BadTZ have got very high CC timer.
Yeah, having that very high CC timer is definitely a telltale sign of what kind of team composition Exco is trying to go for. Meanwhile, Fredrin's super flexible, able to fit in multiple team compositions. So Evil's deciding not to show their hands super early. But I do want to touch a little bit on the Moskov ban, actually. Because the Moskov ban, to me, only actually started picking up from at the end of week 2, start of week 3, where we started seeing Moskov being played a lot more as a potential counter to the Roger. As you see, Roger being picked up on the side of Evil. So I was going to say Moskov, Moskov being banned tells me that Roger's gonna get picked up.
So with that said, indeed, the Roger as well as the Yuzhong has came up. Now, Evil, despite the fact that they have got these 3 heroes out yet, we don't really have a very solidified win condition for what they want to go just yet, right? Yes, we've got the main damage dealers, but how exactly are they going to be pivoting themselves into a complete win? Yes, Roger can snowball and snowball to a win, or Yuzhong can just outright win in the lanes and just find a way to funnel all those goals to Roger. But when it comes to team fight, how are they going to fare? Because Yuzhong can still do split pushes, he still can move very effectively. So Evil still have quite a few avenues that they can go around with.
Yeah, but on the other side, we see Exco picking up Carmilla. Carmilla, I guess, pretty good into Fredrin as well as Yuzhong, but I mean, we saw an earlier Carmilla today, but wasn't used that well.
Yeah, not much of a presence. I do hope though that Batizi will be able to really show the light of what Carmilla is able to do with the Curse of Blood though.
Yeah, Curse of Blood gonna be very, very impactful in team fights, and it kind of solidifies as well Exco's team composition in terms of trying to get for those 5-man groups up team fights. But they are facing a Fredrin and a Yuzhong. Just these two alone, when they layer the CC, when they layer the skills up, it's gonna deal tons of damage. Not to mention they have a Roger to finish it up. So in terms of the trio core of the team compositions, right, I'm favoring Evil.
For Exco, I think that the scary thing is that the main two how to say this? The main 2 heroes to set the pace of the game has yet to reveal themselves, right? In the meantime, Hanzo ban.
Yeah. Yeah, because Slowly has been playing the Hanzo for quite some time as well. That's one of his pocket picks. Being used to split push, that's something Team Evil doesn't want to face. In fact, also going ahead and ban away Yuta's Macro Paquito.
I personally don't think that Hanzo would have been a problem though.
Oh,
I would
no,
really think that
we saw slowly
Yeah.
pop off the Hanzo.
Really?
It was bonkers, man.
Yeah, welcome. Day 1 for you.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Thank
Miss
you.
ya.
But well, with that out of the way, we won't be able to see that kind of bonkers play coming in from Slowly anymore. So is it going to be Assassin? Is it going to be a tank? I personally think that it would be a tank, but a little bit too early to say. Lapu Lapu being picked out. So still a very strong pick in lane, or not in lane, but in team fights, right? Lapu Lapu stands a very good chance in being able to deal heavy damage once he reaches at level 4, thus being able to go toe-to-toe against a Yuzhong.
I mean, there's also a possibility that Slowly could bring the Carmilla jungle. That's something that we've also seen from the side of MPL.
That's kind of old
PH.
though.
It's also being brought back into the meta as well. So nothing's been solidified from the side of Exco as of yet. I like what LFO is doing. But the problem about going for a Carmilla is that you're very dependent on landing that ultimate properly. Yes, and also apart from that, it's making sure that you have the secondary, you come in, Carmilla, as a secondary engage.
I literally was talking about Faramis on desk off the mic. Literally scribbled on my phone.
I said yes to you. I'm like, yeah, definitely a Faramis play is coming out from the side of Team Evo.
Faramis is absolutely deadly to Exco, right? It's literally the nail in the coffin at this point. And not to mention, they also have the Arlet on the side of Evil. Honestly, Evil is just out-drafting Exco, even with a coach right now. The book is really showing why it's gotten its fame, because this is where
on my very life.
I don't know how Exco's gonna deal with this.
By the way,
that's kind of tough.
I hope I can actually get the book as well as a merch. That would be cool.
That would be, but I really don't know how Exco's gonna answer this. They don't have any of the tools that Evil has. Evil, if you're talking about full 5v5 team compositions, right? Right now, Evo is just you have so much damage and sustainability coming out from the side of Evo. Not to mention CC as well. Exactly, you have so many tools on the side of Evo. Whereas Exco, you're lacking a little bit. You didn't even get the Faramis.
The only thing that would have probably worked pretty well against Evil to a certain extent, I thought, would actually be pokes. If Exco is able to find ways to effectively poke Evil before team fights, I think that they are definitely going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble. But Exco is not going to be playing on that ground. This is a very comical team, whereby we have a Martis that do want to play a little bit more onto the snowball side, and as long as Camilla goes out with the Curse of Blood, you would want to see the Eternal Guard to be popping out together onto one, or if not all, of the people that's affected with the Curse of Blood.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to land a Curse of Blood as a first engage because it's so obvious. That's why you definitely need Jet to engage first. You probably need Yuta or Slowly to engage first. Then Vertizi come out with a secondary Curse of Blood. But now we're going to go into game number 1. There's something also that you also have to take note if you're playing Faramis as Sailor is that if you go into the Nether Realm, everybody's sticking together. It's a very easy queue for Vertizi to go in for the Curse of Blood.
I'm never really a fan of picking a Martis against an opponent that actually picked up a Faramis. It's extremely difficult to actually find yourself with that momentum in order to go for dunks after dunks after dunks. So, not a big fan of the final pick onto the Martis, but I would love to see how Exco wants to use the uniqueness of what a Martis is able to bring onto the board.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to touch point as well on the Natan, right? So they revealed the hand really, really early on in picking up the Natan for Gira. But the thing is that there's no peel, right? You have the Eternal Guard from Vexana. You have Martis' Scissors. But that's it. No, I mean, it's true, right?
Yeah, definitely, yes.
It's true.
So the only way to basically peel for Exco is to basically fight in a place in front of Gira.
That's the only way they can do that, and that's an issue. Because on the side of Team Evil, they're gonna be in your face half the time, and you don't have a way to say no. There's no just say no card. It's true.
Monopoly deal!
Monopoly deal! But hold on a second, that's gonna be Carrot. Jumping in from the side, I think that's no flicker being used, it's just the Vengeance. Dash onto Gira. This is the amount of damage on the top side.
Purify has been used by Gira, so at least there is one thing that Evil did manage to force onto Exco to prepare themselves for the upcoming fight. Technically speaking, yeah, Gira is not going to be in the fight anyway, so what does it matter? But this is probably going to set up for a very possible kill in the next 1 to 2 minutes or so. So Gira gonna have to be really careful. Can't really play around with such low amount of health anymore, especially right after the turtle has been taken down.
Jet doesn't really have the Eternal Guard. The turtle already down low. It's going to be Twist opening up the map with the Black Dragon form, and the Powerful takes the turtle right away from Exco, and Twist just creating havoc at the back line. No, a lot of damage coming up on the side of Exco. So now that's going to be Yuta first falling against Team Evil.
Slowly, what are you doing? Doesn't seem like things are going to be great.
Abrasive's Ramp. Carrot decides to go in, doesn't really have the mana. Execution coming off and slowly giving 1 kill over to Exco.
That was just an overextension by Exco and then an overextension by Evil. I mean, honestly, Exco had the right idea, right? Slowly saw the turtle getting taken away by Powerful, and he was like, I'm gonna be out of here. But the rest of Exco wanted to take the fight, and that's the punishment that they're gonna receive. Thankfully, they managed to get a kill back onto Carrot, as Carrot decided to overextend and try to dive a little bit greedy, in my opinion, but you know, I think it's all fun and games right now.
Yeah, it's fine and dandy for now. 1-1 with just a tad bit of gold going to the side of Evil. Both teams are relatively neck and neck when it comes down to the gold laners, which is definitely going to be a little bit more of the important one. But understandably, Nathan still managed to whittle JS's HP all the way down to less than half HP, and we are not seeing that snowball factor that we really wanted to see from a Roger. So that is definitely going to be something that we got to look out for.
Jet actually jumping to a little bit too much, too forward. He's going to get picked off by the side of the Team Evil. Yes, that's ultimate coming up for Gira, not enough damage to finish off Evil's Jaces.
That was really bad. I mean, that was a good catch from Carrot.
Yep.
All right, that was a really good catch from Carrot for Jet. But we see another fight and re-engage.
Energy Eruption already committed onto Bertizi. He's getting taunted slowly, hiding in the bush right here. He's going to be trying to pushing. Powerful away, but dodges it away. No commitments coming up from Exco.
I gotta have to say, he does have very good discipline when it comes down to his dash. Understanding that, I might actually need to run away with my dash. Because let's be honest here. If it's me, I'm immediately dashing in. I'm going to do whatever that I can to keep BTC right outside of the turret's range as much as I can and hope that someone will come in. But, you know, Powerful getting himself out of there just because he didn't use the dash, super important.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Powerful is known to be a really, really good Persian player, right? So, showing us why he is known as one of the better Persian players. Obviously, a fight happening. Turtle.
Eternal Guard already committed, and also it's going to be Twist creating a wall against Xcode. The Evil will still slay the Turtle, and now BTC has to run. Not a lot of damage coming up on the side of Xcode, and not only just that, Coconut will be able to push the members of Xcode right in the no man's land, but they still manage to get back to safety, losing one.
A pity. Seems like Evil could have probably gotten a little bit more than what they have gotten. But it's okay, they still managed to find themselves with about 2,000 gold lead. They could most likely be able to find themselves in a more of a snowball position by around 8 minutes in. Because right now, JS is just going to be heading himself down to the bottom lane and preparing for the third turtle. By the third turtle, it's pretty fair to say that we should be expecting JS to get kills if Evil does well.
Yep. Okay, no fights right here, but slowly decides to open up the map slightly. Members of Xcode just huddling in between the turrets right here. Gira will use ultimate just to wave clear quickly, so no push coming out from Team Evil.
Yeah, I think Xcode is doing a really good job trying to relieve some of the pressure that Evil has created, right? Trying to push back on some of the leads that have been created on the side of Evil. Not many deaths, I think, for both sides so far. Only 3-1 with the 2k gold lead. So there's still ample time for Xcode to come back. They just need to play it really, really safe from here on.
Now, the amount of gold advantage that Evil has right now.
BTC getting caught out once again. So much damage. Eternal Guard tried to hold out just a little bit, but there's Curse, Appraisal's Rive committed just push Gira away. That could potentially end so bad for Evil, especially when Carmilla catch so many people with the ultimate.
There could be a chance that they will be able to just kind of drag this game out a little bit longer, I believe.
Yeah, like I was saying, it's a caster's curse, right? The moment I say that Xcode needs to, is doing well, they're good at turtling, they're good at disengaging, and they start a fight. I need to be proven wrong again today, guys.
Oh, Jason decided to die for Utah, though. Bravest Warrior already committed, and now Jason's on the run. Sailor popped in another round himself, but where's the backup? Coming up with the side of Evil. Gira will be able to catch onto Sailor instead. Powerful working onto the turtle instead, and Sailor goes down. But on the other hand, Twist trades for the jungler.
Oh, what a mistake.
Miscommunication happening, and the fight is still going on. Jet finally able to flicker out to safety, but Turtle still going inside of Evil.
It's not an easy task for JS to immediately rotate himself from EXP over to the gold laner. It's definitely going to be that case. But I mean, as EXP laners, we are very gung-ho, right? If I see an opportunity, I'm jumping in. And that is what Roger allows you to do.
And as a gold laner, I'm the opposite. All right,
I'm gonna get out of here.
I'm gonna get out of here. I'm just gonna stand behind everybody. So yeah, me and Abstract, we basically, our roles don't clash.
I mean, quite literally, Roger allows you to gung-ho right in. Except for the fact that you are not that tanky. That's pretty much all, right?
Yeah. But I mean, most of the gold laners who's playing Roger right now is basically like a bit of a blast from the past. Back then when Roger, when we're mostly like, you know, marksman jungle, but Twist does have Black Dragon form, should be committing it very, very soon if he wants, but Furious Dive will be able to just get him out of there.
Guys, it's 8 minutes in the game, and the second tier turret for the bot lane is gone already for the side of Xcode. Yeah, Evil is taking incremental advantages, and they're just able to keep pushing forward with them.
Yeah, this is the point in time where I believe that Evil will start to ramp up a lot more, because we're not really looking at a snowball, but we are looking at a very maybe exponential, just not like super snowball, right? The graph is definitely going in favor of Evil, whereby the main damage dealers, the main core players, JS, Sailor, as well as Twist, they are racking in a lot more gold for themselves to really come up on top against Xcode's
That's going to be Carmilla getting taunted right here. Gira next on the chopping block. Sailor credited for the name. Jace is powerful. They're hungry for the kills.
They are getting picked off one by one, and Xcode really needs to be a little bit more safe here. I mean, without turtling, without having a chance to recuperate, they are definitely, this game is slipping away from them bit by bit, just like the advantages that Evil is actually racking up right now. They're positioning themselves to the Lord.
6,000 gold lead. That is the amount of goal that they have right now, right? 7-2 is the current scoreline. And Exco has pretty much lost 4 turrets already. 3 of the outer and 1 of the inner in the bottom lane. So they gotta have to really look out for such split pushes that Twist can very potentially be able to bring out as long as the Black Dragon form is available. You're gonna have to watch out for those kind of mobility, and perhaps not even Twist. We can even see JS have the probability of just roaming around because of the sheer amount of mobility that the Lycan form allows him to have.
Yeah, look, as the rest of Team Evo was taking the Lord, actually Jace's was getting picked off, or trying to get picked off, actually trying to pick him off at the bottom side of the map, but he just walks away scot-free. Man, if he's able to keep doing this, he's just gonna be able to rack up the farm.
Yeah, no repercussions. He's just gonna keep trying over and over again until one day or one attempt he actually succeed. While Exco, they're not getting anything out of that. They're not getting a free kill onto JS. They're not making him waste any of the purifies or whatsoever. So it definitely needs to take some time, and Exco might want to exert a little bit more dominance.
Yeah, and this time around, hold on a second, Sayla, that's a Shadow Centipede, nice fear coming out from Jet though. The Lord is still marching down bottom lane. Exco just hunkering down, making it so hard for Evo to commit.
The Lord is even marching down to the bottom lane.
All turrets are gone. There's all that's left is inhibitor turrets, so Exco really needs to play tower defense super well. Yep, hopefully they play a lot of Plants vs Zombies, because I mean that's the game that they're playing at this point.
If the no guard get caught, oh, that's a nice ultimate coming off of Baratizi, and now it's just not only just Jace's, everybody for the side of Team Evo coming in for a re-engage with the helmet and the ram as well. The fighter slash will be able to come in on everybody! Powerful! Land a massive appraisals raft, deletes the ranks of Exco, and now it's just slowly getting chunked down, giving Twist the triple kill, and Evo a red carpet to claim game number 1.
Oh, that was absolutely disgusting coming in from Evil. One fell swoop. They don't even have to engage in any team fights. They know that as long as we are farmed up, we've got our exponential graph reaching us to the curve that we want, the gold and the item that we want. One fell swoop. Just one team fight is all over.
One appraisal's wrath, man. That was just one ultimate coming out from Fredrin.
Very decisive one.
Not to mention, like, dude, for the appraisal's wrath to hit maximum damage, he needs to line it up. Keep in mind, yes, appraisal's wrath is a clone, but it's just one line that deals the maximum amount of damage, and powerful line that up really well.
Oh, that was just nasty. Perhaps we'll be able to see that in the highlights again, or perhaps No Man. I'm so sorry, MOE.
I hope you clipped it.
I hope so. I'll be pretty satisfied if you did manage to clip it.
And then replay. That actually feels really good, right?
Yes.
That's literally the money shot that Powerful is looking for, just to land out everybody and just like immediately half HP everybody.
Super satisfying.
I guess you could say that it lined them up for the win.
Where's my bottom?
I'm becoming a dad, so I should appreciate that. I'm still in the midst of transition, so give me some time. One day I'll laugh.
Thank you. Appreciate that. But MVP for today, for this game, powerful for me.
Powerful. Really? Sure.
There we go.
I'm just hopping on a bandwagon, to be honest, at this point. 3 is to 0 is to 7 is going to be the KDA with a total of 605 GPM, total of 83% kill participation. And of course, in-game items is definitely looking fine and dandy. Second item, because technically the second item is half build. So the full build second item, straight out Guardian's Helm. They know that they are having the advantage. They know that they are ahead. He's going greedy.
Yep, the Radiant really works really well because it has a lot of HP. It also has additional regen and Frenzy scales with your HP. So the more HP he does, the more damage.
Exactly. And of course, that's probably the reason why the Appraiser's Wrath was so painful. Ares belt, the Radiant armor, as well as the Guardian's Helm. Ooh.
Core as well, man.
Yeah. That is, as someone who played Fredrin a lot this season, I can feel it. I can feel it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I just feel like it's just powerful and the gang, the whole Team Evil they are able to just control the map and just force Exco into like really weird positions that they don't want to fight, right? Like the engages that Carrot forcibly displays all of them just makes it so hard for Exco to regroup and reorganize and fight back.
Seems like they really kind of forced Exco to kind of play in a passive way, don't you think?
Passive way indeed. You know, Exco, I talked about having a lease of life, a breath of fresh air for the side of Exco. I did not see that. You know, it felt like they just kept getting caught and trapped by the different traps that Team Evo was placing around the map, and unfortunately just wasn't able to play much of a game.
I'm actually looking at it onto Yuta's items, and I don't particularly agree with. Especially since they are kind of behind in the game, I don't agree with picking up the Hunter Strike as the second item. Just keeping it as the Fury Hammer probably would have been the best idea to keep that damage penetration and then move on to either. It really depends on how they want to play, right? So going on a more defensive route by picking up onto the Dom's Eyes, I can understand. However, Batizi already have Dom Eyes for the second item. So based on the amount of gold that they have, and of course their GPM, it's fair to say that Batizi will probably pick up the Dom Eyes at the exact, almost same time as Yuta, maybe a tad bit faster, right? So I feel that these two Dom Eyes stacking together are a little bit unnecessary in the early stages. So probably going for the Bloodlust Axe for the second item would most probably be the best in order for Yuta to really stand tall in the front lines and really go neck and neck together against Twist.
But it's like what Quab was mentioning before when we go into the drop. Exco doesn't really have somebody that could peel for Gira, right? You need someone more on the tankier front line. Technically speaking, yes, Yuta, yes, you can go on damage, but I feel like what they need now is more tankiness to basically hold everybody in front of that line so that Gira can output the damage required.
Peel is important. When you play the Natan, right? Natan does not have any innate runaways. He does not have any innate mobility, right? In this case, he has the weakness finder, which is able to slow his opponents down a little bit, but that is not Peel, right? It's just very, very, very soft CC. And unfortunately, Gira was not able to do much because, I mean, just everyone else was zoning him away.
Yeah, kind of greedy itemization from Yuta in my honest opinion, right? Fighter Emblem, Festival of Blood, Brave Smite.
He wants to win lanes.
He wants to win the lanes. Yeah. He wants to be have a lot of survivability, but in the meantime, he wants to be kind of like the best of all worlds. I want to have the damage coming in from the Hunter Strike. I want to have the sustainability from my emblems, and in the meantime, I want to be passively influencing the team fight whenever I'm in the middle of it all.
Yep. It's like a look at the KDA as well. It's a very low kill score, especially low death score for the side of Team Evo, right? Sayla has been very instrumental, even bringing the Purifier just to make sure that the Nether Realm pops off.
Now, moving on, of course, we do have Evil that has already gotten one win, and with the stats that we have gotten here, pretty much tells us a very tall tale, whereby Evil focus on objective, focus on standing objective. They are lined up, like we said before, the lineup is just phenomenal, right? They've got the rich guy onto JS, we've got the best wingman onto Carrot, so they definitely know what they want to do. But Exco though, still not a team that we gonna have to, it's not a team that anyone should bring down because they still have a stand in the center.
Yeah, I was gonna say, right, the carry, Jet dealing the most amount of damage
AOE
for both sides. Yes, it is AoE damage, but for him to get the AoE damage means that he has to be landing those skill shots, right? Keep in mind that Vexana is a skill shot based hero, right? So you need to be able to
everything is
predict. You need to be able to predict where your opponents are going. You need to be able to predict where to land those skill shots, right? So being able to hit those, land it, even in a situation where I guess the whole enemy team is diving for you, you have to give some credit to Jet.
Now, of course, I believe that the highlights would be able to tell us a little bit more of a story as to how Evil actually propelled themselves into that kind of situation whereby one team fight, or rather, one big team fight is all they need.
Yeah, so we see, I mean, really, for the side of Exco, there was a slight sign of life for them in the start, but once Evil managed to invade into the jungle, they were getting kicked out of their own home, you know? They weren't even able to farm up and safely behind turrets. As you can see right here, just Evil just communicating and moving as a team, as a death ball, I think throughout the entire game. if you just look at the maps, right, this is 11 minutes in, all 3 turrets are hitting down, and this is the decisive, there we go, Appraisal's Wrath that we talked about in the game, just wiping out any chance of hope for Exco to come back into this game. And that is why Powerful is just named MVP. I mean, it's not easy to land.
Powerful, well, that's where his name's come from, huh?
Yeah, the
It's
broad
always
shoulders.
Broad shoulders.
Yeah, he's carrying the weight of his own team, not only just from a player's point of view, but also a drafting, coach, shot calling point of view.
It's pretty scary. But for now, I just want to know what MOE men have got to say for this game. So, after you, Moment.
Welcome everybody, it's MOE Man with Breaking It Down, alright? So let's see what happened with Evil versus Exco. First thing I want to highlight is the first turtle fight that Evil took, and then they managed to choke Exco out of the game. They got all 3 turtles. In fact, I have clips of all 3 turtles, but I'm going to show you the first turtle fight and how it went down. And if you look at this, Sayla already getting the Phantom Steed onto Bear Cheesy very early on. But here we go. They have a lot of section of the turtle area. And if you look at Twist's position, he has the Black Dragon form already available to use as well. And with that already available to use, it's going to be a very key counter towards what you're doing. If you pick a Vexana, first thing you know, Yuzhong is on the way. And with that, he's available to popping it. And with that, Jet is forced to drop down the Eternal Guard onto a team fight that he cannot be committing on. And with slowly committing for this turtle here, that puts Exco in an extremely weird position, because if you look at Evil's positioning right now, they can just push in Carrot for free. And with this, they're just going to run all the way with the Eternal Guard and slowly all the way at the back here. With them on the back line, they cannot join the team fight. The main damage sources in this early game for Slowly and the Eternal Guard, the Vexana spell being used, they are being ushered away right now. And look at the amount of damage that they are taking. And with this, they steal away the purple buff that is extremely important to the Martis to snowball in this early game. So that was how they choked them out at the start of the game. But now, let's look at the last few fights. That, of course, was the Appraisal's Wrath from Powerful, extremely powerful. So with this, the Eternal Guard already being used, right? So, Twist is extremely out of position, but he has the Black Dragon form available, so he can join the team fight no matter what. And the Nether Realm has already been popped from Sayla. So, the Final Slash does catch Gira out of position. The moment Gira is caught out of position, Exco are scrambling right now. They want to get their positioning of Gira. They want to save this guy as much as possible. So they group up. And with that group up, and look at that Appraisal's Wrath coming out from Powerful, showing how much damage Fredrin can actually do on this hero. It's extremely scary, and with that, they just essentially choked Exco out of the game. One by one, they fall, all 4 members taking too much damage from the side of Fredrin, and it was all she wrote for this point. So back to you, boys.
Thank you, Moment, for the very in-depth analysis. What do you call that again? Damn it. I forgot. Breakdown with... never mind.
It's okay.
We'll find out again later.
What I learned from Moment is I don't want to stand in front of Powerful. That's true.
Fair enough.
That's true. That's
Fair
true.
enough. I don't think anyone wants to stand in front of
Nah, I feel like he's just gonna slam me down on the table if I say the wrong thing. It's like,
I mean, have you looked at his shoulders?
Yeah, they're menacingly good. I mean, menacingly scary looking.
Menacingly good.
Menacingly.
Finish that.
You can't withdraw whatever you said anymore. But anyways, we're going to be moving on to the second game of today.
That's right.
And I'm looking at 2-1. I'm really hoping at 2-1 and see that signs of life coming in from our very friends here from Exco. But did I mention anything about the Exorcists? Because the Exorcists are back once again, because they are, you know, exorcise.
I think you're mixing up with Exco Esports. Exorcists.
Regardless, the Exorcist series returns, bringing forth an extraordinary duo of Exorcists, each distinct in their own essence. One burdened by great evil, forever yearns for the light, which is, in this case, Hayabusa. And of course, while the other, an Exorcist that possesses the ability to seal tainted powers in his body, which is Granger, in this case. Amidst this intricate web, the question lingers, is that how shall they forge their own destinies? Perhaps in the Land of Dawn, going up against each other, I don't know. But one thing's for sure, Granger kind of, blocked his gun. I don't know what happened there, but maybe we'll be able to get a little bit of a sequel to that little animation.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen the animation?
Yeah,
it's
sick.
mind-blowing. Hey,
yeah.
If you haven't checked it out yet, go check out MLBB's YouTube channel. I mean, it's gorgeous, gorgeous art, but cinematics, right? And I think it's honestly the best I've seen from MLBB so far.
Look, after looking at the animation, all I want is a giant viper as a Hayabusa now. I just want a giant viper, and sure, I don't mind
it's not
Granger
lore friendly, but
huge
I mean,
hands. It sounds cool.
It's not lore friendly.
I don't care. It just sounds cool. It looks cool. I love it.
There's no viper skill in Hayabusa, right? There's no hand skill in Granger.
We can stop that.
What is this law? Anyways, moving on. So, going into the draft, we have bans coming out from Exco.
It's not lore friendly.
So we have bans coming up from Exco. We have the Angela as well as the Matilda bans. Both roams have been absolutely pivotal for teams who have, piloted them, right? So I think that's rightfully banned for the side of Exco. And the side of Evo, Moskov once again banned.
I want to see more marksmen banned, which we did kind of see before in the previous few games, and we have starting to see a little bit of a trend as to what are the common heroes that is that's commonly banned every now and then. Now, Harif, of course, gonna be thrown into the banning pool as well, without a doubt. To be honest, I wouldn't even be surprised if we are starting to see a repeat of what Evil as well as Esco has banned previously before. But in this case, we do have a new band that just joined in, and that is going to be a Yu Zhong.
Do you know what I want to see for the side of Mexico?
What do you want to see?
I want to see them playing the comfort picks. Alright, so they tried something new, different just now, didn't quite work out. But Jace, correct me if I'm wrong. Gira is known for one marksman. Isn't he known for his Irithel? No? Is he not?
Luxian.
Luxian? Luxian's known for his Irithel.
Oh
No.
wait, no, yeah. Back then, yes. One of the community tournaments saw his Gira as a everything we did pop off. Sorry,
Really?
I was too many matches in my head. I got too many matches in my head.
All right. Yeah, so I
Just
want to
kinda
see.
breaking it down.
I want to see him on
Irithel.
something
I
comfortable.
don't think Irithel is really good in this meta though, because you got a Roger that could just hunt you down, right?
Just ban the Roger
Just
then.
ban the Roger.
It's not banned right now. It's wide open, and Exco
Yeah.
first pick.
How about ban the Roger on the second phase?
Nah, I think
Why
if
not?
that's if I mean look.
They don't have to pick the Irithel now, because that's not going to be contested.
I think right now we're just going straight a little bit too far from your
No,
regular.
I
metas.
like it. I like it. There's a reason why Irithel was good, right? Being able to clear waves while poking at the same time. And I still like it. I love it. But, that is if that wouldn't happen.
Okay, we shall see. That's Fredrin first pick coming up from Exco. No signs of them going to the dark side of the meta as of yet.
Yeah, because I mean, look, but Fredrin being picked up for Exco means that Powerful does not get his hands on Fredrin.
Bakito. Box.
Yeah, I think a Boxel would be coming out from the side of Evil, but no, don't forget there's also Barats coming out. There's a Roger coming in from the side of Team Evil, and yeah, Irithel hopes and dreams and the memes will be gone.
Oh,
unfortunately, but we do see Navarre getting picked up. This is a very telltale sign of what Exco is looking for. What is going to round up a good poke composition, guys?
Honestly, they just need a little bit more sustain. Who else that will be able to help them be more pokey? Someone that really is able to dive in, good retreat as well, retreat options. Dive in, retreat, dive in, retreat.
Paquito.
Just right there.
Paquito.
Yeah.
That's your answer, right? We saw this just now, though.
Ultimate, you can just really punch in and retreat.
Literally, right? The thing is, Paquito, Navarre, Fredrin, this is very similar to what we saw earlier today that did not work out. the question is, can Exco actually pull it off this time?
I think it really boils down to the positioning as well, right? One good thing about picking up a Novaria against Evil in this matchup is that there is a Baratz. Baratz hitbox is huge. If you want to find more damage dealt, then yeah, there we go. But not necessarily on the right opponent, not necessarily on the right person, but hey, it is still damage dealt regardless.
That is very, very true. But I think on the side of Exco, right, all eyes are going to be looking at what Twist is going to be playing, because if we do see the Khalid coming out from Twist, right, he's going to be able to dive straight past the Novaria, past any kind of front line that Exco has, and Novaria is going to be in a lot of trouble.
I think the gap closers are probably going to be fundamental to Evil.
The hunter of all the evil gods.
Carry can still be a relatively good pick, especially since they are going up against a Frederick in this case. But especially since you have very low cooldown dashes, you should be able to kind of dodge away from Novaria snipes.
Yeah, but right now, unfortunately, Team Evil has selected the Roger for the gold lane. Right now, it's up to Team Evil to really ban out the carry, because carry will shred through Baratz like butter. So yeah, they've already started to lock down onto Bertizi's Minotaur. You saw him playing quite well, but no, it's going to be a Grok as well. Target's just locking down onto Bertizi. It feels like they have an answer for the carry if Exo decides to go for it.
Exco was rightfully banning out the Esmeralda. We saw what Esmeralda did to this exact team composition just now. So I think right now Evil needs to continue to pick more dive compositions, right? They need to pick someone who's going to be able to charge down the front lines. But we see once again Camilla pick.
Okay, we haven't... I'm not too sure how many times have Twist played Khalid. Because Khalid, for this lineup for Evil, may actually sound pretty good. When we are looking at a poke composition from Southern Exco, you want to look for someone that have got survivability and some form of regeneration or healing. And that is exactly what Khalid has. And you will be able to attribute quite a lot of your team fight potential by using a Raging Sandstorm onto whoever Carmilla has shackled his Curse of Blood onto. So there's a lot of ways that you will be able to weave that Khalid into, and you can even have a gap closer. That is a gap closer that you want onto a Novaria or onto any marksman that Exco may have here. Perhaps even a Claude in this case. Carry.
Yeah, the carry game picture for Exco makes perfect sense. Akai though, very counterintuitive in my opinion, because I mean Akai is going to be constantly pushing away the heroes which are trying to be diving, which makes sense, I guess. Trying to protect the Novaria. I think that's the name of the game for this time, right? Trying to protect the Novaria, but then all is going to be on Jet to actually be able to land his comets, right? Be able to land his skill shots on the side of Team Evil whilst getting pushed away by that guy.
It's kind of like a stall and disengage comp from the side of Exco, while Novaria and Paquito just kind of whittle down the health of the members from Evil before fully engaging on the opponents, because they still have quite a bit of mobility. Paquito can really come in to sweep people. And Khalid, there we go, coming from the side of Evil.
Called it, that's all I can say, but I'm honestly surprised with the Camilla pick too, alright? So I was thinking something along the lines of a Rafaela or either Florin would probably be good to help the team sustain up, help them keep healthy as Novaria and Paquito tries to whittle down their HP. But I want to see what Camilla can do. Today we've seen a whole lot of Camilla.
A lot, yeah.
We've seen a lot of Camilla today.
Is this not normal for the other weeks?
Nope, it's not.
It's just this week.
It's just this particular week, and I think week 3 there's a few picks from Team Flash. But right now we haven't seen a really good game where, you know, the teams use the Camilla to its fullest extent, right?
But hey, it's Carrot. Yay. Perhaps we'll be able to see something, yeah. So Exco do have both teams actually do have pretty good composition, and I actually don't have a bias to either one of those, but perhaps we can dive in a little bit deeper as to how that is gonna go as we move on to potentially the final game of the day between Evil versus Exco.
All right, look here. So, in my opinion, yes, you're right. Both teams' compositions are pretty sound. But in terms of ease of execution, Evil has such an easy team to execute, right? Like they have so much room for error. But on the side of XCO, though, if they keep overstepping like this,
Jet.
Hello.
Don't forget, coming in at level 1 does a lot of damage and it does have a lot of sustained and also armor. I think that's something that XCO wasn't paying attention to in the mid lane.
But this is what I mean, right? XCO can't overstep like this. Just like that, Jet had to return to base already. He's missing out essential gold. He's missing out essential EXP for the first turtle fight. And this already from the get-go is putting XCO in the back foot.
Yeah, I'm actually relatively curious if whether he have lost anything thus far. But they are already back in the middle lane, and Vexana is more or less ready to just wipe out every single minion waves. And in fact, I think the Novara is already done cleaning up the waves pretty fast.
It's fast, yeah. We see a little bit of a skirmish happening in the bot lane right now.
Not much of a deal, I'm gonna have to say. It's just kind of like a touch and go, touch and retreat kind of situation.
A little bit of a handshake going on.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Esco is a poke, is kind of a poke team. And just going back home again? Okay, sure. By all means.
Okay, let's talk about the EXP matchup, right? I like how Twist decides to go for the Khalid. Not only just that, you can also match the aggression coming up from Utah in the early game. You can also match the rotations of the early game, and you can also match the wave clear of the Paquito. So it's really nice pick coming up from Evil from the draft.
What can I say? Khalid has called it. I mean,
damage. It does have good damage, especially if you're going to go for a Blade and Heptasis followed by a Malefic Roar, and it just kind of complete the rest of the skills or rather rest of the item builds with more tankiness, because Powerful is already relatively tanky in the early game.
That's the damage coming out. Oh, Sayla immediately gets blown up by Utah, and now without Sayla coming in with the Eternal Guard, XCO will have a lot of ease dealing with the turtle now.
Sayla just exploded by two members of XCO.
Vertizi right here, heavy spin, but he gets gobbled up instead. Daytona's welcome, slowly secures the turtle this time round, and now Carrot goes in with the Curse of Blood, and he spins the damage spread around, but slowly Appraiser's Wrath chunks down Team Evil for now. XCO walks away with turtle.
So many low health bars on the side of XCO, but they managed to take the turtle and walk away with it. 400 gold lead for the side of Team XCO at this point. And this is probably the only ways to get back into this series.
It would definitely take some time for Esco to pump up their item builds to really have the Novaria do significant amount of damage. So Esco, I guess, just kind of like a push and retreat. I would love to see how exactly they're going to be doing that. Now, of course, one thing that we have seen is the interaction between Baptiste versus Powerful, is whereas Powerful will almost always be forced to use his Dead on Us Welcome onto Baptiste, essentially just being kind of like a Diggy and just nullifying the effects of that heavy spin, which I would say is a pretty good trade, right? You're forcing, as Baptiste, right? You kind of force out the opponent's ultimate.
Enhanced hitbox, pins Carrot all the way to the wall. Slowly will be there to take the kill, but instead, Baptiste took it away instead. And now Powerful chasing down Baptiste. Nothing to be gained. XCO picking off Team Evil one by one.
Good start.
Good start indeed. One pick by one pick. Yeah, we talk about it. Breath of fresh air, signs of life. XCO is still in this series. They are alive and kicking, that's for sure. The question is, how do they push the advantage? We've seen teams like this where they've gotten 2 early kills, but they weren't able to do anything with it, right? So it's going to be a true litmus test to see whether XCO has it in them to maintain the series by pushing the current advantage that they have.
Now 2-0, just 4 minutes into the game with the turtle spawning in the top lane in just a wee bit. We do have the Khalid that is pretty much ready to join into the ranks, and of course the gold laners have rotated themselves down to the bottom lane now, expecting a nice 4 versus 4 game to really find out who is going to be the one that comes up on top. Slowly as well as Powerful, both of which are level 7, and they are preparing themselves to take this fight.
Heavy spin right there, but still gets swallowed up, but Daytona's welcome. Nice counter coming up from Powerful this time around. Slowly, right underneath the turret is Curl Pit, and it's going to be slowly taking the turtle away from Team Evil. And now with the Appraiser's Wrath coming committed, slowly this time around finding signs of life, and they're looking for more. Utah takes down Carrot though.
This is what I'm saying, right? Powerful will always need to be forced to use the Deadness Welcome onto Baptiste. It's a Roam's ultimate for Powerful's ultimate, and I think that Powerful's ultimate is a suppress, and that is pretty darn important to deal with when it comes down to locking slowly down to ensure that they have a higher probability of picking the Lord for themselves. Because other than the Deadness Welcome, it's only just Twist with his Raging Sandstorm.
Right now, XCO, don't forget, this is a late game draft, right? Team Evo needs to get that power spike as quickly as possible, especially when they got to spike mid-game, right? Don't wait for XCO to just get to the late game items because Gira is warming up.
Yeah, I was gonna say, right? I think in terms, like, Evo's playing on a timer.
Yep, and not only just that, Baratizi, ooh, the Astro Echo allowing Carrot getting singled out, but Gira is still chasing him behind. Carrot will get taken down slowly as well. Energy Eruption just for the good for it. And Powerful dragging it's just slowly back in. There's nothing for the side of Team Evil can do.
Yeah, so like I was saying before, you know, Team Evil is playing on a timer, right? So by right, XCO is not supposed to be doing this well, right? They're now 1.6k gold lead on a team composition, which is meant to scale to the late game, right? So the fact that they have a lead right now, all they have to do is maintain the lead, and we may actually see the game go to game 3.
No snowball coming from JS, unfortunately, as the Roger. It's still gonna take some time for them to even pop off. I do want to see the point in time where Twist actually picks up his Blade of the Heptases. Actually, by now, he should have picked up the Blade of the Heptases.
Yeah,
just slowly building into the Malefic Roar, right? So from that point onwards, I think that the backlines, which is gonna be Jet and or Jira, they really gonna have to look out for where this Khalid is gonna be. As such, contesting for the river, looking out for all of these brushes is ultimately going to be super important to ensure that they don't get caught off guard with a random Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, being able to have information on the map is super, super key. Thankfully for the side of XCO, they've got Jet and then the Navaria. You know, you'll be able to use the Astro Echoes to find out where the team is exactly. But with that, you know, Evil did the right choice. They chose not to fight for the turtle.
Wow, okay. JS randomly gets the first tier defense turret on the top lane. JS picking up the Endless Battle. This is something that Brian is looking out for.
Yeah, look, Jace is playing the Endless Battle, means that he's not going for the Holy Trinity build. This is a bit more of a skirmish-heavy style Roger that we're a bit more familiar with that we've seen in the earlier part of the season.
Yep, Twist fighting Utah though, a lot of damage will be poured onto him. He's going to get singled out, but at the same time, XCO putting a lot of pressure down bottom. Gira pushing down bot.
We see Twist pick up the Malefic Raw as well. As a little thank you present from Utah. You know, being able to take that kill early is going to be very instrumental for the Khalid. Khalid now has a lot of burst potential, and he's going to be able to dive the back line as well, thanks to his Raging Sandstorm.
Scary. I'm gonna have to say they are starting to slowly ramp up, but will XCO be able to keep up with their own survivability against what damage Twist, Sayla, and JS is able to offer against to the side of XCO? Now, we've got the we've got a Lightning Truncheon that has also been picked up from Jet. So when it comes down to team fight and everyone just stuck up together, I think that that's definitely gonna be one painful hit. So Evil's gonna have to be real careful when it comes down to team fights, because XCO, they are building up in more of these team fight potential that Jet is able to pour through.
Look at bot lane. Jace is living with a sliver of his HP. Yuta is about to just delete him from the map, even with the support of Carrot down there. Luckily, I think Jace has managed to escape with just a dot.
Right now, what's Evil delaying for, right? They're unable to find the pickoffs. They're unable to get Jaces to scale. All the team fights, they need to rely on these massive 5v5s. XCO right here is just whittling down and just literally buying time. Gira has already secured a go to south, so look at his attack speed. Look at him go. It's just going to be able to shred, and now XCO takes the Lord away.
Oh, all of the neutral objectives have been taken by the side of XCO, and Evil have got no part to play in all of these at all. Despite the fact that Evil is actually the team that wants to play in the early game and have got quite a bit of spike in the early game as long as they manage to get themselves a snowball. But they now have got themselves pushed to a pushed back to a wall on their backs, and they don't have anywhere to retreat to. And it's actually pretty refreshing to see from the side of XCO.
Yeah, we wanted to see some signs of life. XCO saying, hey, look, I'll give you a whole game. How about that? Let's go to game 3. But we do see that Gira has built his Holy Trinity already. Only 10 minutes into the game. This is a spike which Exco is looking for. The question is, for the side of Team Evil, are they able to find the picks that they need in order for them to come back into this?
Okay, the damage is not that big enough yet. There's still some time for Exco to slowly build up. After all, we did say that Exco's team comp is actually more geared towards the late game, and they would definitely do a lot better than Evil. But remember, Evil is undoubtedly still very strong when it comes down to wave clears. Their lineup allows them to wave clear pretty effectively. As such, it's not going to be that easy for Exco to even get a single one of these inhibitor turrets at this point in time.
Well, as you say that the two lanes being pressured right now, that also means that Exco has free control of the map. All the neutral objectives are going to the side of Exco right now. They're happily trying to extend this lead and create pressure for the side of Evil. And Evil has just no way to respond right now, right? They're cutting off all sources of income.
Yeah, this is not the Evil that we used to know, right? Usually Evil, especially when powerful, once he hits something like really strong and like a tipping point. In fact, Twist already picked up 2 kills. Maybe they can look for a play, but what's really stopping them is really Bertizzi, right? This guy, the heavy spin, is just creating a lot of havoc and chaos, and Evil is unable to reinforce each other and do that, you know, massive super team 5v5 team points.
Yeah, the skill shots from the side of Jet onto Powerful really don't matter at all. That really is just tickling him by all means necessary. So
look at the poke.
Wow.
That's a lot of damage, and that's skill shots that are just landing, and I applaud him, because that is the kind of presence that I want to see from a Novaria. Because most of the time, what is really lacking in a Novaria poke comp is all onto Novaria, because they're just not landing their shots.
Yep, but Jet is able to land the shots, but the shots don't matter as Powerful is just shrugging them off right now. Jet needs to hit the right targets, right? That's the whole point of Navarre. That's the whole point of this team composition. He needs to hit the targets like Jason. He needs to hit targets like Sailor. But Powerful is a huge wall in the face of Jet right now as he's just standing there and just basically chilling.
I feel like as though Jet has got about close to 100% ultimate uptime onto Evil. It feels like whenever he gets his ultimate back, boom, I'm sweeping it out. I'm opening the map. Look at the map. Information is key for Exco here.
Oh, Powerful decides to open that, and now he's going to get pushed back by Bertizzi. Jet landing the snipe slowly, unfortunately, resets the Lord as well. Slowly coming for the side. Bertizzi now getting a lot of damage from the side of Team Evil, and Yuta jumps in. Will be able to find Sailor. Sailor, unfortunately, will go down slowly. Will be critical for... No, it's actually Powerful. This steals a lot away from Exco.
Wow, I didn't even see the retreat.
It just casually walked right in and just took it away from Slowly. Now that is just the retribution battle that we are looking out for. I'm not too sure whether Slowly was actually level 15 already, but I would like to assume that they were both 14.
And this is an enhanced Lord as well, by the way.
Yes, it is.
It's an enhanced Lord, so that means this may actually be Evil's key to come back, right?
It is, because
Definitely is.
the Lord is going to be pushing up in the top lane, right? Powerful as well as Twist will come out soon enough, which is right about now. This will allow them to have enough time to kind of split push the middle lane and the bottom lane to get themselves a lot more gold for all the missing turrets that they didn't manage to bring down.
All 5 members of Evil are clumping up together, whereas X-Buta is at the bottom of the site.
Raging Sandstorm catching 3. Bertizzi goes in, heavy spin, punish twist right here. Where's the damage coming out of Team Evil? Jace's not joining the fight. He's a little bit confused, and now Exco is just gonna abuse all of that and try to re-engage. Jace's getting choked down by Slowly. Appraisal's Wrath landing. Exco surviving.
Oh, that was just miscommunication somewhere or another. I gotta have to say, Evil definitely crumbled in that fight. There is so many things that they probably could have done or shouldn't have done per se. I do applaud for Twist trying to dive right in on the 3-person, but because of the team composition that Evil has, doesn't mean that he's able to catch anyone and will be able to turn it into any form of return of investment, because the rest of the members from Evil, they are slow. They can't catch up to Twist unless they expend a flicker, which Sailor doesn't have because it is on cooldown. When everything is done and dusted, Twist is dead, and by the time that JS comes in, it's just gonna be smacked right in the face because no one is just as mobile SJS.
Yeah, and now, you know, we talk about the standing goal, right, from the side of Team Evil, already taken away. Exco, even though, yes, Evil took down the Lord, Exco just punishes Evil back, And now, that hopes of returning the favor against XCO truly shattered.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say that was the one chance Evil had, and Evil just completely fumbled it. They're playing a game of hot potato, and they dropped the hot potato, right?
Yeah.
You see, Carrot right here is gonna be picked off.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be picked off right here. No way for you to run, my boy.
Yeah, and look, Evil, this is really confusing. This was literally one game ago that Evil played flawlessly. Right, they were able to literally go from objective to objectives, but this time around, they're on the receiving end. XCO is actually saying, hey, well, we see your weak point, we're gonna keep poking it and let's see what we can get out from it. And what they got out, 6.7k gold lead.
Honestly, there's
when you say it that way,
not a lot of things that I can see from the side of Evil that is able to find themselves triumph against XCO, because XCO's hero pool, or rather the heroes that they have picked up, they are very unique in a way whereby they hold their own very well, right? Jira have got his own mechanics of dealing true damage based on the opponent's max HP, and that deals with powerful very extremely well. In the meantime, we also have Bad TZ with oh wait, hold on a second.
Oh, very T powerful. Doesn't really ultimate. Try to get out of the way because the blood will be connected. Connect on Gira. That's an unfortunate tag. And now XCO, 2-member down, but does have the Lord. Jason's continuing chasing. That's a double kill. And finally, his mid-game power spike coming in the late game.
Is that going to mean anything though? Because the bottom lane is going to be completely pushed out with a Lord pushing in as well. They can try to catch up onto Yuta to go for a little bit of kills whatsoever, but is that really going to transfer into anything here?
Yeah, I was gonna say, if they were able to catch out Yuta, that may have actually been able to convert to something because the death timers would have been mismatched. But Yuta on the Plakido, too slippery, able to get out of there as soon as he saw or smelt signs of trouble.
So, Evil did manage to somehow win that fight. At this point in time, net worth is non-existent. Everyone have got the items that they want, except for the roamers, of course, but it just increases their durability at this point in time. Not necessarily something that would drastically change the course of a fight. Now, it's all about teamwork. It's all about communication as well as how they are going to be making their moves. Because at least now we're starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel for Evil, is that even though they don't have anyone that can really deal true damage to bring down slowly, they just have a JS that just shoots webs and a single web and a bullet. Well, where can you possibly go? Turn into a Lycan? How deep can these claws go, right? So Evil, they need to find that one opportunity. One opportunity where XCO makes a mistake and make full use of it.
Yeah, look, Evil needs to catch out on the mistakes and capitalize on the mistakes that XCO were potentially making, right? I think right now, so far, XCO's playing the game really, really well. You see them grouping up right now at the middle, hopefully to catch a rotation to the Lord as the Lord is spawning in 60 seconds. Positioning is really, really important for XCO. They've identified that this is going to be their way to victory, the road to victory, right? They're going to try to catch Evil as Evil has to rotate to the Lord. And the thing is that if Evil doesn't rotate to the Lord, it means it's a free Lord for XCO once again.
I think that the gold laners for both teams are definitely going to be the main playmakers here, not necessarily the mid lane that we have seen so much of. Yes, the poke from Jet is ultimately very important, but who is going to be the one that really deals the most amount of damage and really sets the pace of the game is going to be the gold laners. Is Gira going to...
Oh no, Jasis, he got isolated by the side of XCO, and now the members of Team Evil, they have to rush in to reinforce, get slowed down by Gira, the Bear TZ slowing it down, and no, Jasis will pop the immortality, and now the rest of the members from the side of XCO go all the way in. Trace spinning for the win. The damage will be done by the side of Team Evil, but the Lord, no, not just the Lord, the minions is actually bashing onto the car, and XCO, Bob, the minions will be able to end Team Evil. What a way to taking one game away from Evil.
Backdoor by the Winions. I actually saw Powerful's face camera. He was laughing.
XCO is confused.
Like, wait.
XCO's confused.
Wait, guys. We won one? I mean,
MVP Bob. I want to see the MVP go into the minions, guys.
You know, the trick of how to fool the opponents is you gotta fool yourself.
I don't know what I'm doing.
There's many times people say that. You know, to fool people, you gotta fool yourself. And in this case, XCO, they did it. They managed to confuse themselves in order to confuse Evil and won the game via a backdoor in the bottom lane thanks to a
Winions.
Winions. Yes.
To the Winions.
Bobs. All the Bobs. All the
Why
minions.
Bob?
I call all the minions Bob.
I see.
Especially that one minion that you use to siege. Yeah, that's Bob.
Okay, I have
The
a question,
ballista?
guys. Guys, I have a question, right? If Evil loses this, what does it mean for them?
I need my notes. Give me a while. I'll be right back.
That
Do
means
they
that
get
Evil
relegated?
is relegated.
No, right? I think they needed to win one game
They just
to not be relegated.
I think that they needed 2 points at least.
All right, whilst we get confirmation on that,
Yeah.
guys, MVP, Minions.
Minions.
No, but seriously.
Bob the minion. Bob the minion.
Besides the Minion?
No, minion. I'm gonna give it to the minions.
Fredrin?
Yeah, I think it's Fredrin.
Fredrin is more or less gonna be the one. Actually, Jet is kind of scary as well, but okay. 0 is to 0 is to 11. 603 GPM and 84% kill participation. I will say that.
Now, in my heart, the MVP goes to Bob, who sacrifices their lives just to bash onto the core. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. If the game had ended any earlier than this, I would give it to Jet. Because Jet is quite literally one of their main win condition in the early, in the mid stages of the game in order to propel themselves in a better way to end it in the later stages of the game so that they funnel more of the farm over to carry. And Jet, let's agree with this, Jet has been landing shots and has been really present in the game.
Yep, Jet has been hitting all his skill shots and definitely deserves the special mention, but slowly is incredible, right? He was able to set up those team fights. He was able to catch those, start those team fights that Exco needed in order for them to win this game. Yes, you're right. At the end of the day, the Winions were the ones who took the core, but there would not be an opportunity for the Winions to get there if they weren't able to pick the right fights when they needed to fight.
Okay, so one thing that I do see from the side of Twist is that he actually focused quite a bit of damage as well. So I understand the Bladed Heptases as well as the Malefic Roar, but what I did not
BOD.
expect is the BOD. Yeah. Usually by now you'll kind of go for a little bit more on the tank side. In fact, what I would expect after the Malefic Roar is probably going to be the Dorm Eyes. Because in this case, Dorm Eyes. It is on Carrot, and it is after. It's the 4th item, technically the 3.5
Yeah,
item.
3.5.
And it takes time for that to pop up. But to be fair, only until then, Jira don't really have much attack speed anyway. So the timing for the Dorm Eyes is pretty much fair and decent. But Carrot can't exactly go deep into the fight anyways. By the time the Carrot just run in, Jira probably would have brought down the Carrot's HP to all the way down to half. As such, Twist probably would be of his best interest to get the Dorm Eyes as well.
Well, I was gonna say, potentially, I'm actually surprised not to see a Radiant Armor, right, on the side of Twist, actually, because we see a lot of damage being chunked out from Jet, so we see some magic resist.
I think
would have been
Athena Shield.
Yeah, Athena Shield or Radiant Armor, either or, right, would provide you enough magic resistance for you to last in the team fight a bit longer. Not having any magic resistance except for his boots spells a little bit of a question, but I still think the Khalid was the right pick, though. Just unfortunately execution
Not
fell a
exactly
bit short.
the way that we were hoping for. On theory. On theory, we are always looking at things on paper, how the composition goes around, and that's why I say these two teams, very much of a 50-50. I really believe that there is a lot of chances whereby both teams will be able to come up on top based on how they play, the rotations, the macros and such.
Yeah, so looking at slowly, actually, I want to point out his
Support
emblem,
emblem.
right? It's a support. He's going for the support item.
Support emblem.
For more healing.
For more healing, yeah.
For more healing, for more sustainability.
More healing, more better.
Yeah.
More better, baby. So the support emblem being chosen for Fredrin mean that they were planning on dragging out those fights, right?
Makes
Especially
sense,
the concussive blast as well. So slowly, really well played. I think he planned, the coach planned for this kind of team composition. So in order for them to drag the games out and bring it to the late game.
So with Exco, despite the fact that they have been taking the game quite a bit in the first and the first half and pretty much first half and the mid game, right? Exco had been taking Evil by the throat. Only at the later stages of the game, Evil start to seem to have a little bit of a glimpse of life. They're starting to spring back in action. Jay is starting to pick up his items. Twist is definitely going to be a lot more menacing as long as he lands on Jet, that guy's down. Or perhaps on Jira. But all in all, Winions managed to close it up for Exco, and throughout the entirety of the game, Exco have got a massive amount of damage as well as turret damage. It's all off the charts and way better than Evil in many means. With let's see, we do have Jira with the highest amount of GPM, followed by Jet, most amount of damage dealt, 152,000 damage from a Novaria.
I mean, that's what you get for hitting all your skill shots throughout the entire game, right? I mean, we saw already in the middle of early in the game, Jet was already chopping the charts in terms of damage. I think it's like 30k damage in like, what, 5 minutes? Or something like that. It was absurd, right? So being able to pick the Novaria, and you need the confidence of landing all your skill shots as well. I think let's talk a little bit about what we want to see from both teams going into Game 3. We saw Evil having a dominant game in Game 1, and then Exco came right back up and said, hey, look, we're not out of this yet. We still have a chance to bring you down.
Yep, not out of the woods. So now, what I want to see is Exco and Evil play a game like this. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Both teams, super 50-50. I love the draft coming in from both teams, and it all boils down to their in-game decisions. Unfortunately, this time, Evil, their decision's not exactly right, leaking the bottom lane to just end the game like that. It must have been a sore experience to lose a game like that.
I mean, look, either that or Evil was like, look, I don't mind just losing this game, and let's just go next. I mean, your lead is already significant, right? Your lead is already significant. You have, you're facing against a late game team composition, and it's already the late game. So what's the point, right? Let's just reset. Let's take a little bit of a break, and then we go straight into Game 3.
Well, perhaps that could be the case, but perhaps Evil have come up with something new. They wanted to try out something new after playing against our friends here in Exco. But for now, highlights. What do we have here?
All right, so for the highlights, we see slowly, right, being able to take all 3 turtles in the early game, and then after that, pushing for the Lord. You see a lot of these fights happening around the turtle, but slowly still being able to retry everything that he needed at this point of the game. I think he only let one Lord go over to the side of Powerful, the side of Evil, but generally speaking, these turtle fights is what Slowly is looking for.
Yeah, and it's also very tough. You notice in the early game, Powerful did not have a good early game at all, right? Bear TZ, actually another unsung hero apart from Bob, the minion, is that he's always sets up this control zone that doesn't allow the rest of the members of the side of Team Evil to basically step forward. I think in this particular, there's this one particular late game fight where Bear TZ was that deciding factor that splits Team Evil apart, and unfortunately for a team like Team Evil, where they rely on these team fight composition, divided, they fall.
Actually, after seeing that, I realized something about Bear TZ, right? Is the fact that this game is very pivotal onto Bear TZ in order for them to pick up neutral objectives, right? Because once they have dictated, okay, I do not want Barracks to get any closer, either situation, the Barracks will stay where he is. Either take the entire heavy spin, or you dead as welcome onto the Archive and stay still anyways to do some damage and waste an ultimate. So it's kind of like a do or die kind of situation. You don't really have any other.
You've got no choices.
No choice at all. So honestly, I would love to see what Moment has got to say for this game before we jump on to game number 3. Moment.
Hey, it's MOE Man, and I'm trying to break it down, alright? So let's go with what these casters had to say. Jace, I like your point about Bear TZ being the splitter, right? So for this first fight here, for the turtle here, and then we see Bear TZ already using the heavy spin. The Daytona's welcome had to be committed onto Bear TZ. I think Abstract already mentioned the fact that using a jungle ultimate for your roamer ultimate, not the most optimal of trades. And this was the entire storyline that went down. So most of the time we saw that Bear TZ was very pivotal in trying to get Slowly the turtles, trying to get them the early game as much as possible. So we'll just skip ahead with why this heavy spin was so important, right? So this is not the clip, so let's just go to the clip here. So with this clip, we saw what Bear TZ did. With that heavy spin, it prevented Carrot from being able to join his team. And with that, it was extremely hard for Evil to protect Carrot at all. And with that down, that blood pack not available. And now we do have the next few team fights. The one where it all broke down for Evil. One where I feel that there were a bit of questionable decisions, a bit of communication errors. So here we have this team fight from Evil wanting to engage onto Exco. But look at where Yuta's positioning is. Yuta is on the bottom lane getting ready to push if anything goes wrong. And now we do have the Raging Sandstorm committed on by Twist. And together, look at this. Jasis is not committed in the position. Meanwhile, Gira is in a position to deal damage. While the blood pack, it hits a huge AoE, stunning up so much. But Jasis is not there to deal the damage at all. And just look at the two marksmen. Gira is over there to deal damage. Jasis is running for the hills. Meanwhile, Yuta is on the bottom lane having the best time of his life. And that's all she wrote for really for this first few games, because look at this. Evil will not be able to having the damage. Jasis going in at the later stages of the game is not going to help at all. And this split is what caused most of the game to become what it is. Like, look at how the teams have split out the map. And this situation, it's caused just by how Slowly was playing. Yeah, over here. So what I wanted to highlight was over here, how Slowly was playing on the back line here. Slowly was priority targeting Sayla. And with that, Evil had to respond. Evil had to respond no matter what. But what happened was they left Jasis alone to Yuta. And that's extremely hard for Evil to make a decision between Sayla and Jasis. And Jasis was left to the woods, was split off from the rest of the team. And then we know the rest of the story. Winians, for the win. They got the bottom lane, Bob MVP. So back to you, casters.
Thank you. Bob MVP. Bob MVP. Bob MVP. Bob MVP. We can go on for days,
Yes.
but we do
Bob
have
MVP?
another game to go on to. Bob MVP. I can't even say MVP anymore, but Bob MVP. Bob MVP is going to be the case.
Okay, jokes aside, it's really about a lot of these macro decisions that I think Team Evo entering the regular season, they have told us that, oh, this is one of the weaker spots that they've done, they have, and they're looking to fix it. But I think even if they're going into the playoffs, and by the way, if I'm not mistaken, they should be going to the playoffs, it's also worrying for Team Evo.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, we do have to take into consideration the playoff buffs as well, right? I think Evil has a history of outperforming themselves once they hit the playoff stage. And for making it to the playoffs already, I think right now they're taking some time to kind of relax a little bit to try out new things potentially, right?
Indeed.
As we see, from the previous game, the pick and bans recap. Like I said, the Camilla pick, I'm really confused.
I think, what's the win rate on Camilla thus far? It doesn't seem like Camilla is really doing anything at this point in time.
I think there are certain times, if you notice in the previous game, Team Evo was able to use Carmilla really well against Twist. For a hero like Carmilla, you really need a first primary engage in the form of the Raging Sandstorm in order of Twist. And that allows Carrot an easy follow-up of the ultimate, and then Twist could just spin for the win. Yeah, so I really like how Team Evo on paper, it really works. But in terms of execution, yes, Sayla is a burst DPS burst mage, right? You need DPS to really finish off the job, and that's where JC's communications really needs to be crucial.
I think here, right, the key difference maker for this game was communication, right?
Yeah.
You saw quite a few times Jesus was away from the team. He was split off from the team. Yes, there was pressure coming in from Exco's side to push him away. But keep in mind that, you know, like there were fights where Jesus was not there fighting with his team.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of the team was like, we're ready to go, right? And honestly speaking, I think if they had taken that fight when they were at the Lord, things would have looked very different for the side of Team Evil.
So thus far, right, we're looking at Camilla being played, what, 3 times today? Was it around 3 times?
3 times, yeah, at least 3 to 4 times.
At least 3 to 4 times, right? And up until now, Camilla has like a 50% win rate. So technically speaking, before today, Camilla's win rate is actually pretty darn high.
That is true, lowering the average. But you know, Camilla, I think, once again, you're very unique pick, right? I think teams have been trying to experiment a bit with her, falling a little bit short. But I think for the next game, for Game 3, I want to see Evil playing something that they're a bit more comfortable with. Yes, they don't have to win this, but it will look good, and it will definitely boost their confidence going into the playoffs.
Definitely. I don't think that they would want to go into playoff constantly having the hounding feeling of we lost to Exco,
Definitely.
right? The team that has already been relegated, and yet you guys lost to them. I don't think that that's going to be good to the mental state.
I mean, no shade to Exco at all, right? But the thing is, for Evil, they need to prove themselves. Regardless of what happens, they are at the bottom of the charts right now. So hopefully, they'll be able to take this game away.
Yep. So with that all said and done, let's move on to game number 3. Now, it's no longer potentially last game, but now it is going to be the last game.
Yeah,
right?
there's no saying, oops, okay, let's try again. No,
Yeah,
this is it.
There's no more oops, sorry. You're gonna have to stick with the consequences for what this game is going to be.
Yeah.
As such, let's take a look at the bans right off the bat. We have a Moskov, Paquito, as well as Angela being thrown right into the banning pool almost immediately. And wouldn't be too surprised if we are starting to see the likes of Mathilda, a Hellcat, these kind of heroes that's just gonna be popping out. Is Exco afraid of any heroes that Evil has picked up before? Would that be Fredrin? Because Fredrin has always been a stable pick for Evil, and Evil is going to be on the first pick, first ban. So there could be a very high chance that Evil would just go for the comfort pick of the Fredrin.
Yep, Loi being banned already, the Paquito, the macro Paquito that Yuto likes to play. I really like the Mathilda finally being banned at the right spot. Usually it's the second base ban that does it. Fredrin snap picked right out. One of the prized possessions, especially in this particular series.
Yeah, I actually find it relatively interesting that LY4 have decided to leak out the Fredrin and just believe that, yeah, you know,
There's still a carry.
I mean, yeah, there's still a carry, so perhaps that is going to be their way to counter. But is that too early for Exco to actually pick up the Fredrin? Or, pick up the carry? Or do they not mind picking up the carry this early?
I think you can go for the carry right here because it will immediately shut down what Evil wants to do, right? You have a Fredrin, you usually will go for maybe a more tanky frontliner as well to kind of become that front wall of the marksman shooting from the back. But of course, if Team Evil wants to go for Jace's Roger, I personally feel after game number 2, he might not be playing that anymore. And Exco going for the Minotaur and the Yuzhong coming out, denying the pick away from Twist and even Carrot.
Okay, so the Yuzhong is being picked up from the side of Exco. It kind of seems as though that it is a very flexible pick. You can quite literally have it with anyone and you'll still do effectively well. Although whenever I see a Fredrin, I would almost always say that, you know, Fredrin and Yuzhong is actually a pretty darn good combo. You'll want to put them together because of the energy eruption and the amount of crowd control that you'll be able to bring in really buys a lot of time for Yuzhong to build up all of those char residue.
Definitely, you basically lock everybody together with you, right? With the energy
the Furious Dive can even go in.
Yeah, exactly. So one more combo. Unfortunately, Exco will deny away from that one. Now we look forward to the what they're gonna pick, right? Team Evil right here. The Valentina looks really good right here. Nathan will be snap picked by the side of Team Evil. There you go. Sailor will select that because there's so many big ultimates that that Sailor can potentially take away from Exco, right? Can take over the Minnow Fury or even the Black Unicorn.
Now, of course, the next other question that we're looking out for is how does Evil want to draft their EXP laners? Because Exco is not showing their goal lane just yet. How does Evil want to play something more of a tankier front line from the EXP lane and just kind of go neck and neck against Yuzhong? Or do they just want to find someone that deals good amount of damage like what we saw from the Khalid previously, so that they will be able to melt down the Novaria. Because now we have a Novaria again, right? Khalid is not out of the question. We still have the same conditions, whereas you do want to have lockdown, you want to have sustainability coming in from your quicksand guard, and of course the very, very important raging sandstorm being able to help you and your team initiate into battles.
Yeah, personally, right now I like how Team Evo, just tying down, pulling up their socks, literally tightening the belts, banning away the Hunter as well. That's something that, slowly does play as a comfort pick, a comfort pocket pick. And it also provides a lot of globals, right? If you take a look from the side of Exco, you have Novaria, you also have the Yuzhong. These are very, very strong global ultimates.
Just hoping that we'll be able to see a little bit more diversity when it comes down to the upcoming few heroes to pick. Because Exco, they have the solution, or rather they already showed their hands, right? They have the Minotaur with the survivability, they can heal, Yuzhong can heal, Novaria can poke. So they are putting, once again, a lot of the eggs into a single basket in the mid game, which is to allow Novaria have all of these real estate to just throw all of these meteors right into evil. Poke, poke, poke. While their frontline is still being able to do a decent amount of damage of poke while still being able to regenerate. So Esco is not losing anything, while evil is constantly losing HP.
Yeah, so what I actually want to see from the side of evil right now is a pick like the Florian. I want to see him.
Oh, crap, Thamus. Sorry, Thamus is actually a pretty good pick from the side of evil. Having a Claude being picked up from the side of Exco, Novaria being picked here, and of course going head-to-head against a Yuzhong, I think that Thamus would very likely be the jack of all trades against Exco's lineup here.
For sure, but looking at the roam, right, I want to re-emphasize the importance of picking a healer and enchanter style support, right? Having someone like the Florian or having someone like the Rafaela to help them just top up their HPs as they get poked down is going to be super essential for them later in the game.
Good point, fair point. Because we already have a Valentina that will be able to steal away the Minoan's Fury, right? Oh, man.
The Arlok can be in the EXP lane, but okay, that's a Terizla, so it's a double fighter comp coming off from Team Evil. Arlok going to the roam, Terizla to basically lock everybody down, because you really need to lock down the Claude so to prevent him from using the BMI.
I don't know, man. I mean, Terizla for me, yes, generally good pick. Arlok super questionable in my mind, super questionable. His Claude can just reposition himself with the BMI, even as he's going in with the Blazing Duet, right? So the question is, will Evil be able to sustain themselves later in the team fight as they get chunked down by the Novaria, as they get chunked, just chunked down by Comets, right? And Claude there to just finish them off.
Joy! What? Oh my god! I love this last pick. Alright. Back then, in last season, slowly was popping off in the Joy. This is something that he's really, really comfortable. If you take a look from the side of Team Evo right there, there's no hard CCs, there's no Kaja, there's nobody that can really lock down this Joy.
This is actually pretty
this is really smart, coming out from level 4.
One thing that I would want to focus on as well is the fact that Exco, their lineup is actually relatively fragile. They don't have a very strong frontliner. In the meantime, Evil have got quite a bit. We can expect a final slash to initiate, and while still being tanky, Terizla, we can definitely expect that as well. We know exactly what a Terizla is able to do at that point in time, and not to forget powerful playing as a Fredrin. You can constantly be in the face of the enemies, and we have seen what the ultimate could do to any unfortunate players right in front of his face.
Yeah, we definitely have the beefy boy band lineup coming in from the side of Team Evil as we go into the last game of the regular season, guys.
Man, it's so fast. 4 weeks just flew by.
Team Evil versus
What are you talking about? Is it today day one?
Yeah, it's day one for you. That's right. But for all of us, it's been a very fast 1 month that just flew on by. Regular season is already ending. This is the last day. Of course, looking forward to our playoffs as well, where we will see the top 6 teams, bottom 2 teams will get relegated as well.
Yeah, we get to see them play in, I think, about 2 weeks' time. Super excited to see what the teams will be able to cook up in the 2 weeks. But enough about the future. Right now, right here,
massive damage coming out from Carrot and also Sailor, but not enough to end Bear TZ as of yet. Right now, it's just Team Evo. They need to slow down the farm off slowly. If not slowly, will be a massive problem.
Yeah, I mean, understandably, we do expect that the Fredrin will be able to farm a lot faster when it comes down to... Fredrin. The Joy is going to be farming a lot faster as compared to the Fredrin. I mean, we are looking at the Joy after all. And the way that they are moving ahead, at least for Joy, is that as an assassin, you would definitely want to be moving towards the goal lane as your final destination after your entire jungle rotation, just so that you'll be able to find those opportunities to actually take off the gold lane and give your own gold laner some advantage.
All right, I like the look at the map right now, right? If you look at Team Evo, they've identified as EXP lane as an important source for them to keep Yuzong away. They want to ensure that Yuzong is not able to hit level 4 from the first turtle spawning in 4 seconds. So super important for them to push Yuzong away, prevent him from getting the Black Dragon form in this upcoming team fight.
I like the lane freeze coming in from Evil. As such, Sayla as well as Twist will definitely hit level 4 way earlier than both of Exco's players, which is Jet
slowly.
As well as
What's
Yuta.
up? Red Tree does not land. Powerful takes it away though. It's going to be Yuta going into Black Dragon 4, but he's a little bit down low. Praises Wrath! Finishes him off. First blood given over side of Team Evil. Sayla responding to his same and slowly pops the ultimate as well, just to get on the outer dodge.
Damn, that lane freeze is so important for them to actually get the win of the team fight. And to make matters worse, Powerful now have granted access into the opponent's jungle. But fortunately for Exco, you know, he's gonna be a lone wolf, lone ranger there, and still managed to take it up orange buff. Never mind.
Look at the jungle gap in terms of the levels, man.
1 level ahead right now.
Oh, blazing duet. A little bit premature though, if you ask me. Gira doesn't really have the damage, but slowly, Ruby there trying to finish the job. Karen tries to dodge, tries to outplay, but falls over to Exco.
Gives Baptiste the kill instead. I respect that.
Yeah, no, I think that was just a matter of Baptiste ensuring that the kill is confirmed, because there's just no other way. I think as we saw...
Yeah, I mean, Karen would much rather give Baptiste the kill rather than slow.
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, but I meant slowly
right,
was just trying to kill secure, right? Okay,
I'll kill anyone.
Indeed. So, as we see the game proceeding normally, you know, the next fight is going to be at the turtle spawning in about 40 seconds. But for now, both teams playing very, very carefully. We see Evil actually grouping up to the bot side, seeing if they're able to get anything from the Claude.
Oh. It. BMI, Gira should be able to get all the dodge. Jet a little bit down low. The burst coming off of Sayla is there, burning him down. Jason's will be working on the turret right here. Astro Echo committed by Jet, but it eats at a priceless Wrath in the face.
Yeah, I mean, look with appraisal. Oh!
Assassination. Sneaky coming off from Sayla.
Damn. Where did that come from?
Yeah, I was about to say powerful, right? The Appraisal's Wrath scales with the amount of gray HP he has. So haven't really been able to tank so much yet. He wasn't able to do too much damage with the Appraisal's Wrath, but what he was able to do was buy enough time for his team, for Jason specifically, to push down one whole turret by himself.
Slowly is actually kind of far ahead from Powerful. All Powerful need is just small little minion, perhaps even a Lethal Wanderer, and he will be able to find himself at level 8. But regardless, it is going to be completely uncontested, as Exco understood that, yeah, we can't go for this turtle fight at all.
Gira, BM, okay, back to safety. So that's the that's the power of a Claude. But Claude right here going up against something like a Nathan, which kind of has its own inner BMI if you think about it in the ultimate, of course, a longer cooldown BMI.
Yep.
Yeah, but even then, the cooldown on the San's ultimate isn't really that high. You know, so he's gonna be able. The uptime on that is gonna be extremely low, right? So he's gonna be able to recover and reposition himself as and when he needs to. Right now, Exco just trying to farm as much as they can, but Evil is unrelenting in the pressure. 2.5k goal lead in terms of Evil right now.
It really feels as though that Exco is not doesn't exactly have a very good game plan to a certain extent, because there's actually a lot of wasted movements coming in from Exco, especially since we're looking at a Joy being played out. There's actually a lot of opportunities that Exco could have potentially found onto perhaps either the Valentina, onto the Terizla, or heck, even onto the Nathan. Albeit a little bit more difficult because of the ultimate use of JS, there is definitely still a lot of opportunities that Exco could have found because of a team-wide Minoan's Fury, and of course Yuda being a very painful EXP laner. But they haven't found any kills just yet. It's just poking.
Yeah, it's just...
Oh wait, that's the name of the game because of the Jets, right?
Yeah,
of course,
that's
of course.
a poke. But right now, even though Exco is poking, Evil is still taking turrets left, top side, and bottom side. Now with Kira cracking down bottom side, they have got a lot more space to work with down bottom. But you know, Jace is just tearing turrets apart.
Now that I think about it, that's kind of conflicting, isn't it? A bit conflicting. You want space. You want space for Jet, and you would want Jet to be able to snipe from afar. And in the meantime, you have Slowly that kind of goes in kind of like an EXP laner, whereby you divide the fights and deal enough damage, while Yuda is doing the same thing as well. So it's more of creating confusion and, of course, threats over to Evil's backlines, while Jet just kind of hangs around. So it actually makes things a little bit more difficult for Jet to land all of these skill shots, but it's more of a insurance policy, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, look, the other way to look at it is that Slowly can be played as someone to secure the kills later in the game. But look at how slippery he is, right? Slowly just runs away and he's like, nah, guys, maybe next time.
Sailor committed a big dragon for it, but I mean, why not? Doesn't really have the petrify to kind of lock Slowly down. If not, Slowly will run rampant. Right now, it's just Team Evil doesn't really have a answer to lock down Slowly to kind of confirm that kill. Right now, they're just taking pot shots at each other, but Exco should be winning the poking lane.
Good carrot, though.
I think they're doing fine, though. Evil don't really need to catch on to Slowly, because Slowly is not a threat at this point in time at all, right? Evil is doing fine with the amount of income that they are getting, a lot of gold that they are getting, and they still have quite a bit of lead that they've got, with a total of 2 turrets taken down as well as 3 turtles taken down. So all they gotta do is just smack down the middle lane turret, which obviously is gonna be a tad bit difficult until they go for a contest for this upcoming Lord.
Yeah, but definitely Exco is not going to let this Lord go in the hands of Evil as it spawns in about 40 seconds. But that said, I'm not sure if Exco should be taking this fight. 4k gold lead now, almost 4k gold lead for the side of Team Evil. And this is middle of the game, right? So in the time, with 2 items, it's going to be doing tons of damage.
Slowly as well as Powerful are at equal EXP. Very, very equal. So when it comes down to the upcoming Lord fight, they are gonna be completely neck and neck. Although this is not what I was expecting though. A challenge and a battle between these two junglers.
They're probably
in a
texting
lane.
each other.
Yeah,
1v1 top lane now.
They're kind of testing one another. You know, kind of like in a boxing match, you gotta extend your arms out there, just kind of like feel your opponent's kind of. It feels as though that's what Powerful as well as Slowly is kind of doing. How much damage can I deal to this Frederick?
I think the term that you're looking for is jab.
Yes.
No, you know,
evidently someone has been in boxing.
so yes, we can see definitely that Slowly as well as Powerful are just exchanging jabs, trying to suss out how much damage they can do with each other, bobbing and weaving back and forth. Unfortunately, no Paquito here for me to make more boxing jokes, but you see two dragons.
Two dragons just turning around. I'm not sure which is which, but it's all going to be about Jason's the Petrify. Will be able to land. The damage duo for the side of Evil already gone. Slowly takes a lot away from the side of Team Evil as well, as Sailor and Karen trying to clean it up, but Yuta and Slowly though, they're here, and Jet lands the final shot onto Sailor.
From down under, we see a meteor crashing into the face of Sailor. Sailor unable to do anything. And wow, that was not the way I expected the fight to go. But Exco coming out tops, getting 1 turret, getting a Lord as well as 4 kills pocketed. Gold gap has completely been demolished.
Wow, completely equalizing that? That's not what I was expecting. And in fact, it's going to go way more because the top lane is going to be shut down as well. Goodbye to all of these outer turrets and say hello to 500 gold lead from Exco.
Wow, that fight, that just swung the other way, and that was just probably I don't know. Guys, I need some help here. What went wrong for the side of Evil?
Perhaps Bowman will be able to tell us a little bit more about that.
Okay, so
this is the point in time where we can actually say something like that.
I like the fact that we got Moment right here on the other side to basically watch over us. But let me provide you back now, right? Utah caught Jaces, and that's it. That's basically it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Sayla wasn't able to open it and catch Gira, and that's probably the problem now. The Petrify will be able to land. Slowly will be also catching on to Powerful. The rest of the members on the side of Team Evil fall. Triple kill. Given over the side of Slowly already. And Gira pushing through down bottom. Exco is not going out without a fight.
Exco is not going out of a fight. Slowly is dashing in and out. In and out, and he's like, yo, you guys can't catch me, and I'm 6-0 and 1. You're right. No hard CC was able to land on Slowly, and this is a big issue. We see this happening right now. Penalty zone landing on Slowly, but Slowly does not give a care in the world.
That was close though. Slowly almost going down for the count just now. Now with a single ballista just going to be knocking onto the middle lane, but of course we do have the guard from the middle lane turret that will be able to expel all of the negative forces and bring down that small little ballista, just so that they will be able to hold on for a tad bit longer. Remember, we're only 11 minutes into the game, alright? So Evil still have chance and still got quite a bit of time for them to open up the game a little bit longer and just kind of play around to their advantage and giving JS as much gold as they can.
Yeah. Right now, Evil needs the turtle, right? They need to stop picking fights. They know that if they even go into their own jungle, they're going to be like, picked up by Slowly. Slowly is waiting. Look at him. He's like a predator, apex predator, right? He's hiding in the jungle, waiting for a moment to pounce on any unsuspecting team members on the side of Evil. But if you notice, look at the map, all the team members of Evil are paired up, right? They're paired up, so they are at least going in with a buddy system. If one gets...
Buddy.
Yeah, exactly. If one person gets taken down, the other one... there's going to be someone
like
to support
trade,
them.
right?
Yeah.
They're trying to look for at least a trade. You can't just get one free guy off of us. We're going to have to find a way to duke it out, and we will take your life if you take ours. So, XGO, they do have a very good and steady lead here. They have managed to swarm the entirety of the Lord's Pit. And I don't think that Evil is going to be contesting for this at all.
Nope, not only just that, Powerful and Carrot getting slowed down. Utah going in the Black Dragon form to zone. Team Evil, are they going to follow up though? And Powerful, Carrot chasing out. Flicker committed by Baratizi already. Gira. Oh wait, just running away. Carrot catches it, but Purify will be there. Also, the Blazing the Wedge spread the damage. Baratizi slowing it down. Jason jump to the back line. Will be able to catch onto Gira, and now it's going to be Jason trying to catch onto Baratizi. He goes down. Double kill. Give it over the side of Jason already. And Carrot will be holding down the fort just a little bit more. Utah on the chase, and Carrot tries to buy some time for Jason and Twist to also follow up, but slowly he's only ramping up the damage, and he goes in the ultimate as it faces form. Slowly cleaning up shop.
What a roller coaster ride that we are sitting on right here. It seems as though that Evil managed to go for a very amazing push, almost like the Evil magic that we are looking out for that whenever they play in the playoffs. But it quickly turned sour when XGO's main damage dealers such as Yuta as well as Slowly realized that, hey, the opponents are really down low. We could just bring them down. Why are we afraid of them? Fight them head on.
Clean up house, right? Literally, the fight at the top was only with, I think, 3... It wasn't a full 5v5 team fight. Slowly only came in later on in the fight to clean up the rest of the low HP members of Evil. Not to mention, right, Exco actually had the Lord pushing. So they were able to get the kills on the side of Evil, but they also managed to get turrets as well.
This is quite literally Evil's weakness, and that is regular season, despite showing up with the book. It's not a result that I was expecting. I wanted to see XGO's final brilliance of light, I guess, and show us what they are really and truly made of. But unfortunately, it's a tad little bit too late. But I really do like the kind of composition that they are playing right here, right? LI Force draft for them, going for pokes, yet being sustainable enough, and perhaps even getting themselves that
Sailor walking in the wrong bush. Okay, managed to get on away. Could end it so badly for Team Evil right there.
Could have, but it didn't, so it does not matter as the game goes on. You know, I want to point out Jaces. Right, Jaces is currently 3-1-1. Previously, before that fight, he was 0, I think, 1-1. Right, so Jaces is coming back. We saw him shredding Jet just now. Jet couldn't even escape, right? He tried to use the Astral Form to run away from Jace's just now, but he got shredded in just an instant. So this is actually Evil's win condition. Jace's. They need to play protect the Natan. If they're able to protect the Natan earlier, long enough, that's all the damage they need. And they have the tools for that, by the way.
Really boils down to time, isn't it?
It boils down to time, exactly, right? But on the other side of the map, we have Gira on the Claude. Claude 0, 2, and 6, not as good as a performance as Jace's, but soon we're hitting that point where kills don't really matter. All that matters is the amount of gold that the sides that the carries have, right?
Yeah.
And if Gira has his 3 core items, which I believe he should have, it's anyone's game at this point.
Look at the pokes coming from Jed.
Yeah.
Just ensuring the powerful can't get any closer.
Okay, Bertisi going in. Minoa is very committed, but slowly will be securing the law for himself. Yuta jumping forward at the same time. Jace is outputting damage, but will not be able to find anything for now. Jumps into Entropy as well. The damage coming out. Gira just wins a Trunkin, saving him out by some time. But Gira shuts him down. 3 members from the side of Team Evil already down. Where is this X-Skill at the start of the regular season?
Gira shutting people down. This is what I mean. We are at the point where KDA doesn't really matter as much.
Oh my goodness!
That's it. X-Skill managed to secure a match win at the last match against all odds, against Team Evil, the fan favorites.
As we can see, smiles all around from the side of Exco.
They have nothing to lose.
Exco has absolutely nothing to lose. He's being relegated now. I mean, even though they were relegated, they gave us the sign of life that we were looking for. Smiles all around once again for Exco, except for Slowly for some reason. Slowly is like, it's just a win, guys. Don't worry about it.
It really feels as though this is it's kind of like the brilliance of their exit, right? They are just going to exit with spotlight on them. They are happy with what they have managed to achieve. They've managed to bring down Evil with such grueling matches. In fact, it is a complete reverse sweep, and this worked out. This is a composition that worked out for them, and I think that from today onwards, I really hope that they will be able to come together, try something out, try this one, and perhaps create a little bit more of an archetype as to how they will be able to come up and fight against stronger teams with a comp similar to this.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we have to look for the next season already. But let's take a look at the MVP of this particular match. I think it's definitely going to go back to Slowly. You can see how comfortable he is on that.
Wait, 0 deaths? Okay.
Yeah, 0 death. And remember, during the start of the regular season, we all talk about how, people say that Slowly was the one that carried Vanguard in the last season, but don't forget, back last season, it was Joy's meta. And now with Joy, fading into obscurity in terms of meta, he brought it back and showed why he is really that strong and formidable on that Joy.
It's pretty darn amazing for them to be able to make full use of this Joy. At first, of course, like I said, the draft was kind of conflicting. It kind of feels a little bit awkward. But looking at them being able to extrude such dominant damage, right? Wherever that they go, even if one person is down, the other 4 could do damage, right? It's almost like the all-strike meta that we saw many years ago, or perhaps many seasons ago.
Many seasons ago.
Many seasons ago. Yeah. But regardless, we now have got the item build screen. Kwasong, anything for us?
Honestly, pretty standard builds, I think, across the board. Nothing quite stands out to me, except for the fact that Bertisi only has 4 items so late in the game, but he was moving around the map. Look at his assists. 10 assists, as well as Yuta, 10 assists as well. The team was moving around like a unit, right? They were looking at Gira to carry them. They were looking at Slowly to carry them, and carry them they did, right? We see completed items for both Gira as well as Slowly. Whereas on the other side of the map, the only one that has completed items is Jace's. We talked a little bit about how he was probably the key to victory for the side of Evil, but that did not matter when Slowly was in your face, clawing at your necks, destroying them before they could even come back into the game.
Another thing about it is actually pretty hard to itemize against the lineup from Exco, right? Because when it comes down to Jet and Slowly, okay, both deals very different kind of damage. Jet is the burst damage, so you would want Athena Shield. However, Slowly does continuous damage with the magic, so you would want Radiant Armor. Yuta deals deals physical skill damage. So you want anti-curas. In the meantime, Jira does physical damage. You would want you would want, what's that again? Blade armor.
Yep.
So you literally need
everything.
Everything.
Yeah, you need an additional item slots for that.
So pick your poison. Who do you want to mitigate?
So what do you want to build? The answer is yes.
Yes.
Nah, 5 Garden Helms.
Yeah, I mean,
fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay,
health is the only thing that works for
joke.
everything throughout the board. To be fair, you're kind of right.
I joke. Okay, don't try that, all right? But right now, it's just XCO. I think you're going to have to respect over the side of Slowly, right? Yes, it's a very nice ride for the side of XCO in terms of how, they've come so far, especially when they formed this team really last minute, right? But Team Evil, on the other hand, I think it's a worrying sign for them, right? Like how they are already struggling against XCO and going into the playoffs in this kind of mentality and morale. Yes, I know you got 2 weeks, but how much can you work with 2 weeks?
Hey, it's the evil magic, okay? Let's not look down on the evil magic. And the book.
Stole the words right out of my mouth. And keep in mind as well, these guys are seasoned players. They're not going to let one loss bring the spirits down, right? 2 weeks is enough time for them to reset mentally. Enough time for them to just work on any kind of weak points they have. Yes, they may not be able to be perfect. They may not be able to have a miracle and solve all the issues immediately. But 2 weeks is enough time to work on any kind of issues that they have at this point in time.
To be fair, the level of play in MPL SG has risen exponentially, and we are starting to see a lot of these teams just picking up the pace. We've got Asteris that came out from absolutely kind of nowhere from the qualifiers and just stomping people. So honestly, I think that Evil has got a long way ahead, and they're not exactly out of the woods yet. Can't throw a caution out the wind. So they gotta have to be really careful. They gotta have to play their cards right, and they are just gonna have to work things out pretty nicely.
Yeah, and it's something that we really have to wait for the final announcement later on by Cheryl, definitely on the updated standings, right? That kind of knows that who is actually going over to the standings. But based on my calculation, Team Evil should be going to the playoffs.
Now, that's one thing that we really want to hear from Axco, and that is gonna be their mic check.
Setengah deh. Gua jauhin. Ulti gua dia. Bagas no ulti.
Roger to me.
Carmion ulti. All in me, guys. All in me.
Can.
Can, guys. All skill to me. Nice.
Hey, come.
Kalit, guys. Ngapain, oi?
Nice.
I'm going back door.
Hey, watch me, guys.
Go fire.
Boom!
Ngapain,
oi?
Fight him. I'm better.
Meow!
Low back on this one.
Ayo lo, panik lo! Minion, oi! Oi, Minion!
Oi, panik!
Minion, oi!
Buta, man!
Guys.
Twist naughty.
Nathan die, guys. Nice!
Careful. Pick out, alert. Sila.
Oi! Ngapain, oi? No death, Jo. Chill. Ngapain sih? Oi, ngapain, oi?
Can fight.
Valentina.
Oh, nice.
Nice one.
Hey, come. Kill this guy.
Ngapain, oi? Oi! Ngapain?
Bye.
Let's go home together.
Not buying.
Fine means why?
Oh man, I gotta have to say that is of course a extraordinary match coming in from Exco, showing us exactly what it takes to bring down Evil. But would that be the same case when we go over to the playoffs? Because the playoff is going to be happening in, what, 2 weeks' time?
Yep, 2 weeks' time, man.
In Skate.
At Skate.
Yeah,
Skate.
that's right. So honestly, I'm super stoked to be there, even though today is my first day.
But it feels, if you guys know me for a long time, it feels like I'm going back. A bit of home reunion for me.
Reunion because of the alrights? Well, I gotta have to say, we are gonna be throwing this segment over to Mo to close things off, and such, you won't be able to see us for today. So with that all said and done, my name's Abstract, with me here is Jace, as well as Kwasong. We'll see you in playoffs in 2 weeks. Take care.
Hello and welcome, guys, to my Break It Down segment with MOE Man. Of course, this will be the last time you'll be seeing me for this week as well. But let's just find out what's going on and what went wrong for Team Evil. So, I mean, slowly he played an amazing game of joy, but let's just find out how he played it. All right, so with this Lord fight here, already we see the positioning from the side of the members of Team Evil. They've been caught by the Astral Echo. All the members of Team Evil have been spotted. Black Dragon form already committed from the side of Yuta right here. So with this, we will see how much of a professional Slowly is in segmenting this team fight. Firstly, we do have the initiation of Bechizi going in front using the flicker already on the Minotaur into trying to catch out where Jasis is. But Jasis does use the entropy with the reverse clone to get out of dodge. So let's just see how slowly he identifies where Jasis is and he goes in for the kill, making sure to get out the key target during this state of the game. Yeah, so this is what has been going on while this is going on, right? But if you notice, in the back line, Twist has also missed the penalty zone once again, but it's all right. It's not going to happen. It's not going to matter too much. But for this team fight, slowly going on to Jasis, that is going to be the most pivotal point that changes the game. So once Slowly gets this kill here, he manages to pick off the rest of the team because they are going for Gira, which is the key target right now. So Gira is the key target for Evil. But meanwhile, Slowly is in the back line taking care of Powerful, making sure he does not get any form of advantage, just cannot frontline for the team at all. So with this, Slowly, with 2 flickers committed from the side of Carrot, from the side of Sayla, he'll be able to clean up shop as much as possible. Sorry for that. All right. So with that, Slowly just cleans up. No problem. And the next team fight that we're going to be seeing is also the next Lord, as this is going to be the enhanced Lord going on. So with Slowly, this is completely free with the Black Dragon form going in. There's a lot of map control, a lot of pressure exerted onto Evil right now. They will not be contesting for the Lord, but they do see a window of opportunity over here. So they want to go for Gira, right? So with Powerful in the front line, they will be jumping in to the front lines as much as possible, trying to find out where Gira is. And they do catch him. And the purification already being used from Gira would mean that he is a sitting duck. And they all commit every single member of Evil at this point, and they do get the kill. But when this happens, Slowly is in the back line, carefully picking his fights. Already all the skills being used, he will be able to come in and clean up shop. No penalty zone available. Twist catching Gira out. Slowly will be able to dish out as much damage as possible. Does have the Minoan Fury used, but does not matter too much to Slowly. And that's all she wrote for that. He can clean up shop as much as possible. And they already have that enhanced Lord. So if you look at this, the Lord is marching down the mid lane. And that's how they got the inhibitor turret. And that's all she wrote from this match from Exco versus Evil. And I'll be throwing it to Cheryl. So that's all. We'll be seeing you guys at playoffs.
Thank you so much, Moman, as well as all of our wonderful casters for taking the time to really walk us through the entire regular season. Now I have Yuta right beside me. Now Yuta will be center first. Okay. Now, honestly, when it comes to this final match, you guys came in with the fate somewhat already sealed. But I would have to say I highly commend Exco and your sportsmanship coming into this game. So honestly, anybody who comes here at MPL SG is mechanically gifted. Sometimes it could be like the stressors, and everything. So what have you guys learned from this regular season so far? Even though with this win, we will still have to say goodbye to you guys.
Just don't give up, just keep on fighting.
I can hear you, but they cannot hear you.
Just don't give up and just keep playing.
Keep playing. Okay, so will we be seeing Exco once more in Season 8? Maybe?
Maybe. I don't know.
Because maybe next season I NS already.
NS already?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe. Okay. So coming into this game, you know, how do you guys prepare yourselves mentally, even though you know that the fate is already sealed for this one?
Actually, it's our manager and LI4. It's like, just, even though we are relegated already, right, we just go out for a bang. Then our manager also keep encouraging us, spend a lot of time with us.
Yeah, it's really the spirit of sportsmanship, and that's what I also wanted to commend you guys as well. And of course, manager as well as LI4. It's really, really good mentality to come in. So with LI4 coming in during the later season as your coach, do you think that, you know, how has he changed?
Actually, LI, he every day spend time with us. Then, like, I'm pretty sure he, that time, every day play with me until 4 a.m. Like, train. Then, during our scrim, he also, like, keep spending his own time when he can be doing something else, but he spend time with us.
Wow, it's like you're like a mini LY4, LY5 maybe in the making, and that's why like the derail side lanes also came up, right? So yes, it is very evident. So thank you so much for this interview, Yuta. Thank you. Wow. So it is a very bittersweet feeling for them to end really with a bang, giving their all, securing a 2-1 win against Evil. But I don't really know what the score is anymore, so let's take a look at the overall standings and let's see who makes it to playoffs. And the results are in. Our defending champions Team Flash with 19 points to their name. Lead Esports following closely behind 14 points. And RSGSG at 13 points. Asteris in 13 points as well. Now in the lower brackets, we see Vanguard Esports at 9 points. Evil, despite losing their match today, they have gotten 6 points, tied neck to neck with HomeBois SG. But we would love to bring your attention to the match rate. They are at a match rate of 2 wins and 5 losses, putting them at 29%, whereas HomeBois SG is 1 wins and 6 losses at 14%, and therefore Evil stands ahead in the overall standings at 6th position. Now Exco, despite their brilliant performances, we have to commend them for their wonderful win today, but they have secured 8th place, but still ending off the regular season with a bang. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, you guys must be wondering, so right now it's the end of the regular season, so what happens next? Right now, what happens next would be the playoff season. So as we speak, playoff season will be happening between the 14th to the 16th of June. Now this will be happening, we're at a different location this time, and with thanks to our youth partner, Scape. So let's take a look at the schedule for playoffs. So yes, this is the playoff bracket. Starting off the day of 14th June, we see the upper brackets. Now this will be match 1 happening at 10 a.m. We see Team Flash going up against Asteris. Followed by match 2, we see Bleed Esports going up against RSGSG happening at 12:30. Followed by Vanguard at 3 p.m. going up against the match 2 loser, as well as for match 4 closing off the day for 14th of June. We see Evil going up against the match 1 losers at 5:30 p.m. So yes, that is the exciting lineup, and all of these action will be happening at Scape on 14th to 16th of June. Now remember, we do have tons of activities as always that will be happening at the playoffs. And remember, if you want to get seats or even attend the playoffs or even soak in the atmosphere, remember to follow us on all of our relevant social media pages at mpl.sg.official. So thank you so much for joining us right here for the regular season, and we can't wait to see you at the playoffs. MPL SG Season 7 is brought to you by Moontan Games and Zenway Productions. Presenting partner, McDonald's. The road to glory has never been tastier with McDonald's. Catch all of the MPL SG Season 7 action and complete the experience with a crispier crunch with the new and improved Chicken McCrispy with Mac Delivery. Youth Partner, Scape. Partner in Esports, OSIM. Level up your performance with OSIM's patented V-hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind.